me to excuse him for today because he will not be able to join. But Mr. Bhatnagar is joining. Yeah, he has already confirmed.
Okay.
So Mr. Swaminathan, good afternoon, namaskar. And Mr. Subbarao is already there. So let me just mention that it is thanks to Mr. Subbarao, whom I had asked, whom should I approach. So he immediately said, my ex-colleague, Mr. Swaminathan, is the best person, and you can just take my reference and talk to him. So immediately I got in touch with you, Mr. Swaminathan. And let me mention that Mr. Swaminathan, first of all, let me congratulate him for being shortlisted as the next CMD of KIOCL. So, Bureau of Public Enterprises Selection Board, PSB has already selected him as the next CMD of KIOCL. So, first of all, congratulations. And you are there, Mr. Swaminathan, for our earlier webinar also.
Yes,
so it is you're joining us for the second time, and a warm welcome to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And in the meantime, we'll have to wait for only our guest of honor, Mr. Satpathy. Now, Mr. Satpathy he said that he has a meeting with Niti Aayog, so he will be there for only 10 minutes. So let's hope he joins on time so that we can leave him on time. Ankit, it's 3:30. Can you just get started so that and Pradipto, if you could just follow up with in the meantime with Mr. Satpathy's office.
So I think Mr. Satpathy is joining. He was in the attendees.
So can you promote him? Yeah. And in the meantime, Ankit, you can start the YouTube the live streaming.
So we are already live on YouTube, and I will just share the link here on the chat.
Yeah, and you send it to me also so that I can share it on Facebook also.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, I connected.
So has Mr. Satpathy been upgraded? Have you found him?
No, he is actually, I cannot see him anymore. So
if he has joined by some other name, then it's a problem. I can't see him.
I guess we can get started, and he will join in the meantime. If I see in the attendees, I will promote him to the panel.
Yeah, in the meantime, you can just post a message in the group so that if he is visible, Pradipto can point it out to us. We can update him.
I have already done that.
Okay, so I think we can get started.
He said he's joining soon. That he's joining.
He's joining.
He's joining soon. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I get started.
Yeah, you can get started. Over to you, Subrata, with your permission. Can
yes,
and Ranjanda, with your permission, we would like to start.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the panelists and the attendees who have joined us today, and to everyone watching on our live streams. We welcome you all to our 28th webinar titled Challenges and Opportunities in Iron Ore, DRI, HBI, and Pelletisation segment for a Sustainable Steel Industry. Co-organized by Joint Plant Committee, Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association, Pellet Manufacturers Association of India, Steel and Metallurgy, and Mines and Minerals Reporter. A warm welcome to our silver sponsor, NMDC, and our steel sponsors, Hudremukh and CDE Asia. I would also like to welcome the chairman of our organizing committee, Mr. Subrata Mitra, who is the ex-joint managing director, MN Dastur & Co. I would now like to take a moment to introduce our panelists for today. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. So, first we have the chairman of our organizing committee, Mr. Subrata Mitra. He's the ex-joint managing director, MN Dastur & Co. Limited, and the chief editorial advisor, Steel and Metallurgy. Then we have the welcome address by Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, executive secretary, Joint Plant Committee. Our guest of honor for today, Mr. BN Satpathy, senior consultant, Niti Aayog and Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. Our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma, MD and CEO, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Then we have Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, SRTMI. Mr. T. Saminathan, Director, Commercial, KIOCL Limited. Mr. M.V. Subbarao, ex-CMD, KIOCL Limited. Mr. P.K. Murugan, President Designate Vijayanagar Works, JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Shovik Majumdar, CEO, Iron and Steel Sector, Vedanta ESL Steel Limited. Professor Shuddhoshatto Basu, Director, CSIR IMMT, Bhubaneswar. Mr. Indrajit Paul, Chief Pellet Plant, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Deepak Bhatnagar, Secretary General, Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay, President, Technology and Business Development of CD Asia Limited. Mr. Modekurti Ravindranath, Executive Director, Vizag Asset, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Mr. Ramakrishna Chinnam Shetty, Head, Mining and Business Development, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Dr. Onrin Bhattacharya, CEO, Recycron Austria. Dr. P.K. Jain, ex-Chief Mineral Economist, India Bureau of Mines, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. And last but not the least, Dr. R. Bhima Rao, ex-Chief Scientist, CSIR IMMT Bhubaneswar, Director, Aryan Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar, and Honorary Editor of Mines and Minerals Reporter. So thank you all for joining us today. Before we proceed, I just want to share a few short guidelines for smooth platform management during today's proceedings. For all the numerous attendees who have joined us on Zoom to listen to our discussion today, we have a question and answer section in Zoom, which can be accessed by all the panelists and attendees alike. And of course, we also have the chat. So I would request everyone to post your questions and queries in the Q&A section or the chat, and it will be visible to all the panelists who can then choose to either answer it live or directly in the chat. I would also request all panelists to keep their microphones muted when the other panelists are speaking to avoid any kind of noise feedback. And last but not the least, of course, I would request everyone to adhere to the time limit as per the schedule to avoid any delays. I would now request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. So our session moderator for today's discussion will be my father, Mr. Nirmalia Mukherjee, who is the editor, Steel and Metallurgy. And I would now request Chairman of our organizing committee, Mr. Subrata Mitra, to deliver his address and take the session forward.
Thank you, Ankit. Thank you, Nirmala. We're once again gathered virtually to discuss a very important topic for the steel growth of India. We have eminent panelists here from Niti Aayog, Prime Minister's Office, Mr. Satpathy, senior research professionals from various important institutions like IMMT and ISA-TMI. We have plant operators who are operating pellet plants from Tata Steel. We have industry senior professionals. So we would be waiting for a very useful interactions on a very important topic of using indigenous raw material iron ore for the growth of steel. And as the world moves, as we all know, the use of electric steel making using DRI, HBI is gaining ground and should gain ground. And the pellet So India should be now the highest producer of DRI in the world, but we have one disadvantage that we don't have much of natural gas, so we have to rely on our indigenous coal for the DRI making. So from the eminent panelists, we would like to listen to the various issues that are being faced for making DR grade pellets, which require Fe content quite high, and its availability, its beneficiation, and other issues, if any, for the country. Because India has to grow, and it's the only country perhaps who is utilizing DRI to the maximum extent. All the secondary producers are using coal-based DRI, but their quality may not be to the extent as required. So, I just, without wasting time, I would like to throw the floor open and for the eminent panelists to share their knowledge, experience, and views with us. Thank you, and the floor is open for discussions.
Thank you, Shubhazat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your opening remarks. Now, before I move on to our welcome address by Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, may I request Ankit to have the corporate video, please?
Yeah, so
Of
we
NM.
have a corporate video by our sponsor NMDC Limited, and I would once again ask if my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
Thank you so much, NMDC. Thanks to KIUCL, Mr. Saminathan, special thanks to you for becoming a sponsor for this webinar today. And also Dr. Bandyopadhyay, thanks to CD Asia for being a sponsor today. So without the sponsors, we would not have been able to travel these 28 webinars that we have done since pandemic. Today is the 28th, Ankit? 28th.
Yeah, it's the 28th webinar, yeah.
Since we began last year in May. So with that, we come to the welcome address. So the welcome address will be given by the CEO of our joint organization, which is Joint Plant Committee. So the Executive Secretary of Joint Plant Committee, Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, will be addressing us with the welcome address. Now, just to brief you, those who do not know what JPC is, Joint Plant Committee was constituted under the recommendation of KN Raj Committee. Primarily, it was there to, it was created basically to take care of the distribution of steel during the control regime, when there was a sort of a quota-based allotment which used to be done by Joint Plan Committee. Thereafter, post-liberalization in 1991, Joint Plan Committee was restructured and reorganized to take care of the entire database for the steel industry in India. So it is actually the only source of data that you have in India today. And in fact, Ranjan will correct me if I am wrong, but they are the only data provider even to the World Steel Association. So whatever Indian steel data is available in India today is provided by Joint Plan Committee, which was constituted by Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and the chairperson of JPC is ex officio, at present the additional secretary, and Joint Plan Committee has been catering to the interests of the entire steel industry, both private and public sector. So with that, may I request Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving me this opportunity, as the topic is rightly chosen at the right moment, because all of you know that steel is now growing up, like even price or the production, consumption, everything is growing up compared to last year. Even we are crossing 1920 average. So the very challenging topics, definitely, but since these are the backbone of the steel industry, we have to face a lot of challenges and opportunity also. Because why I'm saying that opportunity, because saying before giving this some statistics on the, since JPC is related to data bank, as Mr. Mukherjee already told, that we are the associate member of WSA, World Steel Association, and in India also we are the only provider of the data for IIP, that is Index Industrial Production, and WPI, that is Wholesale Price Index. So based on JPC data, all things are calculated. And for your information, the last 2 years we have grown like anything, because it was a very Herculean job. Earlier we are used to collect the data on visit to units and like that, but in 2019 I have started the online data collection, and I am just saying you, in the last year we have attained almost 97 to 97.5% collection online only. So we have a very good portal. We have a 3,000 unit masters, being in reroller, being in induction furnace, being in sponge iron. Every unit has a username, passwords. From the product sides, they are using submitting the data. This year I have a target, and I think I am very hopeful that next year we will be able to grade-wise production, because we are now just started a grade-wise data collection. First of all, before, as all of you know, this is the very big day for the steel industry. Yesterday, Cabinet has approved the PLI scheme, and JPC and Mr. Mukesh Kumar present here, we have done a lot of jobs for the PLI. And this, see, anything, any policy decision or any analysis, everything depends on data. If it is not there, you cannot sustain. Now coming to the data point, I'm just congratulated to Mr. Bhatnagar, because pellet is the only industry that has given positive growth compared to any other segments in the last year also. So in the 2021, our database tells that it is almost 69 million production in the pellet. And this year, I think they will end up maybe 75 or 76, because April to June quarter is crosses more than 19.5 million production. So pellet industry is very, very growing. Like another this interesting thing for sponge iron, I'm just giving one information. Compared to 2016-17, now at that time the number of units was 320. Now the unit has come down to 285, and each and every unit is exist in our database, and they are giving the online data. But interesting thing is that out of 320 units, only 99 units are integrated, means induction furnace followed sponge iron followed by induction furnace or electric arc furnace. Now that has grown in the last 5 years from 99 to 128. So at present, out of 285 units in the sponge iron, 120 units have the forward integration, means they have the induction furnace. And interesting thing, capacity has not decreased. So there is a merging or capacity enhancement in the individual units, and they are integrated because it should be the realization will be good. So the picture is that number of units may be decreased. There may be a small number of units which is closed, but integration is happening every year, and it has slowly improved. 99, 110, 112, 126, and now it is 128 units which have a sponge iron and as well as induction furnace or electric arc furnace. So now in terms of capacity, not too much addition, because 5 years back also there is a 46 million. Now we have only 48 million. So 2 million is added during the last 5 years. Production level this year is very good. Almost first quarter is 9.6 million in the sponge iron. So I think we will cover 1920 data, that is the 37 million before pre-COVID level. Even in the consumption, although steel consumption, we will definitely cross 1920, because our SRO, as you know, that JPC is also the member of SRO projection for the WSA. We have projected more than 110 million this year. First quarter is around 25 million, that is 24.8 right now. But I think this will grow, because April month, there is April and May almost, due to this second wave, there is a problem in the steel industry. But since PLI has also approved, there is a scope, demand is also there. Instead of huge export, we are growing in the consumption level. And definitely, I think my perception is we'll touch around 110 to 112 this year. So this is in terms of related to data. I do not spend much more time, because there are a lot of learned panelists here, and we want to gain the information from what is the sustainable challenges for this industry. And we want to hear all these things. And in closing, I wish to express my gratitude to all participants, and thanks to Mr. Mukherjee for giving this opportunity, for all valuable participants, and wish you a very good, healthy and safe year. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, for all your support. In fact, I must also thank you for the support we got from JPC as our co-organizer for the event. And once again, let me repeat, Joint Plant Committee is the only source for data from both integrated and secondary steel producers in this country. And Ministry of Steel has entrusted JPC to collect and disseminate the entire production data of this country. So it is the only body of JPC, or let's say the only field office of JPC, field office of the Ministry of Steel, which actually collects the data. And as you saw, he has the entire data of the figures, right from DRI to pellet manufacturing, and his calculation is we should touch 110 million tons. Now let me welcome our keynote speaker for today, Mr. V.R. Sharma. Sharma Sahab, namaskar and a warm welcome to you. And who else can actually give us the right picture of what PLI is going to give us? Yesterday, as Mr. Bandyopadhyay highlighted, performance link incentive was cleared by the cabinet yesterday. And what PLI, how PLI will benefit us, Mr. Sharma will mention, and also whether he sees the reality of touching 110 million tons during the current fiscal. Sharma Sahab, it's over to you. In the meantime, Mr. Satpathy is in a Niti Aayog meeting. So if the meeting gets over, he will join us. So Sharma Sahab, the floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Namaskar. Assalamu alaikum to everybody. And happy belated Eid, my dear friends. So, Bandopadaji, I listened to you very well. So you spoke very well. You gave all the data available. First of all, I agree with you that we can reach 110 million ton this year. This is a right calculation. And though the installed capacity, we always say it is 130 or maybe 135 million. But today, the capacity which is not being utilized, about 15 to 17 million ton. Many of the plants are still closed, and those who have gone to NCLT. Now the point here is, what is the journey forward? So I'm thankful to Government of India for declaring the scheme based on product link incentive, PLI. And this incentive, though the figure is 6,300 crores, may not be a very large figure for a country like ours, but it definitely sends signals to financial institutions, bankers, lenders, the international commercial borrowing consultants, and also the FDI, that Indian government is very serious in developing the Indian steel industry. You see, in last 10 years' time, most of the banks, most of the financial institutions, the stock market, the FDI investors, they were keeping themselves away from the Indian business. The banks had a very negative outlook on Indian steel industry because of their bad experience in 2-3 major projects. That was something different. But by and large, all of the steel mills have started working. Banks has started getting their money back wherever there was a problem. In the first quarter, more than 96,000 crores rupees were given back by steel industry to the banks, which is a very good and positive sign. So the companies, those who are not doing well through NCLT, so 3 large plants are taken over by different organizations, different management. So we all know, and banks have got a good sizable amount of money. They did it little early. Had they been doing it such kind of selling today, they would have got more money. Anyhow, that is a different issue. Decision is decision, time is time. So the point here is PLI is going to give a good signal to the bankers, to the lenders, to the financial institutions to spend and invest money. And this will also give a very good signal to stock market so that people, they can invest in the steel stocks or the metal stocks or iron ore stock or many more things. Now reaching to 300 million ton is a very, very ambitious target, but it is possible. And for that, the iron ore, the metallics, the pellets, HBI, DRI, even pig iron, they are going to play a very vital role. And over and above the circular economy declared by Government of India, that the scrappage policy, so that is also going to help the nation to become a real Atmanirbhar Bharat in times to come. So major ingredients are scrap is one of the major ingredient worldwide for steel. More than 410 million tons of steel we are producing in the world through the scrap route. So this is a very significant item. Then number 2 is DRI or HBI. That is also a very significant product which will definitely contribute to the steel making in times to come. And number 3 is the iron ore, direct iron ore. And number 4 is very, very vital point, that is pellets. You see, in India, in Indian scenario, whatever iron ore we produce, we do mining, more than 67% on an average, that is converted into fines. These fines today are neither suitable for DRI plants, no for the blast furnaces people, because blast furnace, they need 10 mm to 40 mm, and DRI, the coal-based DRI, they take 5 millimeter to 18 millimeter, and sometimes 5 millimeter to 20 or 22 millimeter. So this is not the product which is required by anybody in the country except for the sintering plants. So now the sintering, when we go for the sintering, then again you have to do the processing, screening, and everything. then only these fines can be used. The micro fines cannot be used in sinter as of now. People are trying to use micro fines in their sinter plants, but unable to reach to more than 20-30% of the total product mix in sinters. So now, what is the solution? The solution is some of the companies, very large organizations in the country, they are holding more than 150 or 160 million tons of fines in India and taken out from their mines. Some of the private miners also, merchant miners also, they are holding a stock of about 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, and so on and so on. Now, put together, the country's estimate is that we have more than 300 million ton of iron ore fines available in the country. Now, these 300 million ton iron ore fines are not being utilized. Either these are being exported, or these are being blended into exports, or these fines are just lying as a dump, which is creating a lot of pollution and environment issues in the country, and we are unable to meet out or to reduce the air pollution. Now, the solution is what? The solution is DRI industry. The DRI industry, why DRI industry? Because once we say DRI, that means we will use pellets. And pellets can be produced very well from iron ore fines. So we in India, we should try to immediately bring a policy in the country. We have already requested to Prime Minister Office, to Ministry of Steel, and also to Niti Aayog a couple of times, that we should give incentive to people, those who are going to convert this iron ore fines into pellets. Now, the question second comes, whether pellets for domestic market or for export market. Anybody who is being supported by Government of India in terms of beneficiation of iron ore and in terms of putting a pellet plant cannot export the pellets produced from their plants. So that should be the policy. That policy is still awaited. We are working very seriously with the Government of India. Our suggestion time and again goes to them that we must try to utilize the iron ore fines. And when China can use the iron ore fines of below 58% Fe, why can't we use? We can also use. So this is a big shift, or I would say paradigm shift in the minds of the people, which is going to take place in times to come. Now, as far as the overall scenario is concerned, we have to find out that which are the most convenient and preferred states where these plants should come. So the first of all, the first rank I will give to Odisha. The second rank goes to Chhattisgarh. The third rank goes to Karnataka. The fourth rank goes to Andhra Pradesh. And the fifth rank goes to Goa. So if these 5 states are given some incentives by central government or by the state government, and we invite the interest of the people, those who are willing to put up their iron ore beneficiation plant, we provide them technology, we provide them the tailing pond location, that where the tailing pond will be, we provide them some of the incentives, maybe 25-30% subsidy coupled with the pellet plant, maybe 50% subsidy, maybe a complete waiver in terms of charging the royalty, so that if we reduce the royalty to 0, that is again a good incentive, and that can come in a bigger way, and more people will be interested in converting all these iron ore fines into a very, very valuable product. So at times, these iron ore fines, 58% below, they are sold at $60 today, ex mines. So the total value is about $118 CFR. And when you calculate the ex mines, it's coming only $60. So $60 is about 4,500 rupees or 4,800 rupees. Now, this is the product which can be converted into an item of 15,000 rupees per ton by beneficiation. And taking into consideration about 25-30% of the total tailings comes in. So still the delta is about 5,000 rupees, and which is a very good EBITDA margin, 5,000 rupees if the conversion comes. So this is a very, very profitable business. If Government of India and the state government, they support slowly, a little push is required, and they encourage people that you please come, do the beneficiation, put up the pellet plants, and we will give you support, financial support. We will give you some subsidies. We will not charge any royalty on this product, but you cannot export. You have to sell within the country. That is the country's product, because we are supporting you so that we can make India totally Atmanirbhar. So this is my suggestion to all the August gathering, those who are listening me, because when we speak in such kind of webinars and such kind of forum where all the steel fraternity people are sitting, so one, you may not like my 100% of the views, but even if you like only 1%, so that 1% may change the entire country. So this is what I believe in. And that's why all these webinars are, and that's why we interact on a common platform, so that we can share our views with each other. Now, the next point here is, again, I'll touch a subject of coal gasification. You see, today, there are two issues in the country. One is people say hydrogen, people say CO2 footprint to be reduced, people say a neutral carbon country. I mean, all these things looks very nice when people speak, and it looks very nice. But even for 10 minutes, if there is no electricity in a house, we become uncomfortable. We become totally mad that why there is no power. We curse the government. We curse NTPC. We curse the grid people. We curse Power Grid Corporation of India. We curse the state government. Why is it so? It is because the comfort when we expect from a particular product like electricity, then we should also know that how it is being generated. So today, more than 70% of our electricity is thermal power. And this thermal power, why are we still thinking that coal is our enemy or coal is a villain in the total system? So coal is giving the same electricity to a patient who is admitted in hospital, same electricity to a school where the children are making their career, same electricity to the house where we build our dreams. So then why coal is bad? This is to be seen. Coal, also like gas or like crude, it is a fossil fuel. God has given enough to us. God is so kind that he has given so much of coal to India. Unfortunately, we Indians have not given a right value to the coal. We think that this is a dirty product and we should not use it. But I tell you, I'm advocating that we must use coal, and coal should be used in this country for next 100 years, so that we can build a fortune for the another 500 years for this country. And how the coal should be used, this is a difference. The difference is coal as a coal, burning in the boilers or burning in the furnaces, I do not recommend. What do I recommend? That coal, as clearly said by Honorable Prime Minister 2.5 years back when he was answering a question of a special correspondent, or you can say the Green Revolution correspondent, he asked him, that what are you going to do with the coal in India? Because this is not a human friendly. And very aptly, Prime Minister replied, no, coal has to be there. The uses, the applications, or the methodology is to be changed. We want to do gasification of coal. We want to utilize coal, not as coal, but as a coal gas. And this is where Mr. Modi told, I invite the technologists, the consultants, the equipment suppliers, the technology suppliers to come to India and to tell us how to utilize coal in a most environmental friendly manner. And this is what I suggest and I advocate. So the point here is, we in JSPL, we took a decision in 2007 that we will put a coal gasification unit, and based on that, we'll put up a DRI plant, first time in the world. There are so many questions in the minds of the people as to how will it work. So, but finally, we commissioned this plant in 2014. Unfortunately, we didn't have coal, and the Coal India's production was very low. They were unable to give us coal from one particular mines because we had to set the parameters right, and we didn't get coal. Now, blessings in disguise, the corona came, and when the corona came, the COVID came, we found this COVID has given some blessings also to us. Coal India had a stock of many million tons. And they came to us. They told, would you like to buy coal? Yes, why not? If you give us coal, we will start our gasification. Then, thanks to the chairman of Mahanadi Coalfield, who visited our plant, and he told, I have 7 mines within the vicinity of your plant, about 80 kilometers, within the 80 kilometers. You pick up any mine, any coal, I will give you the coal. Thanks to him. And he did it. And whatever he said, that he fulfilled. And today our plant is running because of a chairman of Mahanadi Coalfield. I'll not name the gentleman here, but because of him, we are running our coal gasification unit. High ash coal, we wash it, we use it, convert into syngas, where the gas is containing 60%, 58 to 60% of hydrogen, 28 to 29% of carbon monoxide, CH4 is about 6 to 7%, and balance is other gases like nitrogen, etc. We clean the gas through a very, very automatic cleaning system. Then we have the rectisol system. We take out the ammonia, we take out the sulfur as a metal and then as an element, and then finally we utilize this gas with only 2 ppm or less than sulfur, which is the ultra fine, super fine or refined gas. And that has also taught us why not to mix this synthesis gas with our coke oven gas. So today we are using 40% of coke oven gas and 60% of the coal gas, that is syngas, and we are running our plant at 225 ton per hour capacity. Our nameplate capacity is 250 ton per hour. We had some other issues, we'll resolve it, and hopefully very soon we'll reach to 100% capacity utilization of 250 ton per hour. We also declared another DRI plant in the same location, so that is likely to come by 2025, and we will use coal gasification system or coal gasification process to run our next gasification plant. Now coming back on electricity. Electricity today, if you see country average is about 32% efficiency of coal in the thermal power plants. If we can increase this efficiency by 1%, then we reduce CO2 emission by 2%. It is straight relation. Now, if we produce coal gas, that is syngas or producer gas, and we run a combined cycle power plant, then the efficiency levels can go up to 56%. GE has developed a system where in the combined cycle, they guarantee 60% efficiency. Now imagine, as against of 32%, if we get 60% efficiency level, that means the increase is 28%, that means 56% of CO2 emission is reduced. So this is the way forward. Next point. We always speak hydrogen. Where from the hydrogen will come? The technology suppliers, they want to sell their solar energy. They sell that, okay, you just put up the solar plants and then it will be total green energy and green hydrogen. We do not need green hydrogen. We need black hydrogen. What is that? The 2 Japanese companies, they have put up the plant in Australia to convert coal into hydrogen. When we convert coal into hydrogen, we will not say it is green because the source of energy is not solar, the source of energy is not wind, but source of energy is coal, basically. But this gives 95% of the conversion of carbon into a right energy. And this is where it comes in black, gray, red, yellow, white, whatever color we want to say, but not green, hydrogen. We can supply hydrogen to the country at just 2 rupees per kilo. Just 2 rupees per kilo. That is the story for tomorrow. We should not think for the hydrogen through solar, because solar is only in 25% part of the country which can generate solar. So the eco balance will be totally imbalanced. Rest 75%, the solar efficiency is less than 12%. If you want to have PLF of 25% or 27%, then the total land available in the country is only, the area available in the country is only 27%. So that also we have to understand. The other methodology we can get is through nuclear. But when we speak nuclear, people, they do not allow the nuclear plant to come in the country. That is another issue. So the end solution is what? The end solution is only one. Coal, coal to gas, gas to DRI, DRI to steel. Coal to gas, gas to DRI, gas to ethanol. Coal to syngas, syngas to combined cycle power plants. That's all, that is power, electricity generation. coal to gas, gas to fertilizers, coal to gas, gas to oil, diesel, petrol through the CTL route. That is the solution. Then there are two more technologies which are existing today. I'll not take much of your time. One is coal-fired methane, which is already working, and where we take out CH4 under the ground, and we do not take out any coal or any ash, and the earth is remained as earth. The other area is to go for the underground coal gasification, wherein we go as deep as possible wherever the seams are, and we can convert coal into gas under the ground. So these are the two technology also available. People, those who believe or those who support environment in a different way, I also support, but my support is very practical. And if somebody wants to make a carbon neutral country, that I do not recommend. And I do not feel that India should think on this carbon neutralization. It will be very difficult for us to sustain and survive. So we have to use the gift of God given to us, and that is coal. Now, one more point, last point, I will not take much time. If the world is so sensitive about coal, why the developed countries like America, Australia, Russia, why don't they stop their coal mines tomorrow? They will not stop their coal mines because that is the livelihood for them. So whether burning coal in the rest of the world or burning coal in America or burning coal in Australia, same thing. So it does not meet out the right perspective. Then what should be the solution? The solution is only one. We in India should convert coal to gas, gas to DRI, coal to gas, gas to hydrogen. And that will make our life much more comfortable in times to come. And perhaps this is the only way this is the only mission or only matter behind the reply of Honorable Prime Minister when he said that we want to gasify our coal. Government of India has already declared 100 million ton coal will be gasified. So few of the plants like Talcher and other fertilizer plants are being built on the coal gasification technology. So I wish that this technology flourishes and all coal pit head based power plant and pit head based steel plant should come in times to come. We should not transport coal from central part or eastern part of India, from Odisha to Tamil Nadu or Odisha to Punjab or Srinagar or Rajasthan. We should transport electricity. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. And as usual, you had a mix and match of both the futuristic and the realistic together. What is realistic need not necessarily be futuristic, but you brought a convergence of realistic and futuristic technologies together. It is true today. If you look at manufacturing hydrogen from electrolysis, it is terribly, terribly expensive. You cannot think of it. So I'm sure a few questions must be there for Mr. Sharma. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, do you want to ask? Then Subrata, would you like to ask a question? Dr. Mukesh Kumar?
No, I think what Sarmaji has told, this is the right thing, because coal gasification is going to be our future. And
Namaskar. Sorry, I forgot to wish you.
Thank you. So what Sarmaji has told, that is very right, that coal gasification has to be future. But only challenge is what Sarmaji also has told is the technology availability, because our ores are very high in ash content. So it requires beneficiation and other things. So some technology need to be developed where high grade, high ash coal can be fed directly into the gasifier. Some of the European country like in Netherlands and other places, Sarmaji, has already developed some technology, and some efforts under Prime Minister guidance is going on in Simfer and other places also, where we can directly gasify coal having ash content beyond 45% also. So if that type of technologies are available, yes, this will see a future. But presently, what's this in JSPL also has seen, if good quality, sustained quality coal is not available, then running gasification plants are very, very difficult. So some policy change in coal allocation also is required, so that if somebody is putting a gasification plant, they should get a sustained good quality coal, because we have number of coal fields which are having low in ash content up to 30-32%, and there are large opportunity available, but only some policy intervention is required there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Mr. Saminathan, Subrata.
And then, hello.
Yeah, Subrata, please go ahead.
I have
Yeah,
actually,
please go ahead.
What Mr. said is absolutely right, but one or two questions. Actually, we know that coal gas was used long time back, perhaps everybody knows, as producer gas or coal gas for cooking purpose in Calcutta. There was a company, Oriental Gas Company. So, but as over the years, this whole technology has been lost. So again, with JSPL's efforts, this is being converted into a syngas. Basically, coal to gas used to be there for domestic purposes, and that we lost the connection, and that's the only thing. But as Mr. Mukesh Kumar also said, Doctor, the coal washery business has to be part of the unit, I think, because JSPL also has a washery. So wash the high ash coal to an acceptable limit. Thank you.
Yes, Sharma Sahab. Sharma Sahab, can you hear us? I think he is muted. Yes.
Yes, please. Yes. Yeah.
So, Mr. Ravindranath, any question from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel? Which
Good evening to all, and thank you, Sharma ji. You have given a nice insight of the coal gasification. I saw the coal gasification which was running at the place Babel. I visited there that time, and was because of the coal issues, it was not running continuously. But later on, you made it possible, and have given a very good what you call as introduction to the other industries and industry people also. The coal gasification is the right one which you have to work upon, and going towards rather the 300 million production by 2030. This is one of the main points we should rather talk about, and some policy decisions has to come, and definitely have to work towards that, and more coal gasifications has to come in future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravindranath. Anything that Mr. Indrajit Paul, Tata Steel would like to add? What is the philosophy at Tata Steel? Mr. Paul? Mr. Indrajit Paul, can you hear us? No. Mr. Indrajit Paul? I don't think he can. Okay. Any other question? Anrin, would you like to ask anything, or anyone else would like to ask anything? Mr. Murugan, could you share JSW's thought? Bhattanagar sab, ek minute time de dijiye, main JSW se ek baar pooch leta hu. Mr. Murugan, what is JSW's view on what is Sajanji? What does Sajanji think on the whole philosophy of using coal gas? What is the philosophy at JSW?
Good evening, Mr. Nirmal.
Yeah.
You are able to hear me?
Yes. Yeah. My question was, what is the philosophy of JSW as far as, you are expanding to, let's say, as the largest steel maker in India, close to 40 million tons of production. So to achieve that, obviously, you have to look at alternate avenues. Are you also, whenever you are looking at combination of technologies as far as coal gasification is concerned, is there a thought clearly on Sajanji's mind with regard to this?
Yeah, I think India as a nation, when it moves forward, the way forward is to reduce the CO2 emissions. In fact, we are looking at various, the green steel technologies, be it on the hydrogen or on the oxygen fuel kind of thing. So we are exploring all the possibilities, because we know as a group, when we have to sustain on a long term, in a given condition like India, where environment, this thing, it needs to be taken care of as per the commitment given by the country. We need to move towards a technology wherein, even if it is at a cost, that you need to have the CO2 emission control. So we are looking for the clean steel manufacturing technology. The exploration is on, and I'm sure that it's a matter of time in some of the places you will start seeing that the JSW manufacturing the clean steel.
Thank you, Mr. Murugan. Now let me just inform you, Mr. Murugan He is the president designate of JSW Vijayanagar plant. So he is going to handle the entire JSW Vijayanagar plant. So whatever brownfield expansion will take place at Vijayanagar, Mr. Murugan will be heading the entire plant. And in fact, when I spoke to Mr. Jayant Acharya and Dr. Noal, both of them, in fact, both of them, without any doubt, just recommended Mr. Murugan as today's panelist. So both Dr. Noal, I'm thankful to Dr. Noal and Mr. Jayantacharya, both of them, because both of them took one name, that is Mr. Murugan's name. So I'm so happy that Mr. Murugan, you stand high in as far as recommendation in the company is concerned. So it's very nice of you that you have joined. You are there for our previous webinar as well. So a warm welcome to you once again. And Andrin, anything that you want to ask?
Yes, I mean, just as of always, Mr. Sharma always hits the nail at the right place, especially in terms of the virtue signaling on the Western countries related to hydrogen. Whereas though this is more of a political agenda right now, rather than a real agenda, because if you see the politicians who are preaching about hydrogen, they're traveling by their own private jets. So it doesn't make any sense. So I don't have any problems related to people going in their private planes, but I have the problem when they try to virtue signal related to carbon dioxide. And especially the countries on the West have so far used coal to their fullest extent to come to the economic situation that they are in. And now they are trying to virtue signal to reduce the use of coal, which is a pretty bad idea for the world, in my opinion.
Thank you, Andrin. And the senior most person on this panel, Mr. Deepak Bhatnagar, is waiting for a long time. Sir, मैं आपसे माफी चाहता हूँ कि आपको मैं भूल गया था कि आप सवाल पूछना चाहते थे. Sir, the floor is yours.
Yes, I must, on behalf of Pellets Association, I would like to really express our grateful thanks to Mr. Sharma, because whatever I had to speak, he has stolen the thunder from my talk, and he has said the very wise words. The only problem, in at least half a dozen webinars last 2 years, some of them by this steel and metallurgy, everybody talks that, we have 3,000 million tons of 300 million tons of fine ore, or maybe 160 million tons of fine ore dumped. But, as Mark Twain once said that, everybody talks about the rotten English weather, but nobody does anything about it. So I'm just asking Mr. Sharma, कि इतने दिन से इस बारे में बात हो रही है, and you have said one golden sentence, and which I think you can reach through Mr. Modi. There should be some incentive so that this low grade or medium grade iron ore fines lying on the dumps can get beneficiated, converted into pellets. And the only one answer is that you have zero royalty on this. This is a very bold step. Nobody will agree. But I'm sure with stalwarts like Mr. Sharma, who have gone ahead with coal gasification, जरूर हो सकता है. इसमें एक ही प्रॉब्लम है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को दिक्कत है. Now, how do you solve that? ये in every webinar ये बोलते हैं लोग, but कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. रॉयल्टी बढ़ती चली जा रही है, 20% से कम नहीं होती. तो फिर कौन बेनिफिशिएट करेगा? 117 million tons of beneficiation capacity lying in the country, except for big companies like ArcelorMittal and all, सब बंद पड़ी है. कोई मतलब नहीं है. Government gave an incentive of 7.5% to 2%. Import duty नहीं लगाएंगे beneficiation. आ गए beneficiation plant, चलते नहीं. This is something we have to think of. इतने स्टॉलवर्ड्स इस स्टेज पे हैं साहब, कुछ करिए सर. हम तो जैसे इन्होंने कहा आई एम द ओल्डेस्ट मेंबर, हमारा दिल दुखता है, बस यही बात.
शर्मा साहब.
शर्मा साहब,
देखिए ऐसा है साहब, जो बता रहे हैं बिल्कुल ठीक है. हमें वी हैव टू, जो इनका दिल दुख रहा है, जो वर्ड बोला बिल्कुल ठीक दुख रहा है. तो दिल दुख भी रहा है, धड़क भी रहा है देश के लिए. तो व्हाट वी हैव टू डू, we have to do the beneficiation. We have to do everything. Okay, one more thing I tell you. Anybody in the country who says that CO2 emission should be reduced or stopped, then today they should stop ordering the new blast furnaces. This means they are telling one thing and they are doing another thing. Anybody is putting a coke oven plant today. Anybody is putting a sinter plant today. Anybody is adding a blast furnace today. That means for next 25 years, that plant is wedded to blast furnaces. So problem in our country is that we speak very fancy languages, very sexy languages, but we do not act upon them. So my request to all of the fraternity, steel fraternity, that if there is any consensus to be made today, then let us stop adding the blast furnace. Let us stop adding the sinter plants. Let us stop adding the coke ovens. I will tell you one example. One of very large steel mill in Japan, they contacted us. They told us that can you put up a DRI plant based on coal gasification in India for us in our premises, in JSPL premises. I asked them that what is the meaning? What do you do? They told we will have to stop the sinter plants in times to come. And government has given the deadline that in the following years, you will have to stop the sinter plants. So now what is the answer? So answer is either we will use the pellets or we will use the DRI. So you give us HBI and we will use this HBI into our electric arc furnaces. We'll use this HBI up to 20% in our BOF shops, in basic oxygen furnaces. And we are talking to them very seriously. We already have an NDA done. That's why I'm not telling the name of the company. And hopefully we'll be putting 2 plants for them in India, not 1. We'll be putting 2 plants for them in times to come. And both will be producing HBI. So my point here is that the whole world is running with the blast furnaces. Nobody is converting the blast furnace into electric arc furnace. My one more suggestion to the induction furnaces team. This PLI, they should use it. They should use it that we are going to make the alloy steel, and now we are stopping our induction furnace and putting an electric arc furnace. So the entire kitty of the country of 6,600 crore they can utilize. So all the small and medium scale people, I'm telling for their benefit. They should utilize this by changing, by converting, shifting from induction furnaces to electric arc furnaces where they will make the alloy steel. That is the requirement of the country. I don't know whether government of India has considered this thing or not, but yes, government of India has definitely considered that this scheme is valid for alloy steel manufacturing. So it's the right time for them to graduate from induction furnaces to electric arc furnaces. And each and every steel mill in the country should have at least 50% of steel through the EAF route, electric arc furnaces. But unfortunately, what is happening? Most of the bigger steel mills, most of the plants, they are putting blast furnace after blast furnace, blast furnace after blast furnace, and nobody is adding electric arc furnaces. That is very unfortunate. And the hydrogen technology may come in 2050 or 2070 or 2080. By that time, the steel consumption will go down below 1 billion ton, below 1,000 million ton, because most of the developments in the world will be over. And as per the data issued by International Monetary Fund, that the 6 countries which are going to lose their population with negative population, and India is one of them. China is also one of them. Southeast Asian, there are 3 countries, those are one of them. So this is what going to happen as per the IMF report. So this is a data which is available on Google, on public platform, you can always see. So this means that the steel consumption will go down in times to come. So we will reach to 2.2 billion ton steel, and we will come down to 1 billion ton steel in future. And automatically everything will be cooled down. So this is what we must see, we must try. But as an Indian, I'm telling you, the answer to Indian economy is to utilize coal. We must utilize coal. That's all.
Thank you, Sarma Saab. Mr. Subbarao, would you like to add anything? Mr. Swaminathan, would you like to add anything?
Nothing, sir, from my side. I would like to add one question to Mr. Sharma ji.
Actually, sir, you said well said that all pellets to be utilized within India because the most of the steel industries are eastern side, and the some of the pellet industries also not nearby. So how do we say that okay that the pellets can be utilized in all the steel industries across the India wherever we produce? At what cost? Cost is another factor wherein the logistics and the cost plays a vital role in getting the pellets. Can you throw some light on this?
Yes, sir. I will tell you. See, look, there are three things in it. One is not everybody has the captive iron ore. Out of 5-6 major steel plants, maybe only 4 they have the captive iron ore, and the other 2 plants they don't have. Number one. Number two, the induction furnaces people they do not have their iron ore. Then what to do? How to grow? When we want to reach to 300 million ton, if everybody wants iron ore block, that may not be available. It will be very difficult for government also and for an individual also to enter into a mining business. So what we have to do, we have to find out a balance. One, we have to stop the export of iron ore. This is one. Then number two, we have to produce pellets from the iron ore fines. Number three, when we use iron ore fines, anybody is having blast furnace, they can use pellets into blast furnace. Pellet is a pellet. Blast furnace is having a pellet feed. It is a very good feed. Then next is all DRI plants, whether it is rotary kiln or it is vertical shaft. You can use the pellets. And number three, these pellets can also be utilized by giving a agglomeration in a newly developed technology by VI, and that is now prime metal, that is Cercofer. Cercofer, it was invented in 1991, but this was modified and the first plant was installed in what do you call? I forgot the name of the nation. I'll just in Venezuela. So that we should use. And now Chinese are doing one step ahead. What they are doing, they have made a pellet plants coupled with a rotary hearth DRI plant. So each plant is having a capacity of 0.8 million ton. So what they do, they take the iron ore fines, beneficiated iron ore fines, and they take the green pellets to a oven, and then finally this oven feeds to the buckets in the DRI plant, and they make directly DRI. So this is what another technology. Then we all know that the technologies like Finex and the technology like Kobe that they have developed for utilizing of iron ore fines into making steel, they are also still existing. Magma is the another technology in Russia, which is also converting directly iron ore into the fines into pig iron. So these are the technologies for the future, which I feel. So coming back to your question, if I understood correctly, that the only giving the rebate on the import of equipment or on import of some of the technology or the custom duty, that is not sufficient. In my view, the iron ore should be free from any royalty in case it is fines. Yes, it's lump, it is okay. And iron ore fines more than 61% can have half of the duty of lumps. And anything which is less than 60% should have zero royalty. This is my point of view. And then we can definitely feed the country as a whole.
Thank you, Sarma Sahab. And I think all of us completely agree with you, because we are actually utilizing the resources which otherwise the nation would have lost. So there must be some incentive behind utilization of the resources. It is actually converting the waste into wealth. So I think all of us agree with you on this point. Absolutely. But I did not get a view from Tata Steel. Mr. Indrajit Paul, can you hear us? Mr. Paul, are you there? I can see you.
Now I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Now yeah, my first question is, how much does Tata Steel captively consume fines for your, as the head of the pellet plant, you'll be able to give us an idea how much of captive fines do you use from your mines and how much of fines do you buy?
As a Tata Steel, we use as of now the entire supply of fines from the mines is used for making sinter and pellets, and the balance with respect to lumps. So, if you talk of the reference plant with respect to Jamshedpur, we roughly have 8 million ton sinter plants together with 4 units of sinter machines, and one pellet plant which is roughly 7 million ton. So we together make or manage the entire sinter and pellet burden for Jamshedpur units. For Kalinganagar and for the Angul units, we have sinter plant as of now, and we are planning to have the pellet plants over there also. So Kalinganagar pellet plant is on the roll. Maybe in a year or so it will be up and running. So that is the next vision that we have with respect to pellets. So in short, what I can tell that entire fines that we produce, we consume in our agglomerates unit in Jamshedpur, also in Kalinganagar for our own mines.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we'll move ahead with the next speaker, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, who is passionate about DRI and he is passionate of this subject. So, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, the floor is now yours. And let me once again introduce Dr. Mukesh Kumar, though he needs no introduction. Dr. Mukesh Kumar is the Director of Steel Research and Technology Mission of India, SRTMI, under the aegis of Ministry of Steel, Government of India. And the primary, I would say, mission of SRTMI was and is to promote indigenous technology. So I'm sure Mukesh Kumar ji will also highlight how we could develop indigenous pelletization technology rather than buy it from Metso Autotech or Primetal's circular pelletization technology, which is meant for the very large size pellet plants. For the medium size, smaller size pellet plants, I'm sure Dr. Mukesh Kumar will be finding out ways and means to find out technology providers for the same. Over to you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar.
Hope I am audible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you are absolutely audible.
Thank you very much. And Sarmaji has told so many, all the technical and economical factors about use of coal, about use of iron ore. But I will start from mainly I will try to focus on the iron ore side, because in the past, lot of hue and cry was there, whether there should be an export of iron ore, whether there should be export of pellets. Somebody is saying we should put duties, somebody says we should ban it. But one thing we have to keep in mind, sir, this industry has to grow. Today, we are producing around 100 to 105 million ton of steel. And when we are producing around 100 to 105 million ton of steel, around 25 million ton is coming from the steel scrap route. So balance is around only 75 to 80 million ton steel is there, which is dependent on our iron ores. And if we consider that thing 75 to 80 million ton, then iron ore require, even if we consider around 1.6 is the conversion factor for the iron, 1.5, 1.6. So we can say maximum we have requirement of around 140 to 150 million ton of iron ore available. Whereas our production is around in excess of 200. Last time it has been reduced because people have tried to use the past mined out iron ore area. So what we should do with this iron ore, sir? Should we allow export to continue, or should we allow pelletization industry to come to our rescue and convert into pellets and then do the export, means value addition? Just by putting ban or by putting additional duties on this thing, whether it will be in the interest of the mining industry or not, that need to be studied in detail. Because last 1 year was the period when prices has gone up. because mainly why prices has gone up, because mining which were allocated earlier were closed from March 2020, and then they were given around 7 month time to take out their mined out portion. So before closing the mines, they have done additional whatever mining they could have done, and all these ore were available, and people have tried to use this thing as an opportunity for export. But if we see last few months, the prices again has started coming down. So in my opinion, a holistic view need to be taken, but by putting ban or by putting restriction or putting duties, I don't think that may serve our purpose. Now, can you see my slide, please?
Yes.
Yes, but it is not full screen. Can you make it full screen?
I am trying to make it. Now it is okay.
Yes. Now it is full
Yeah.
screen.
Just see what few things are there which we have to keep it in mind. Suppose we want to ensure a sustainable future should be there for the steel industry. Right now, as I already given you the background, we are targeting by 300 million ton capacity we want to create by 2030-31. But that time also, our finished steel production will be around 230 million ton. And even if we consider that 60-65% may come from the iron ore route, so this thing will be around 60 into 230, around 140-150 million ton of steel can be produced by BF route. Since our requirement is increasing at a rate of 6 to 7%, so today the major challenge is, can we go to other alternative technology like gas-based DRI? Because on one hand, we are having a pressure of decarbonization of the iron and steel industry. On the other hand, we have target to meet our domestic requirement of the steel. And if we want to meet our domestic requirement of the steel, we cannot stop expansion. And what is the alternative available to us? As Sarmaji also has told, gasification technology may be one of the alternative, but technologies for gasifications are not available. GSPL plant is the only plant. Second rescue comes about the natural gas, but natural gas also is not available in the country. People who have put up the plant based on the natural gas have suffered a lot because the natural gas was not made available, and they were forced to look for alternate source of the gases, like ArcelorMittal has put Corex furnaces, they are using Corex. JSW has put Coke oven unit, and then they are using Coke oven gas, like this. So there are limitations available. Presently, to me, if you ask, we don't have any other route because other than blast furnace and BOF route. But if we want to go with blast furnace and BOF route, we have to see that our focus should remain on on decarbonization. And decarbonization, once we are using carbon as a source of producing steel, then the only option left is our carbon capture and utilization. Carbon capture utilization is coming as a major focus area. And if we can bring focus on that, yes, we can meet both the requirement, our steel production requirement also, minimizing carbon dioxide emission reduction also, as well as converting those carbon dioxide into usable gas. So then, as he mentioned, that low grade iron ore are available. I just wanted to inform to all the members, for panelists and the listeners also. Recently, Parliamentary Committee on Steel and Coal, they debated a lot on this thing. We had a discussion in the Ministry of Steel also. Then Parliamentary Committee on Steel and Coal has recommended what Mr. Sharma was telling, that Ministry of Mines should look into establishing a policy framework where this industry can be incentivized by giving capital subsidy, by giving viability gap funding, by giving tax rebates, by reducing royalty. But they told Ministry of Mines should look into all those things and should come out with a policy framework so that whatever this low grade ore and fines which are getting accumulated over mines should not get accumulated and should be converted from beneficiation through beneficiation and agglomeration, and it can be utilized. So this recommendation has already gone. Recently, we have prepared a report on circular economy because Honorable Prime Minister has made 11 committees on circular economy, in which ferrous and non-ferrous also is one of the area. So we actively worked on that thing. Recently, we have submitted our report. There also we have recommended that this area is there, which need to be looked into. And unless some policy framework to incentivize this industry is brought in, these ores cannot be liquidated. So there is a need to bring these things, sir. Then need for transportation of iron ore 5 is there. Some people have already put like pipelines and other things, and they are using it. Then another thing came, whether we should go for sinter or should go with pelletization. When we are looking for decarbonization of the steel industry, Sarmaji will agree with me that sintering may not be the right route. Ji. People have increased productivity of the blast furnace by increasing pellet feed in the blast furnace. Ji. Then pelletization may be one of the best route. By that time, because government of India is also trying to increase my gas-based economy from 5% to 15%, so maybe some gas also may be available. And in the meantime, lot of work is going on coal gasification, so syn gas also may be available. So in my opinion, gas-based pelletization and this thing will also see a lot of incorporation in time to come. So a technological intervention is must if we want to go ahead for a sustainable steel industry. Now, where is the challenges? People have told somebody told we don't have iron ore and other things. But if you see, our iron ore over obvious geological potential area is around 7,000 square kilometer. And only what we are doing mining is only in 947.23 square kilometer. That is 13% of the total obvious geological potential area is being utilized, is being mined. And there also we are crying that we should ban export, or we should put this thing duties and other things here. So there are a lot of opportunities are there. So we have to bring a focus on exploration of the iron ore so that more and more mines can come. And this is the right time. What Sarmaji has told, after some time, our steel requirement may go down from 2.2 billion ton to only 1 billion ton, and that this ore may not be of any use at that time, because that time scrap will be available. So this is the time when we should try to see what best we can do is. Because, you know, in the eastern side, when coal is available, iron ore is available, there was some focus on exploration. So that's why the resources has been increased from 12.9 million ton to around 22.5 million ton. But if you see on the other side, magnetite ore is available on the western side. Whether any exploration initiative has been taken there to increase the resources of the magnetite or to use the magnetite, you will see in the during same period, only 1% increase in resources is there for magnetite. So this ore also is lying there. If we start using pelletization, and because beneficiation of magnetite ore is very easy, and if we use magnetite, lot of heat will be saved in magnetite ore, and this can also add in our effort towards decarbonization of industry. So you know that only 91% of the ore is lying in 4 states only. So that's why these states are getting more and more auction. But we should look into other side also, like Karnataka, Goa, and other areas. Another important thing I just want to tell why beneficiation is necessary, because grades and lump percentage is decreasing continuously. Government has announced on 25th April 2018 that threshold limit has been changed to 45%. So now a compulsion is there. We cannot throw ore of 58% or 57% just as a overburden on this thing. So in my opinion, pelletization, beneficiation will be a necessity for the steel industry of tomorrow. It is not like that we can live without this thing. This everybody knows. We are having 4 zones. Only right now we are concentrating on zone A and zone B. So we are having around 32 million ton of ore available with us. So 32 million ton, if we see the total resources, 33.2676 is there. But then why we are harping? We say we are just concentrating on 5.422. So our objective should be to see that this all 33 can be converted into the reserve category, and there is no vacuum or there is no shortage of iron ore, neither for the export, nor for the pelletization industry, not for any other industry. Recently, we made one study that if we change cutoff from 58% to 45%, how the reserves quantity goes up. So in some of the mines of the sale, we did, and we found that reserves can increase either in some cases from, say, if we go from 64% cutoff to 45% cutoff, so it goes from 50 million ton to 50 million ton, means around 3 times 4-fold increase coming there. So once threshold limit has come, and threshold limit is saying that we have to use ore up to 45%, intervention of the advanced technology is must, so that this ore is available for all the industry. What Sarmaji has told very rightly, because we are blessed with a very good quality of iron ore that is having 64% iron. But if you see in other countries, it is not there. People are using 48%, 56%, 52%, even 38, 35 also people are using. If those countries are using those type of ore, why we are so we are not throwing these things as a wasteful material. So there is a need. If we want to increase circular economy, we want to move from this thing a environmental friendly mining and steel industry. We have to consider that zero waste approach has to be adopted. There is nothing. Another thing I just wanted to add here is in our mines area, lot of overburden is coming out. We are not accounting that thing. Even overburden in our mines is having over around 53, 54%, 55%. So if those overburden also can be utilized, more and more fines and more ore can be available. And this also can generate a lot of opportunity as well as opportunity for pelletization industry. And world, we have seen in our country in blast furnace, we have a productivity of around 2.5. If go to sale, then it is 1.7, 1.8. But by increasing your pellets to 40% or 50% or even 60, 70%, people have increased the productivity to almost double. From 2 to 3.5, 4 also people have gone. And with that, considerable reduction in CO2 also has come. So in my opinion, time has come when we should look all overburden, low grade ore, and slimes and ponds which are lying in there should be consumed. So what opportunities are available? Number one, utilization of low grade ore, iron up to 45, 50% and silica 15%. Another thing is there is a practice, people ask for the tailing pond. And we have seen everywhere people, Brazil failure, where hundreds of people have died. So in our report, we have recommended that practice of wet tailing pond need to be discouraged. And people should be asked to go for a dry type of stacking so that that material either can be used for backfilling of the area or it can be utilized by like cement industry and other things, because it is having iron around 40, 45%. It can be a source of laterite, which is generally taken by the cement industry. So that also can be utilized. Similarly, in various plants, lot of fines are getting generated. And as Sarmaji has told, most of the plants are having lot of fines available in their plant. So there is a practice of micro pelletization and pelletization. If that also come, that also can reduce my fresh ore requirement by going and through the zero waste approach. Some deposits are there where high phosphorus is there. A technological intervention is required to treat that type of ore also. Then need for alternative technology. In time to come, lot of people are working like magma. Sarmaji has told magma technology is there, which Russia has working. And they are using, instead of cooling water, they are using sodium as a coolant. That's why they reduce the requirement of refractory and other things. They have already developed the concept. If this type of technology come, we need not to go for pelletization. That time we can avoid pelletization. But right now, these technologies have not been proven commercially. So till those technologies are proven commercially, we have to continue. Similarly, DC plasma arc furnace technology has come. This is from Finland. Then molten oxide electrolysis technologies are coming. So technologies are coming in time to come, maybe take 5 years, 10 years. If those type of technologies are developed, we may not require pelletization and other things and directly feed fine ore. But low grade ore utilization will be possible through these technologies, sir. So this is everybody has seen this Brazil failure where more than 290 people died. Earlier they reported 50, but when last it was reported, it was more than 290. So in my opinion, tailing pond and slime pond should not be encouraged and should be discouraged. And if possible, a ban should be put on putting new tailing ponds on this thing, sir. Now I'm coming to the this thing side. People are saying a lot of export has taken place. If you see the last history, Indian iron ore export, it was going around 20-25 million ton. It was only in 21 because of the closure of the mines, extra iron ore was available and then some smelting market was available. So this has gone to around 46 million ton. But if you see now the trend which is going from March to June, iron ore as well as pellet both have started reducing. And I hope, because already we have exported 31 million ton in the first half and balance half, maybe around 50% of that may be done. So in time to come, export of the iron ore is automatically decreasing, mainly because of two reasons. Because China is putting a penalty that they don't want to, they are cutting down the steel production capacity. At the same time, they are discouraging use of low grade ore. So in time to come, there will be a requirement of high grade ore for which we already have a panel, this thing. So now there is a need. Why price difference is there? Why, if you see the Karnataka and eastern side, there is a price difference of more than 3,000 rupees. Why that price is there? Because Karnataka has put a condition that they can use that ore in that region only. That if you see the trend there from last 1 year, price has never crossed more than 5,000 rupees or 6,000 rupees. Whereas on the eastern side, our price has gone to around 9,000 or 10,000 rupees. In my opinion, some government intervention is required like this place here also, so that the price so much this thing there should be a parity between the two Karnataka southern side as well as the eastern side, and pelletization industry which are located in both the side should look into this thing, should take the advantage. So now just this is my final slide. I feel future outlook for pelletization. There is a continuous focus on increasing pellet in blast furnace feed, because it will help in improving productivity, minimizing coke consumption, and avoiding environmental issue. So more and more pellets need to come. There is a continuous focus to use pellets in DRI due to non-availability of calibrated liquid or calibrated ore. Hence, more pelletization can be utilized. So today the industry which is running at 70-75% can go to around 80-90%, and more industry can come. There is a focus to increase gas-based production. If we have to increase from 5 to 15%, again, that will require pellets. Even if we have to go gasification, again, that will require pellets. Due to the downward trend of lump repair from iron ore produced from the globe, pellet will be a future steel making technology that nobody can avoid. So in brief, I can say, considering the increasing demand of pellets with opportunities to utilize low-grade ore, there is a need to incentivize beneficiation and pelletization industry so that low-grade ore, overburden lying in various mines, can be utilized and sustainability in the steel industry can be ensured. Thank you very much, sir. If we do this thing, I think we will be in a position to create a sustainable world by utilizing, and we will go green also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Very thought-provoking. And I remember in early 2000, Ministry of Steel had taken a very special initiative to primarily promote domestic pelletization technologies, for which the ministry on its own undertook organizing a few workshops to develop local pellet producing technologies which are eco-friendly, at the same time economic, because as I mentioned, the minimum size perhaps
1 million.
circular 1 million or 1.2 million tons is what the circular pelletization plant of Primetals is available. They cannot go beyond that configuration or lower configuration. So this is definitely something which we need to develop in this country.
One thing just I wanted to add, Mukherjee Sahab, the Ministry of Steel has tried a lot. Even Mekon was encouraged to take up this vision. But in our country, only problem is we are lacking in capital equipment manufacturing as well as scaling up capabilities. We have done a lot of laboratory scale pellet plant generation and other things. But when the question comes from converting from laboratory scale to the commercial scale, we don't have that scalable capability, and that's why we failed there, sir. So although efforts have been made, but today, right now, we don't see much opportunity where we can say a plant of 1 million ton or 2 million ton can be built with indigenous technologies.
Dr. Mukesh Kumar, the situation is like what our hotel industry is in.
Yeah.
When I talk to my friends in Europe, in Primetals, in Danelli, in Tenova, in SMS, when they come to India, they say the biggest challenge we face in India is there are only two classes of hotels in India, either high class or no class.
Look.
Either no class or high class. So there is nothing in between. So you have a few individual pellet technology companies which are available, which are, I would say, at the micro level, or 1 million ton plus capability. There is nothing in between. So that is where we lack. And I'm sure in the days to come, we will have solutions available because, as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. So we have the necessity to utilize our finds, to use them sensibly. And this is the only way we can do it. Maybe Andrin, could you highlight us what Europe is doing as far as the smaller companies in Europe are concerned to develop pelletization technologies for countries?
Well, in terms of pelletization technology, maybe you're aware that, can you see me?
No, I can hear you.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, now.
Okay. So in terms of, is there, wait.
In terms
Okay,
of,
sorry. That was the webinar was in two devices, in the computer as well as in the phone. Sorry. Okay. So as you may be aware that in case of Europe, in itself, inside Europe, there are not many pelletization plants at all. Inside Europe is a major importer of pellets. The only pelletization plants that are located in Europe nearly is all in Ukraine. The companies like Ferrexpo, ArcelorMittal, and Metinvest, they have their pelletization plants. But however, when it comes to pelletization, there is an alternative technology that we and with other companies because trying to develop. That's in terms of also briquetting, because pelletization itself is a capex intensive process. And in case of if you don't have mines nearby, bringing the ore here in case of in a country like Europe, in a continent like Europe, and making pelletization, then there is not many footprint also available to set up an industry is not a very very lucrative option in terms of economics. So that's why I personally think that Europe will never be able to a pellet manufacturer. What Europe is good at is providing technology to the whole world. But inside, and I also think that if you look at the news, every 2 or 3 months, one small steel plants in Europe is being closed. But still there is the heavy the quota allocation for European imports. For the last couple of 4 or 5 months, German rebar plants have stopped orders of taking orders for rebar, and their prices for construction projects are escalated so many folds. So the steel policy of Europe is not, in my opinion, the best. So as we used to say before, look west, the time has come to right now look east. The countries like India, China, and other places like Malaysia, Vietnam, which are going to be the consumers and producers. So that's my opinion in this way.
Thank you, Andrej. In fact, I think Dr. Bandyopadhyay has a question. Dr. Bandyopadhyay.
Yes, sir. I have a question. We are talking of strategies and all that. Those are all fine. And Dr. Mukesh, I am in full agreement with whatever you have said so far. And my own presentation will be on this part of the treatment of fine ore. But main question which we are not at all addressing is environmental clearance. That's a very serious issue, and many projects are stuck up only because of environmental clearance. So what is the solution so far as how does your organization from the top view, how does it address this particular issue? There's a problem of land, there's a problem of water, there's a problem of getting clearances to the gram panchayats and all that. So that is holding up projects for years. We are working on an alumina project, one of your favorite areas, and it is stuck up for the last 3 years because of environmental pollution. And that company is such a big company, that too is not able to break through. So what is the strategic intent or strategic consideration for such a situation?
Bandyopadhyay sir, regarding iron ore, we have given certain recommendation. We discussed with Ministry of Steel and we told, what are the main worries the villagers or the societies are having. The main question came mainly two. Number one, large uses of the water. That is their one concern. And second is when we are putting tailing ponds and we are putting dikes and other things, several times leakage and everything takes place there. That polluted the river and other things. It is the past, you can say our predecessors have established such a record that nobody is going to believe us that what we are saying that is a right or wrong, unless it is mandated through a strict rules and other things. That's why I told if we are going to adopt a principle of zero discharge, zero waste, and not having any tailing pond and tailing dams, go with the dry disposal type of thing. I think a lot of technologies are available, and if this type of approach are taken, then lot of environmental issues can be addressed there, sir. Similarly, like in alumina also, you told alumina also, the main issue comes from the red mud side, because red mud disposal is there. But nowadays we are finding technologies where red mud also can be utilized in cement manufacturing. But only thing is that most of these plants are coming in areas where education level is very, very low and political intervention is also very high. And people are taking to their advantage. So that is becoming an issue. But in case we follow the principle of 6R, that is reduce, recycle, reuse, recover, redesign, remanufacture, and achieve a zero waste approach, I think a lot of issues will be resolved, sir. And similarly for zero waste, today if you go in any iron ore beneficence plant who are using wet, just see how much they are having. Even if you take the example of KOICL is there, around more than 300 million ton of tailings are lying there. How much big area has been occupied by that thing, sir. So we have to see how best parallelly we can use these type of tailings and other things for your land road construction, filling areas and other things also, if we are meeting the threshold limit. So some thought has to be given by the industry also, and some has to be taken from there also. That is my thinking.
Yeah, I'm tempted to ask Mr. V.S. Sharma and also Mr. Subbarao later, just after that, because I think one of the few companies which have suffered the most is JSPL because of wrong policies, and JSPL had suffered without any fault of theirs on allocation of mines. And similarly, KIOCL is one company which had to go through legal litigations and suffer a lot, having no fault of theirs. So first, I would request Mr. Sharma and then Mr. Subbarao to address what the way forward. How could you effectively, get through this challenge?
Thank you so much. You see, there are two issues here. Number one, we have to see what is the intention of government. Government wants to reach to 300 million ton capacity build-up by 2030. That means only 9 years are left. And by 2025, we should be somewhere about at least 180 million tons. By 2028, we should be somewhere about 250 million tons. Now, government is inciting or attracting people for the greenfield projects, whereas the brownfield projects are already suffering. So the greenfield projects here means new land, new piece of land, new right of way, new water management, and then finally new railway line and all these things. So this is going to take a lot of time. Now, what Mr. Bandyopadhyay is telling is correct, that the environment clearance is a big issue. The policy paradigm, or they are not used the word of policy paralysis, but yes, there has to be a very paradigm shift in policies by, which have to be adopted by government, and then only the industry can flourish. In today's situation, what do I feel? That we must have a very open-ended policy, and the environment issue should not be a central issue. It should be a state issue, because state has an interest that they want to attract more and more investors in their respective area. So when the state has the interest, and state being a very responsible government anywhere in the country, they should be allowed fully, and there should not be any intervention of Government of India or the central government on the environment parts. Similarly, the mines allocation, whether it is coal, other minerals, or iron ore, that should be also a state subject, 100% state subject. And because Odisha wants to grow, Chhattisgarh wants to grow, Goa wants to grow, and Karnataka wants to grow. So whatever the minerals are available in these states, so all these minerals should be at the discretion of the state government. And when the new opportunities come, or the new investor come, they dialogue with the state chief minister. They always talk to them that we want to put a plant in your state. And then the state chief minister, he assures or she assures the new investor that yes, we are going to be supporting the industry. And finally, because of the policies and because of the central government policy or the state government policies, all these plants, they do cripple. So what I feel the right way is the investment board should exist for the domestic industry also, for the brownfield projects also, and for the greenfield projects also. And this investment board should be state board. And there should not be any role of central government in any of the state affairs. And if some particular state is going to or attract the investments, it is their subject. It is not the central government subject. Central government, why central government is asking somebody that you go and put up the plant in Chhattisgarh or in Odisha or Bihar? So whichever state prefers the policies, wherever we feel that we are going to get benefit out of the state, where we feel that it is a true single table, single window clearance to the investors, there only we should invest money. Otherwise, there is no point in investing money here and there. Then once any government giving a decision, or any government has given a decision, then all the subsequent government, till the entity exists, should not change the policy. Goa is a victim. Goa, so many steel plants came. Finally, one day there was a decision that all Goan mines are to be closed. KIOCL, you raise a point. KIOCL, I seen way back in 2003. They had the pipeline, slurry pipeline at that time. They had a complete mine nearby, and finally, the plant was stopped because no iron ore available, and they had to transport iron ore from NMDC, Bacheli or Chhattisgarh, and finally to run their plant. That is another area. Similarly, we were allotted coal mines for the coal gasification. Finally, all these coal mines were deallocated. So why does it happen? Today there is one prime minister, tomorrow some other prime minister will come, and whatever decision is taken by one chief minister, prime minister, government body, authorities, secretary, chief secretary, or any other IS lobby, that should be valid for infinite time. I mean, it is a sovereign responsibility, and unless we aim that, we are unable to attract investors from overseas. And the greenfield projects, I doubt that how many greenfield projects will come, but even brownfield projects are facing a lot of problems. Now we want to grow, we want to expand our Angul plant, and again the same issue, the environment clearance is not there. So unless the environment clearance comes, we cannot start making investments. So how the country can reach to 300 million ton of target? So that policy makers will have to decide. Niti Aayog has to decide. Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, they have to decide. Ministry of Steel has to decide. Prime Minister Office has to decide. All the respective state governments, they have to decide. They have to sit together. For investor, they should put one face in front of them. Whether it is a state subject or a central government subject, doesn't matter. But why an investor runs behind a central government and sometimes runs behind a state government? There should be one investment board, common for the country, and the respective member of that particular investment board, they should be held responsible if the greenfield or the brownfield projects are not coming in the country. And this is what I mean to say.
Sir, if you kindly recall, sir, we had put up a washing plant in Nalwa, and you were there that time.
Yes, sir.
And there was a lot of problem being faced because of that slime. So ultimately we solved that problem, and your company decided to export it to some country. So that was a sort of a windfall situation. But normally it is not like that. If whenever you wash iron ore, there will be slimes. We can dry it up, but it requires a place to start. So that is going to be a major environmental issue.
Yes, sir, I do agree with you, Vandapade sir. You are very right. The policies should be investors friendly. Unless such policies they do exist in the country, I don't think that we can make country as one of the largest economy or the largest economy in the world. I mean, we are still struggling to become $5 trillion. How to become $20 trillion in next 10, 15 years time? I mean, there's a big question, but it is possible if we all work together, and there is one investment board for the nation. And that investment board should focus on the core sector industry, and the industrialists or the investors or the newcomers or the FDI investors, they should touch only the investment board. Normally, it is existing everywhere in the world. I mean, and that here also in India, there are investment boards, there are investment agencies, government-supported investment boards. But how much effective are they? That is a question mark. So in my view, for steel industry, there should be one investment board, and we should go to that investment board. On the table, everything should be available. and then only the country will flourish. Otherwise, there are questions.
Right. I think Mr. Inderjit Paul of Tata Steel, head of the chief pellet plant, had raised his hand. Mr. Paul, you raised your hand. What is your question, if I may ask you? Mr.
Question. Hi, thank you, Mr. Nimalia. I have a question for Dr. Mukesh. That is in the form of policy making. We are really talking about the operational difficulties and operational controls, the mines and all. So now it depends upon the user's perspective. So what is the final? How are we promoting the users? How are you promoting that use of pellets in the blast furnaces, in the steel making processes? So which will have a direct pull for this particular product. So as a part of the policy making core, question Dr. Mukesh is, so what are you doing on that part? How are you encouraging more and more blast furnaces to use more and more pellets? That in itself draw the pull and will improve the whole scenario and the system.
Mr. Paul, you may be knowing that in decarbonization, we are making a roadmap for decarbonization of iron and steel industry. And when we are making decarbonization of iron and steel industry, these steps like increasing the pellet feed in blast furnace, so that our coke consumption goes down, our PCI can go increase. So all those things are coming there. Similarly, various technologies are there, but by and large, like Ministry of Steel is after sale, and they have told by at least you have to put up a plant of around 12 to 15 million ton pelletization plant, and must ensure that at least you should start using 10%, 15% pelletization in various blast furnaces. JSW is coming forward furnace where they are going to use 100% pellets into this thing also. So these are coming once through your PET also. Lot of things are coming ki how to minimize your carbon dioxide emission, because this is one of the potential route to decarbonize this thing, to increase my productivity, to decrease my operating cost, and to increase my performance also. So I think in natural way itself only, this pelletization feed, you will see in time to come, next 4 years, 5 years, there will be a tremendous increase in use of pellets in the blast furnaces. Tata, you are already there in Tata, you already using around 25-30%. JSPL is already using, JSW is already using, and where people have gone for 100% pelletization, they have achieved a productivity of around 4 tons per cubic meter productivity they have achieved. So just see what type of benefits we are going to get in this thing. So I don't think any additional thing is required. Similarly, in the DRI also, people are seeing the benefits: 25% increase in capacity, 30% increase in capacity, reduction in your wastages, then improve in productivity. So lot of things are there. It is our mindset, and slowly we are seeing that mindset is changing and people are moving towards pelletization. And
Okay,
this
sir,
yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Mukesh, one more question. Do you think it is ultimately economic, because you spend a lot of energy to produce the pellet?
Sir,
you grind it, then you dry it, heat it. Huge amount of energy goes into making pellets. And then again, you melt it by giving heat.
I'm just giving you one example. Recently, we have installed a plant of 0.6 million ton recovering iron ore from the slimes. Slimes was available at a throwaway price. There was no cost. Yep. Only 480 rupees we are doing for a beneficiation of that slimes and converting into 64-63% grade iron concentrate. And if we convert into pellet also, the pelletization cost does not go more than 1800 rupees to 2000 rupees. So ultimately, what is the cost available to me? So if you see from the sintering point of view, now those gases which are utilized in the sintering can be converted, can be utilized for something else like bioethanol production. We are promoting there that those gases which are used in sintering should be gone through the bioethanol production. Then environmental impact is reduced, your heat is reduced. So economics is working out in favor of pelletization, sir, because of the cost difference, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Now, I had a question for Subbarao, Mr. Subbarao. My question was with the litigation and the trouble which KIUCL went through. In fact, it was because of that KIUCL suffered a lot. Now, what do you think are the remedies by which these issues could be effectively tackled?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee, and good afternoon to everybody. Sir, Kudurmukh having almost 100 years history. During 1920s and 30s, Mysore government discovered that magnetite was available there. Afterwards, there was no development in that mining. During 1976, the company was formed to supply concentrate to Iran. That there was no demand for concentrate nowhere except in Iran. Iran, they produce steel only through gas-based gas route, DRI route. What happened? 76 company formed in 1980. This is only the company I can say proudly that commissioned without escalation of time and cost. And the first shipment export taken by during 1980 itself. The country was, the journey was very smooth and all. Again, 1985, 86, there was no demand for the concentrate due to poor steel market. Again, in 87, of course, company went to pelletization. So actually, if you see the overall, this company, 22 million tons of runoff ore, and also 7.5 million tons of beneficiation, and 3.5 million tons pelletization. Entire 7.5 million tons, those days we used to export, facilities to wait at the Mangalore port. Mangalore port formed only to export KOSL concentrate, that is new Mangalore port. So what happens after this 80s, 87, we have entered in pelletization. When the company formed, there was no law about this national park. And company found 76, 19, after 1988, the Forest Conservation Act came. As the conservation of that act, Kudurmukh declared as a national park. As per the rule, national park, we should not do any activity. So accordingly, this, of course, NGOs went to Supreme Court. We also fought in the Supreme Court. In 2002, we got the judgment that the mines to be shut. After they have given permission up to 2005 to run the mines. Although during mining period, entire concentrate transported only through the slurry pipeline. That was the first slurry pipeline in India, maybe a third pipeline in Asia also. So they observed there was no damage to environment. And the KOSL, almost they made almost 7 million saplings was planted in that area. If you see that after from 76 to in 2000, the greenery has been actually increased because of this Forest Conservation Act, that the restrictions, and the NGOs entered in a big way and all, they closed this or captive mines. Of course, after 2005 onwards, of course, the plant designed only to use magnetite ore. So 2006 with in-house technology, the company can use both hematite or magnetite, both the ores. Initially, of course, with NMDC, we have the long-term contract. Only the company was running by procuring work from the market. So till 2005, company to produce full capacity of 3.5 million tons, the pellets and also 7 million concentrate. What happens is this company takes a lot of measures to preserve the forest. Of course, slime, I can agree with the Mukesh Kumarji. We have 300 million tons of slime. Today, what happens is the slime, it became a natural. Now we cannot disturb that slime as per my understanding. If you remove this slime, again, there is big damage there. So before taking any decision, you should think about slime, how to remove the slime, because that is almost 100 meters height. So simply you cannot remove the slime without full study and all. Recently also government of Karnataka, the finance minister called me, was asking, you have 300 million tons of slime, what to do and will dispose of. Then I said, sir, I reckon only 15-20%. If a forest department give clearance, so you can put up one more beneficiation, but again you can benefit into the high grade concentrate. Of course, afterwards there was no action on this one. So we're taking all type of precaution because of Forest Conservation Act. That issues only Kudurmukh closed. So if you say all over India, sir, around 9 billion tons of magnetite were available. In the 9 billion, almost 8 billion is only available in Kudurmukh only. I feel in the coming days, one day the government may allow to start again mining at Kudurmukh, because Kudurmukh produced 67% concentrate with below 2% of alumina and silica. Those days, the Kudurmukh having a very good brand name in the market. Today also we are selling in our pellets with 5 to 10 times premium in the market because of old and glory. So Kudurmukh means that meant for the quality, highest quality, lowest impurities, and CCS we took up to 290, almost 300 in those days, sir. So this is about Kudurmukh history, sir. And I don't think that not much magnetite were available other than in Kudurmukh. Only Rajasthan was very small quantity available. And we had wait and see, sir, what government will take in the coming days. As of today, we have almost 32 billion tons of iron ore. After 30 or 40 years, definitely government had to think about how to revamp in the Kudrmukh mine. Even underground mining also possibility is there. For that also, that time I understood that government not agreed to do underground mining also. So that was the reason the entire Kudrmukh operation stopped. Now that became a ghost city. If you go there, we can see 2,500 independent houses and big dam we have, and lot of schools, colleges, and banks. Everything today closed down. Just we are spending today 5 to 7 crores only to for the safety of the township and also to taking care of the dam. And today that slurry pipeline what we commissioned in 1980 till today we are using. After 2006, through same pipeline we are drawing water. Water we are using our pellet plant in our township also. Sometimes we are given to government of this Mangalore also whenever shortage comes. So that is about Kudrmukh, sir.
Thank you so much, Subbarao Sahab. Now to take that forward, your I would say next predecessor, Mr. Saminathan, would take the efforts you took to preserve KIOCL will be taken forward by your able colleague and I would say very efficient next CMD. We are proud of you. Hand of applause for the next CMD of KIOCL, Mr. Saminathan, whom the baton will be carried for the journey ahead. So with that, I'll move on to Mr. Saminathan, who is now the Director Commercial and CMD designate. He has already been selected as the CMD. So, you know, in the ministry, there is a standard time which is required for clearance, various clearances, including DOPT clearance, vigilance clearance. Also, all these clearances will take a little time. So once that is through, Mr. Saminathan would be taking over as CMD. So once again, congratulations, and Mr. Saminathan, the floor is all yours to take KIOCL forward.
Mr. Mukherjee, 1 minute. In 1 minute. 2017, Government of Karnataka recommended the capital mines to KIOCL. That is called Devadari mines. Recently, last month, we have given the stage 1 forest clearance, and the last week we received environment clearance also. I'm expecting that next 1 year, KIOCL going to start mining operations at Devadari, that is at Sandur Taluka, Ballari district, sir. Thank you.
That is good news, great news. That is a very positive news for Mr. Saminathan to carry forward.
Yes, sir.
So,
yes. Thank you, sir.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Saminathan, the floor is now yours.
Good afternoon to all of you, sir. I think it is my great pleasure to join in this webinar regarding the challenges and opportunities for iron ore, beneficiation, pelletisation, HBI and DRI. I think many of the speakers already spoke about the usage of iron ore slimes. And we have the pioneer first public sector with the help of our then CMD, Mr. Subbarao. We tried using NMDC slime in the pellet making, and we have shown the way for NMDC for that slime can be utilized in the pellet making. We have brought that slime, we mixed with their own NMDC ore, and we made a pellets, and without any wastage, zero wastage. Even till today, our plant is zero wastage. Whatever we get, whether 62, 63 or 64, we fully beneficiate and recycle the solid waste also to the pellet plant back, and we are fully utilizing. And water also, 90% of the water we are circulating within the plant and then putting back into the plant operation. So this is one of the efficient plant which we can say we are operating from Kudrmukh, that is Mangalore pellet plant. It is a shore-based pellet plant. And as you know that every speaker is mentioning that beneficiation and pelletisation requires a captive intensive industry. And 2011, 12 or 12, 13, I remember that this industry, Government of India given a benefit of reducing the duty for the equipment from 7.5 to 2.5. And thereon from 2010, only 30 million tons was the beneficiation or pelletisation capacity. And today we have come to 92.5 million tons capacity. Last year, if you see the production, we made around India 69 million tons pellet production, out of which we exported around 12.2 million tons pellets only. So remaining pellets, entire thing is used, but the capacity utilization, if you see only 70% or 75% maximum, still there is an ample capacity available for the pellet industry, for the steel industry to make use of the remaining pellets for utilization in the blast furnace or DRI, HBI, wherever they want to use. So pellet industry, there is a surplus capacity. One side, pellet should not go outside. Other side, there is a surplus capacity. Like that, the contradictory views are coming, which we feel that it should not be there. The cost depends on 2-3 things. One is the base price, second is the logistics cost, and third is the utilization cost. So here, that whatever the cost of pellets produced, when utilizing in the blast furnace, the cost comes in first. The first hit will be only the pellet. They will cut pellet usage. The second, they will go for sinter, or third, they will go for lumps. The first preference they will give it to the cheaper most items available, that is lumps, then sinter, then pellets. The pellets, though Mr. Mukesh Shah has said exactly that it gives a very good productivity, not only in terms of quality and the product, and the productivity also 15 to 20%, or even sometimes 30%, 40% also gives productivity. And thirdly, it is the source of reducing the carbon emission. So if such a benefits are available for the pellet usage in the blast furnace or any other steel making industry, people are resistant to use, take at a higher price, and they always look at lump is cheaper, so let me use only lump. Why should I use pellets? That question, if they really do the analysis, definitely there is a benefit of there is no benefit of doubt in using the pellet at a much which will get very good productivity and good the quality of products also which we can make. Secondly, this exploration availability is plenty. As everybody is talking about the exploration, so far only two government farms, that is Geological Survey of India and this MECL, Mineral Exploration Corporation of Limited, only they were doing the exploration job. And 2017 KOCL has been, I think, with our ex-CMD Subbarao effort, our company also enlisted as entity for exploration job. And our exploration job is not less than any of the Geological Survey of India or MECL. In fact, our quality of job has been appreciated by the NMET themselves, that KOCL is doing excellent job. So we have right now order of worth about 200 crores in exploration job in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu and a few of other places. So that means there are ample opportunity. Government of India policy, if you see that mineral policy 2019, it gives an open opportunity for private players. Now that rules are under framing, that in the days to come, I think we have plenty of opportunity for exploration jobs. So unless the exploration comes more and more, and the available, there is no dearth of any raw material or the iron ore available in India. Maybe if you don't use, maybe in next 30 to 40 years, because of the circular economy, then we will be losing the opportunity of exporting and making money in terms of iron ore as well as in the pellets. So my humble submission to this gathering is, yes, pellet industry, there is a capital intensive and the very much, and also the long time requirement. The only issue is wherever we go for the pelletizing industry, the mining, starting the mining, there is a issue is only the clearance part. Even for this Devadari mine, though we got allotted in 2018, till 21, now only we got stage 1 clearance. It's a long process of getting the forest clearance and for making the mine operable. So this is the one issue, that not only in beneficiation or mining operation, and also for exploration job also. Though we have order of 120 crores worth, but we didn't have forest clearance for carrying out the exploration job. It is a time consuming. More than 1 year, 1.5 years it takes only to get the forest clearance. See, there is a long process in obtaining the forest clearances. When government knows that, yes, this has to be explored and mining to be done, and there could be some process while allotting the mine itself, yes, this with all these permissions, so that this can be, without much of delay, the concerned people can start the exploration job as well as the mining job. This is my humble submission. This is one of the suggestions. Government can think of how simplify the clearances with regard to forest, especially forest only, it is taking much of time for exploration job as well as mining job. And as my earlier CMD, he has already shown the light by making our company prosperous by last sustainable growth of last 4-5 years. If you see year on year, our not only the production, the export, and also the revenue, profit, everything is gone up, and it is our best effort by him and we as a team members. And he laid a road that Devadari mine is nearby, and we are going to get clearances shortly. And we have a plan to put up a mining the beneficiation plant and pellet plant in the mine site, 2 million tons, and for which we are working. Dr. Mukesh sir said that we should consider the dry technology for benefit this instead of like a dam filling that. we also really thinking in that and only not to have any tailing dam in the place so that we can make use of that tailing for backfilling the area without much of any difficulties, because that area is very scarcity for water also. We don't get much of water there. Though we have permission to draw water from Tungabhadra Dam, we will think of this technology. We will explore in dry technology for this beneficiation process. And sure, next 2-3 years, and we will be able to take it forward, this company in a much better way. And yes, pelletization and beneficiation is the solution in the days to come. And the industry is expected to grow 7 to 8% or maximum 10% also. There are a lot of scope. And national steel policy envisages use of 25% pellets in iron making. So we are having really much scope for pelletizing industry to grow in the days to come. And I really thank and appreciate all the speakers by enlightening and giving a very good knowledge about the industry and iron and steel making. And day by day, we are learning from the learned speakers. And thank you, one and all. Thank you for giving me opportunity, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Swaminathan. And I'm sure once you take over very soon. And Mr. Subbarao, any idea how long the clearances will take? Maybe another 2 months?
No, sir. One thing, sir, already we have received stage 1 FSC clearance last month, and this month 7th environment also we received. Now we have to make some NPV to the state government. I think by March we complete all the formalities. April and onwards starts actually this mining activities. By March we are going to complete all the clearances, all balance clearances.
Great. So Mr. Swaminathan will be having something to carry the baton forward.
Yes,
and
sir.
Yes, sir. A lot of compliances are there. It's our responsibility to comply with all the rules, regulations given by the MIF. I hope that with his now more experience, almost 30 years in KOSL, he will do wonders. And he will. I wish him that mining activities should start before March, as well as planning after April. But I wish him that he should start before March next year.
Great. Thank you. So that is the sweetest note we can perhaps conclude with Mr. Swaminathan's speech, that he has a tremendous task ahead to meet the compliances and, and get down to serious mining operations.
Yes.
So with that, we'll come to Mr. Subbarao once again to basically talk about what challenges the pelletization industry needs today, and how we can promote the use of pellets. Though Mr. Bhatnagar will speak for the industry as part of the association, but in general, what steps we need to adopt to ensure that the use of pellets are promoted to a great extent. Mr. Subbarao.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. As everyone feeling that pellet consumption has to be increased in India. But it's not so easy, sir, because if you see the raw material for blast furnace or sponge iron, pellet considered as a highest cost. So any market turbulences, first they put eggs on the pellet usage. Then afterwards they go for a lump or a center. So globally, as if you see last 10 days, pellet prices crashed because steel prices reduced. So first axing only on the pellet. But if you see scrap price is still stable only. It's almost $475 to $480. Whereas the pellet price we sold $241 in the month of June. Today it is $230, $225 also no takers. So pellet, it's not so easy to increase consumption as it is unless we take some precautions. So if you see as per National Steel Policy 2017, the country's steel crude capacity targeted 300 million tons per annum by 2030-31. Of course, that may require 437 million tons of iron ore. In that, 25% of the pellet. If you consider 25%, by 2030, we may require around 120 tons of pellet. If you see as the steel policy, still we have the scope to increase the pellet production. And at the other end, we have a lot of challenges and opportunities also, of course, sir. Challenges, main thing is availability of iron ore. Sir, in the 90 to 91 million ton today pellet capacity, in this 50% captive, 50% merchant. These captive plants, there is no issue. They can manage water, pellet price, water, steel prices. But merchant plants, I think except 1 or 2, no one having the captive mines. Everyone depending on the iron ore from the market. So that is number one. Number two, logistics. And in Karnataka and Orissa also, no, they started auctioning this iron ore. In the auction, pellet plants and steel plants are equal. At the same time, logistics also. In the case of Karnataka, KVSL, why we could not take from the auction? Mangalore to Ballari, 1,500 was freight. At the same time, same customers like JSW, Kalyani, near Ballari, they're very near to the mines. So what happened? This logistics is playing a major role, and pellet plants, by paying a more transportation cost, more price, it is not viable to procure through auction, sir. In the case of imports also, if you see, today China importing from the Brazil through 4 lakh ton capacity, that is a Vale Max vessels, 4 lakh tons each. In India, or all the ports having low draft, almost around 14 to 15 meters, we can't import more than 70,000 tons in each shipment. In KVSL, first time, we imported iron ore concentrate of 67 from the Brazil. So we put double the freight. They said that we take a cap size of above 1.2 million ton, we'll give the freight around $12, but we paid around $25 because of Indian ports are not as per the other developed countries like China and this Australia and Oman also. So first of all, in India, what happens is this: we have to improve the logistics through sea route. Sea route always cheapest. If you say KVSL, getting iron ore from Baladilla to Mangalore, paying almost 2,000 rupees freight. 2,000 rupees freight, very big amount. So these are the main problem about available raw material for the pellet plants in India. And of course, but today market is very high. In pellet plants also paid big amount, and they procured iron ore from the through auction. Today market crashed. Today it is not viable to pay such a very high price to the iron ore fines. At the same time, steel plants can make, because steel plant the valuation very high, pellet plant valuation very small. And the other one is transport cost. All the mines are located at very remote places. And of course, most of the pellet plants are located near, in remote places. Like for example, Kudurmukali, for KVSL, there is no market nearby. KVSL has to export or has to depend only on the coastal market like ArcelorMittal, otherwise like a Vizag steel plant like that. So logistics also playing a major role. This is one of the main challenge in India, not only for pellet, for iron ore, for steel also. So of course, this government of India encouraging to lay the pipelines, slurry pipelines. NMD is coming forward to commission 15 million slurry pipeline from Baladilla to Vizag. It takes some time, but now already the work started. Their idea is that to bring iron ore from the Baladilla to Vizag, through slurry pipeline, filtrate it and sell to the Vizag steel plant, any other plants in Vizag. There what happens, sir, you can reduce the logistic cost. And you can reduce, of course, this pollution also. Other one is beneficiation, lack of beneficiation. But India beneficiation capacity very small. If you see worldwide, like Vale, LKAB, Ferroexpo, everyone have their own captive mines, everyone having their own beneficiation. Then they convert to pellet and exporting. In India, that practice is not there. So beneficiation capacity, we have to adapt, we have to increase to meet our steel capacity by 300 million tons by 2030. Otherwise, what we are expecting that 300, very difficult. Again, that time also we may face the shortage of iron ore. So government of India, not only government of India, every entrepreneur, every steel plant has to think of beneficiate, convert low FE that finds up to 45% and convert into the 60, 65 like that, so that we can conserve the iron ore for the future requirement also. And this beneficiation capacity in India almost around 120 million tons. That is very small if you compare with other countries like Australia and of course Brazil and China also. China, of course, figures not clear. China is having highest beneficiation capacity, highest pelletized capacity also. And other challenge for pellet industry is market demand. Pellet industry always under turbulence. Price goes up to $250. I remember that in post-China Olympics, KVSL sold pellet at $247 FOB. Within a month, price crashed to $50. So that is such a highest variation in the price only in pellet. In the case of sponge iron and iron ore and steel, you will not observe that much differences. So market demand always this impacting this pellet prices. So because of whenever price goes down, first they stop pellet, not the iron ore and not the iron ore. And of course, this in India, why we are exporting? With the logistics. But if you see that last of pellet plants in India, a country average, to bring iron ore from mine to the plant, almost minimum 1,000 rupees, total minimum. Similarly, to bring that pellet from the pellet plant to the customer, to the port, that costs minimum 1,000, almost 2,000 rupees. That is almost $30. that is very high with respect to other countries. What I understood that Vale and some other countries, their conversion cost hardly $10. Whereas in India, the average $30 because of here power cost is very high. Still we are using a furnace side. This gain now laying pipelines everywhere. That of Karnataka and Orissa also. In the coming days, I think pellet plant will switch over to gas. And of course, duties and taxes. Pellet industry till 2009 or 10, it went very smooth. Production was very smooth and production market very good under. Post China Olympics, suddenly market crashed. In 2009, railways imposed distance by charge. The distance by charge almost 100 times more than the normal. For 1,000 rupees, we repay 2,500 rupees. So that in that time, iron ore or pellet moved for the export purpose, that the customer has to pay a distance by charge. So on adding to that, export duty almost 15%. 2010 to 2016, pellet industry went very bad shape. Lot of that pellet capacity utilization below 50%. Some plants run 35% also. KVSL also produced only 1 lakh ton, that only 10 days production during 2015. Later in 2016, Government of India, with the efforts of Minister of Steel, they removed the distance by charge, they removed the export duty as a pellet also. So 2016 onwards, again, pellet industry started improving. At the same time, steel production also gradually improved. Today we cross 100 million tons. Similarly, pellet capacity utilization also from 35 to 40. Today we touched almost 70%. So these duties and taxes also badly impacting the survival of the pellet industry. If you see, opportunity is enormous. Steel policy 2017. As per that, we need a lot of pellets in the coming years, and slurry pipelines that is going to happen. That time, the pellet plants are going to get this slurry at a reasonable cost, and the companies can make a profit. And also, availability of gas, because GAIL is going very big way to lay slurry pipelines all over India. So pellet plants can utilize that gas by reducing this furnace oil utilization. And also environmental controls. Of the steel making is one of the polluted industry. Almost 5% of total global carbon CO2 emissions only for steel industry only. If you use pellet, CO2 emissions will be reduced, and also slag also will be reduced. In addition to improve the productivity and all. So I feel that challenges and opportunities both are equal. Only thing is, if industry address many logistics. Number 2, availability of ore. Number 3, verification. These 3, if we take care, definitely pellet industry having a very bright future. And number 3, also we have to reduce the pellet cost. Today, pellet prices are very volatile. Every day increasing 1,000 rupees, every day reducing by 2,000 rupees, like that. No, the volatility very high. It should be reduced. In Iran, when I went there, what they told that pellet price they fix best at the steel price. So that time when I visited 2014 in Iran, they were telling $500. That time was the HRCal price. They kept a cap, $150 only concentrate price. Well, $100 only iron ore price, like that. What happened there? What happened? They have seen survival of all the industries: iron ore industry, pellet industry, steel industry. In India, what is happening today? Pellet prices are very high. So that's why customers are not using. Why very high? Because of high iron ore price cost, high logistic cost, high power cost, high furnace oil cost. If you address all these things, definitely pellet can be produced at economically just above the central cost. Because if you see government PSUs like SAIL and RIN, they are not using pellet. They use pellet very costly. So SAIL, when I visited, they produced a center around 3,000 rupees. It was almost 10 years back. That time our pellet delivered around 5,000 rupees. Then they told openly, your pellet is very cost. How can I use your pellet? So because the main thing is logistics. Logistics are playing a major game. So if you address all these things, definitely pellet industry is having a bright future. And one more thing that's this today. Pellet industry thinking immediate requirement, but that is wrong. We have to see long run. Today pellets produced in Orissa with 4% alumina. 4% alumina you can sell only when demand is there. So one thing is that today, like South Korea, they are preferring flux pellets. Flux pellet there, silica, alumina will be very low. CO and Mg will be very high. Flux pellet they want. Today, flux pellet having very good demand everywhere. When I visited Vizag Steel Plant some time back, that we discussed in depth. If you use flux pellet, directly you can use up to 90% of flux pellet in the blast furnace. It reduces the coke consumption especially, and that reduces the for the refractory consumption, and also increase the productivity, reduce the emissions. And I feel it is very difficult to produce DR pellets in India, but we can produce flux pellets so that we can increase the consumption of flux pellets in the blast furnace units. So with these words, I would like to complete my speech. Thanks for your your patience, and stay safe and healthy. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Mr. Subbarao. Thanks. It was really something as food for thought, which the country needs immediately to be done. And I appeal to Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, to use every platform wherever we can to promote. And on my part, I will also use my pen to highlight the need for using pellets, whether it is the blast furnace or for the DR manufacturers everywhere, wherever possible, we need to promote pelletization for the. And I was surprised on the Pellet Manufacturers Association of India, Mr. Bhatnagar's website. I found some data where it says 2021 the exports were to the tune of 15 million tons. I mean, so if I put the figure at say 67, 68, which the country produces pellets, out of that 15 million tons is a huge loss for the nation. I would say this is something which the nation should think of. If you have to export 15 million tons, I mean, that's the resource the country is losing. So with that, I'll move on to a very interesting part of our webinar today, which is to talk about a new miner. JSW became a miner very recently, and it has already started mining iron ore. And Mr. P.K. Murugan, who is president designate for JSW Vijayanagar, was till recently heading the mining operations. He was head of mining of JSW. So he is a person who will be able to give both the angles, the steelmaker's angle as well as the miner's angle. So over to you, Mr. Murugan, to talk about how JSW is strategizing to use the raw material front to effectively grow, and then what are the plans in Vijayanagar as far as utilization of raw materials are concerned. Over to you, Mr. Murugan.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Nirmal, and good evening, everyone. Let me start the presentation by sharing the screen.
Yes, yes, Mr. Murugan, would you like, I see that you are traveling, you are in the car. So do you want us to share this? Do you have the presentation or have you sent it already? Is the presentation with you or you want us to?
It is with me. I'm just sharing the screen.
Okay. So I hope you all have no problems when you're traveling using your laptop to share the screen.
Yeah, correct. I have a meeting with the Secretary Mines Karnataka, but I will try to complete this before getting inside.
Yeah. Please, Murugan sir, please go ahead. You have to use the screen share option, which is the green button at the. You have to use the screen share option. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that. You are able to see it now?
No, not as yet. Ankit, can you direct Mr. Murugan? Can you help Mr. Murugan?
So you have to, if you are accessing from a laptop, then there will be a screen share button, a green button. Once you click on it, you will, and you have to keep your presentation open separately. Once you click on the green button, you will see the window where your PowerPoint presentation is. Then you have to click on that, click on share.
First, you have to open the presentation. If you don't open it, you will not be able to see it. You have to open the presentation, then use the screen share option.
Yeah. You are able to see it now?
Yeah, yes, you can. You have to just make it full screen now. That's all. Let's go to full screen option.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just start explaining what is there in the presentation till it opens, because the statistics has been given by some of the previous speakers. So the presentation what we was trying to give was the Indian steel scenario, challenges of iron ore, opportunities and the way forward for the pelletisation, and of course the DRI. This is how we have tried to take the presentation. To start with, I mean, we are given the information on the iron ore and the steel production. If you see the last almost maybe 4 or 5 years, Indian iron ore production has been remarkable. It crossed almost around 240 million tons. Maybe due to some kind of disruption in Orissa during last year, the production came down to the level of 200 million tons, and I'm sure that things are getting back to normalcy. With that, the iron ore production should climb up, and India as a country having the higher mineral resources on iron ore shouldn't look to be a cause of concern for us. But then the national steel policy, which stipulates maybe 300 million ton of steel production by 2030, that calls for almost close to maybe around 450, 400 kind of iron ore production, which means in a span of maybe another 7-8 years, we'll look for a whopping jump in the production of iron ore, which doesn't look to be a cause of the concern. But the point of worry is that if I see the region wise, which is what I was trying to get through my slide, just
Maybe it's a big file, that's why it's taking a little time. Maybe the file size.
I'll ask him to share the screen.
Mr. Murugan, you are in Bangalore now. You're not in Vijayanagar.
Yeah. I'm in Bangalore meeting the secretary. Just he given me time at 6 o'clock, so I thought my turn will be over by 4:30.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Matter, but I thought I'll complete and try to do it.
Yeah.
Log in and share your screen. Can you log in and share your screen? You don't have the option, is it? Can you talk to them? What is happening is this file has to get uploaded online. Because of lack of network.
इधर कहीं बंद कर देगा गाड़ी को, तुम घूमता मत रहना.
Let's come on.
I think network, because of the network issue, because you're not using a proper stable Wi-Fi connection. That is why.
Exactly.
So not an issue. These are the drawbacks of technology. So we have to manage with all that. Not an issue. If you cannot use the screen share option,
okay, fine.
There is
fine.
If your office has
not able to get the presentation.
If your office has it, they can just send it. They can just mail it.
Yeah, my office has it.
So if they can mail it to.
They are trying to contact.
Yeah, I will just share my son's email ID. So if you just send it to that email ID, he will run it. So I will just share that email ID with you on your WhatsApp. I've just shared my son's email ID. So if you can ask your office to just send it to my son, he will share.
Yeah, I have a suggestion. If you can just ask maybe the next spokesperson to take the presentation so that I will
and by then, by then you can
exactly.
go ahead with and finish the meeting also. So
sure.
we can, because we still have quite a few speakers left.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
So since Mr. Shobik Mazumdar will not be able to join, the next speaker will be Professor Sudarsattu Basu, Director of IIMT Bhubaneswar, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology Bhubaneswar. So Professor Basu, I believe you have just joined. So a warm welcome to you, and request you to take the Professor Basu, a very good afternoon to you, and I wish you all the best in terms of health, because I know you went through COVID, and you are a COVID, you're out of COVID right now, and I hope you're keeping fine, healthy, and the floor is all yours, Professor Basu.
Thank you, Mr. Sengupta, for inviting me through email, and obviously my friend Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee for time and again organizing on behalf of steel and metallurgy such a nice seminars and important discussion in the area of mining and metallurgy. Which is so important for the growth of India in general. And the last year, it has been a really extremely well done year for the steel industry. As all of you know, Tata Steel, SAIL, JSW, JSPL, everybody did extremely well in terms of market share, and the stock price is zooming. And the production, and then there's a market demand, of course, all worldwide market demand, and because of the policy of China, Australia, I think India is gaining some ground. And in India, I think it's important that our goal, as everybody said, that government had a goal that by 2030, our production of steel should be about 300 million ton. Even if we don't go to close to that, I say we go to 200 or 250, or by 30-35, we go to 300 million ton. That would be obviously a figure which we are looking at. And then for that, you require really a huge amount of iron ore available in India, which is of course of low grade. Of course, you can import, but I think with Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister's vision, Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are looking at about closely 800 to 900 million ton of iron ore. And so that where it is going to come from if you have to produce about 300 million tons of steel. So it has to be different sources like fines, slimes, all the sludge that is lying in a huge quantity. Sometimes the sludge contain about 50 to 60% iron, and these needs to be obviously converted to iron or steel and utilizing them, the slag, which is there in huge, like a heap of mountain lying in everywhere. So IMT do have a technology for conversion of these fine slimes and sludge slag into through DRI, I mean reduction roasting in rotary kiln, and then separation, magnetic separation, and DRI. This is well known to everybody, which is also transferred to through FL Smith to some of the, even JSW is keen on establishing such technology. We are also working on improvement by using our own coal. Coal is also another big amount of coal you require, coking coal you required for making of steel, and where you are going to get from. Today we import huge amount of coking coal, at least 200 million tons of coal we import, out of which 50 million tons or 60 million tons will be about coking coal. And so conversion of non-coking coal to coking coal, conversion of high ash coal into useful coal, a coke, is what is important. So we are also looking at a different technology now. We are looking at a fluidized based roaster, where you can use high ash coal, or you can use coal gas or syngas from high ash coal, and use that syngas for conversion of fines, or maybe a small briquettes into mostly we are looking at a fines and slimes which can be roasted or reduced in fluidized bed roaster, and then of course you can get a pelletization done after the separation. So we are putting a 2 to 3 TPH plant. We have already have a fluidite-based roaster which is on 2 to 3 TPH, and we have adding to coal gas for that, for high ash coal, the Indian high ash coal for gasification, then use that syngas for reduction roasting purpose. So that is what is in our card, which is a different kind of technology, which is not being developed in India so far. There are development taken place in other countries on fluidized-bed roaster, but not in India. So that is what we are going to showcase, which is being pending from the last year because of Corona pandemic. We could not put our coal glass plant, big plant that we want to put, but it's going to come up this year. Along with that, one technology that I have given to JSW Vijayanagar, they have taken, I'm talking about, we have developed a pellet sizing, texture, image processing software and hardware, where from one can find out the size, the texture, and then we have also used AI, ML, or machine learning and artificial intelligence route to give a feedback control to what kind of aqueous or water binder or what the size of the particles to be maintained, so that you produce a DRI of uniform size or required size and required texture. So that whole software and the hardware through image processing is being developed. Not only that, we have now developed the feedback control loop also for controlling the size and the texture. So this plant, this of course we have given to SVN Infotech Hyderabad, who took the technology from us, and then we have put 12 of them in JSW, and 3 of them is going to now other plants of JSW, and more and more. And we have, of course, we competed with Autotech on this. Autotech had a similar technology, but our technology is much cheaper. Each one of them will cost you about 10 lakhs, where Autotech will charge you maybe about 30-40 lakhs. So, and JSW already put it, and it is working very well. And this is for controlling the pelletization or pelletization plant. So that is what I wanted to inform everybody here. SVN Infotech is our channel, our partner, who are actually, we cannot do business directly. CSIR, Council of Scientific Industrial Research, under which we exist as the Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology. So like FL Smith is given that reduction roasting technology, this is given to the control system for the DRI is given to SVN Infotech through our partner. So these are the 2 things which is already developed at IMMT, and which is on the way to be already transferred. And Adhunik, they are very much interested. They are putting up a plant. I mean, it was last year that they were looking at a site, and then they're putting up a plant, and they're going to take our technology on reduction roasting. So there are many things are going on. So this is what I'm saying, that if you have to go for such a huge amount of steel to be made, to be used, of course there is a demand. If the growth goes to GDP growth goes to double digit, that means you are building more bridges, more buildings, and more rails, and everywhere you require huge amount of steel. And so the Honorable Prime Minister's goal of 300 million ton per year is the right direction, and which can be achieved, and only can be achieved. We look for inward direction, where we get all these fine slimes and sludges to be which can be used, slag which can be used. And also obviously we are looking also at the scraps are anyway used in secondary sector big way, and even the primary sector people are all going to secondary sector as well. I mean, today Tata Steel say that it is also important for them to make rebar and advanced material to be used, like they put a graphene as a coating for rebar. So I think overall, I think this is the way forward, and I thought that IMFT's technology is going to be important, and it is important in the coming years to achieve that goal. That about 250 million tons of steel to be produced by 2030, and by 2035 maybe 300 million ton. I'm just reducing because of the corona. I think there is a demand in the market, might be less. Automobile sector also demand is less because of, but it is picking up. Last year it was less, but this year it picked up like anything. So I think the future is good in this sector.
Thank you so much, Professor Basu. And I am really grateful to you that in spite of not being well, you accepted our request, and you have been kind enough to address us today, because the whole idea was to develop indigenous technology for the pelletization to take off in a big way in this country. And you know, as I was explaining earlier, when Primetals or Autotech, Metso Autotech undertakes a project, they will not do anything less than 1 million ton. So for lesser models, I think IMT will go a long way in holding its hand with institutes like Dr. Mukesh Kumar's SRTMI to make such indigenous low-cost technologies available, and at the same time look at ways and means to promote the use of pellets in all our plants. Thank you, Professor Basu. I'm sure we'll have a long way to go in making Atmanirbhar Bharat possible. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, do you have any questions?
Thank you. It's always a pleasure for me to attend your seminars, and as a big participation, and wide range of participation and discussion, and it is always being. And I remember we started in the lockdown last year at the same time, and we had a series of them, and then there was some gap, and now of course you again started a few months back. So I think it's a pleasure always attending and speaking in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Basu. Really touched. And Dr. Mukesh Kumar, do you have any questions for Professor Basu?
No, it is always pleasure to work with Dr. Basu. We are working on number of projects and development of indigenous technology for silicon carbide, from rice husk, from pelletization, for carbon capturing, for number of technologies we are working. And Dr. Basu is having very, very good experience in this line. And I think IMT is going to contribute a lot in time to come in converting into a local based technologies, because the type of expertise they are having.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Thank you, Professor Basu. I will now move on. I will now move on to Tata Steel. You know, as it is said, the vision always at Tata Steel is move ahead and move ahead of time, so to say, which means what the industry thinks tomorrow, Tata Steel thinks today. So over to you, Mr. Indrajit Paul. Mr. Indrajit Paul is the chief of the pellet plant at Tata Steel. So over to you, Mr. Paul, to take Tata Steel's vision forward. You are muted, Mr. Paul. You have to unmute yourself. You are still muted. Yeah, now you are fine. Yeah, now you have to put this on full screen. Slide share.
That is, I'm finding a little difficult. If you can, if things are actually, I have made the fonts very loud and legible.
Okay, go ahead. No problem. Go ahead.
Okay. So we have trickled down from the good afternoon to good evening. So good evening to one and all in this webinar on challenges and opportunities in the iron ore and DRI, HBI and the pelletization segment for the sustainable steel industry. We have others gathering out here, listening to eminent speakers, got a lot of information and knowledge, who are expert in their own field. Thank you, Steel and Metallurgy, for giving me this platform to share my learning of working with pellets in last 1 decade of my and putting forward my thoughts on sustainability journey for iron making process in future. I shall give an user perspective of pellets after listening from all the experts on the planning process, on the policy making, technology, mining, mineral beneficiation, commercials, and all. So I will give you this perspective about the user ones. Traditionally, just like any other iron makers, we at Tata Steel are very comfortable working with sinter and lumps, and we operated the same way in the last 7 decades up to 210. Just to mention that our first sinter plant came in 1958, way back in 1958, and the next 3, that is 2, 3, 4, came one after the other after a gap of roughly 10, 15 years. The latest sinter plant, which is sinter plant number 4, came to Jamshedpur or was commissioned in 2008. I go to the next page. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Thank you. I will start with this small story. What I experienced in my initial training days, in one of my evening interaction over tea with my blast furnace cast house operators, and discussing the ways and means to improve the quality and productivity, one of the operators aged around possibly 50-55 said that we, the blast furnace operation team, are just like the milkman. He compared us as a milkman who are just milking the cow. The quality and the quantity of the milk is determined by the quality of the feed to the cow. And now looking back, I realized how right that gentleman was. And I'm sure all of you will agree. The blast furnace productivity and the quality depends a lot on the quality of the feed material that we do. And so I tried to make some golden rules for feeding this holy cow. In this case, I'm talking about the blast furnace. Some of the rules that all these things, there is no books that I refer to. It is just based on my experience of operating the blast furnaces with the existing raw materials that we have. Maximizing, we should maximize definitely with an eye of optimizing. Just for the sake of maximizing, one should not optimize. And whatever you do, it should be based on the value in use on the particular process. Fundamentally, the core quality is very important. And while maximizing injection, because as the core quality improves, the core quality reduces, the injection increases. So fundamentally, we should also look after the VM part, the vertical matter, because finally, we all don't want this PCI or the injection to reach to the gas cleaning plant, which is the waste. I also would like to put emphasis on the screening part. So we should minimize the fines input, and therefore focus should be on the screening. One should plan the slag rates, because after all, those things also consumes a lot of volume and also energy. The stack permeability, I mean to say the blast furnace stack permeability is very important, and therefore one should have a look at the sinter RDI and definitely with the pellet strength, that is the CCS part. You and me all like hot and sumptuous food, then why deny our blast furnaces? So let's serve them warm and dry material. They will love it. We in India are blessed with abundant iron ore, but let's put our ingenuity and agglomerate to suit the purpose. It may be a mix of sinter, pellet, lump, DRI, whatever you want, but definitely let's agglomerate it, because that's the order of the day. That will improve the blast furnace productivity and the efficiency. I could go to the next page, page 3. So these are some graphs that I have put forth from the best blast furnaces we talk about in the world. And with sinter and lump, we reached this far. That this is roughly 6-7 years before 2014. In blast furnace efficiency parameters, we stood on the wrong side with respect to Tata Steel performances with H and I blast furnace, which was supposed to be the best and the big. Please note the blue bars, the energy parameters like coke rate were running high, the coal injection were running low. The customers at the steel makers had the trouble of blowing more in vessels to drive out the excess silica in the hot metal. If you compare with the world, we were way behind, and the gap was very significant. You can see others in the red and we in the blue. You can understand the gap behind it. I go to the next page. we need to retrospect why we are there, where we should not be. These red dots are some of the benchmark blast furnaces of the world, and along with them, some of the Indian blast furnaces also kept in. This coming out very clearly that blast furnace needs prepared burden to reduce the flow rates. This graph says it all. The blast furnace required prepared burden, and to improve the productivity, the blast furnace need this to make the customer also happy, because the customers needs lower silicon. The verdict from these graphs is very clear and loud, that we the Indian iron makers must see, must listen, must respond to the call. Else we are out of the bunch of these red dots, put the good from the good parts, and operate the blast furnaces with less efficiency, less productivity, and with unhappy customers. This is not good for the company, not good for the mother nature also, and definitely not for the country. We go to page 4, page 5. So here I tried to find out some balance. So why sinter, why pellets, why lumps, in what combination? Because in India we have a lot of good reserves of iron ore, but the nature has given us a challenge of processing the high alumina part. And to digest that, we need the support of sinter, because it carries the flux to enable the easy fluidization of slag in the cast house. The caveat is how much sinter, because there should be a balance between the sinter and the pellets. Because beyond a basic threshold, finally sinter leads to high slag rates. And as you move forward in higher and higher injection, these slag rates will be detrimental for your performance. So therefore, there should be a good balance between sinter and pellets, so that we get the effective efficiency with respect to blast furnace operations. I try to enumerate some of the qualitative comparisons between these three forms of iron bearing material which goes into the blast furnaces. And from the graph, it is talking about that pellets come to be very advantageous. But it doesn't mean that we go for 100% pellets, because as I mentioned earlier, so there should be a good balance, good mix, because sinter pellets, and we should maximize the benefits for Indian blast furnaces, because we also have to, in the cast house operations, you have to balance. You have to take out that slag, and therefore the flux content in the overall burden is very important, and that much balance has to be made between sinter and pellets. So that's why I'm talking about a proper balance for perspective of Indian blast furnaces who is consuming Indian iron ore. So therefore I'm talking about the balance, but overall you can see in this ticks and the crosses, pellet is coming out to be very smart and very well suited for our particular operations. So this is some of the graphs that I could make from the operating blast furnaces in Tata Steel, and where it is clearly coming out that overall you can see the advantage we experience is 1% pellet increase will reduce the carbon rates roughly by 1.15 to 1.5 kgs. We also have seen that pellet increases also increase the productivity of blast furnaces, besides other advantages of permeability control and everything. It is important to note that the journey from 20% pellets in the graph below, in the bar graph, from in FY13 to around 40% or near 40% in FY21 was not a cakewalk for us. Fundamentally, the pellet quality and the metallurgical properties should match the blast furnace requirement. And सबसे important is the managing the pellets in the stock houses, because of the round property, the burden distribution and its control in the entire value chain is very important, and this determines the overall efficiency of the blast furnaces, because pellets has to be controlled in a way where it's supposed to be. Therefore, the positioning of it at the right target ring in the blast furnaces to burden distribution is very difficult, and therefore when you establish, the blast furnace will sing. So therefore, a good combination of sinter and pellets will definitely put a very good song, which all of us should listen to it and we should experience it. If you remember that third slide that I shared with all of you, where we had a comparison of FY14 versus all the big and the good blast furnaces of the world. So we are here in FY21, and the journey over there from that particular band where all the bands are on the wrong side of the graph, we are moved to the left side, where you can see they're moved with respect to improved with respect to coke rates, where we improved with respect to the coal rates, coal injections, and we also improved with respect to silicon, because this is what the customer wants. And one of the fundamental things that have happened, definitely the blast furnace operation control has improved a lot. Also, the prepared burden with respect to sinter and the pellets has increased. In those days of FY 13, 14 or 10, we were roughly with 65% sinter and around 35% of the lump ore. But as of now, we are roughly 90-95% prepared burden. That is a mix of sinter and pellets. Roughly 5%, 5 to 10% is roughly the lumpy ores that we consume. Moving to the way the pelletization process should look like going ahead, because we know that Ellington, who introduced the sustainability concept of the triple bottom line, now it is accounting framework for with these three parts, which is called the social, related to people, the environment with respect to planet, and the financial, that is with respect to profits. For people and the stakeholders, the interested parties, we do maintain a clean and hygienic and safe work environment with a clear skyline, so that there is no impact on the society. For the surroundings and the planet here, we do ensure that chimneys are clear. We maximize the use of byproduct usage and also maximize reuse of our rejects and the returns. If the above two, that is the people and the planet taken care of, profit is bound to come our way. If you all remember the words of our founder, Sri Jayant Tata, is in a free enterprise, the community is not just as a stakeholder in the business, but in fact is the very existence of it. Therefore, all the three, that is people, the planet, and the profit, will be taken care if you work in this way. So with that, I conclude that as the Indian iron maker, we have to accept our flaw of stretching and over-dependence on sinter. Let's allow pellet to shoulder the responsibility and improve the blast furnace productivity and efficiency. This will make our processes much sustainable, much more efficient, and looking ahead. After operating blast furnace for over 10 years and now producing in a unit where I am producing pellets, I am confident to propose to the community that the pellet, that please allow this humble young agglomerate partner in the form of pellets to help you improve the blast furnace process efficiency, the productivity will improve, the energy consumption will also reduce. Remember the old story of mine of milking the cow. Let's utilize the pellets for better the company performance, better natural resources utilization, and overall environment. As it has the ability to reduce the carbon footprints of iron making process and make the blast furnace operations a much more sustainable one for future. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. And it's always a pleasure to have Tata Steel's experience and get to learn from Tata Steel's experience. And I'm really grateful also to Mr. Sundaram, Vice President Raw Materials of Tata Steel, who has kindly nominated Mr. Paul. So I'm really grateful to him. And with that, we'll move on to the senior most person with us today. I thought Subratoda was senior most, being 70 plus, but I think you are close to 75, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you have increased my age by 3 years.
Oh, 72. Then you're almost as old as Mr. Mitra.
Maybe.
So almost the same. Mr. Bhatnagar, he has spent a good time in SAIL like Mr. Mitra. Both have their origins from SAIL. You are in Bhatnagar, sub, if I'm not mistaken, you are in Bhilai, right?
Yes.
You are in Bhilai, okay. So, and Mr. Bhatnagar is the Secretary General of Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. And I remember the roundtable, the couple of meetings I had an occasion to share with him with the then Steel Minister, Mr. Chaudhary,
Yes.
Chaudhary Birendra Singh. And I used to see the active role he used to play on behalf of the members at that time, where the then SR Steel represented, and no one would dare to intervene when Mr. Bhatnagar used to take up the issues, because everyone used to believe that he has spoken for everyone in the association. So that's the level of confidence which everyone has on Mr. Bhatnagar, the members. So I think he will do justice. And just after Mr. Bhatnagar, we will have Dr. Aurobindo Bandyopadhyay. So back to back, I am not going to interfere in between. After you finish Bhatnagar sahab, Dr. Bandyopadhyay को आप ही बुला लीजिएगा.
Mr. Nirmalya, just one sentence.
Yeah.
So for Mr. Bhatnagar, age is just a number, because once you allow the mic to speak, so we'll be at least we'll know that how young he is and how involved he is and how he is updated about the entire system. So for him, age is just a number and nothing else. He's more
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, Mr. Mitra was there just a couple of months back when I celebrated my 50th birthday. So on my 50th birthday, Mr. Mitra said one thing: I don't want to feel that I'm old. So I don't want to feel that I'm getting old. So that's the spirit which this industry has given us over the years. We are. Yes, Subrata, please.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I want to tell thing to Mr. Paul. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Mr. Paul, Indrajit Paul. Actually, I take pride in implementing the pellet plant project in Tata Steel. It has been installed on a lower cooling pond with great difficulty, filling up the pond, putting the cinder plant, a pellet plant, and commissioning it from my earlier company side.
Yes, sir. I acknowledge that. Yes, we. In fact, I can say that we are floating. We are floating in the lower cooling pond.
Yes. Good.
Yes, sir. We reclaim the area. You are right, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you so much. And over to you, Bhatnagar sahab. आप Dr. Bandyopadhyay को आप ही को बुलाना पड़ेगा, because he has to go for another meeting. आप जितना जल्दी wrap up करेंगे, जितना तेज बोलेंगे, उतना तेज Dr. Bandyopadhyay जाएंगे. So it's over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and thank you for your very kind words. And I just pray that my mind and physically they keep in tandem for the next few years. But when you asked me about Bhilai, when I talk about Bhilai, I get so sentimental, because when I was hearing Mr. Indrajit Paul, is he there now? Paul
Yeah,
sir?
he's there. Yeah, he's there.
He was telling a very nice thing about milking the cow. And if you give good feed to the cow, that milk will be good. And I was just remembering 50 years ago when I joined Bhilai Steel Plant after my IIT Roorkee. And I was so amazed, because the general manager that time posted me to the raw materials department. And he told me on the interview that if you give good raw material to blast furnace, good hot metal will come. If you give lousy, and so I asked him, sir, what is a lousy raw material? He says it's raw material which has a lot of minus 10 millimeter, a lot of fines. And I agree with Mr. Indrajit Paul. And I have completed 50 years almost. It is like a full cycle. I started with raw materials, in between went to the Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, but I am back to my home now, back to raw materials. And now, since afternoon, last 3 hours, we have been hearing about pellets and advantages. So I won't really bore you with that. But I want to tell you a nice story. Today is a very lucky day for Mr. Mukherjee and all of you. You know why? Can anybody guess? Today, the International Committee on Climate Change is meeting in in Naples, in Italy. And you'll be surprised. I never knew that. the key person for protecting the Paris Agreement and the COP26 movement is none other than another Sharma. We had heard ML Sharma ji. His name is Alok Sharma. And Alok Sharma is also the president of COP26. He gave an interview today's morning newspaper. I want to read the title only. He says, you should tackle climate change with the same urgency which is shown to combat the pandemic. Now, you'll be wondering, what is the connection between the two? Ye Bhatnagar kya bol raha hai? Is he getting senile? But I want to tell you, sir, for the last 3 hours, we've been hearing that the biggest challenge to the steel industry now is the environment. Everybody talks only, including the biggest dada of steel, that is China. वो भी अपनी blue skies policy they want to say. So the biggest challenge to all steel makers is to reduce emissions. And I'll be showing that graph. Everybody knows that graph, that the use of iron ore pellets reduces, as compared to sinter and other things, it reduces the emission rate of carbon dioxide by over 85%, SOx by about 90%. So there is no two arguments why pellet is the answer for a cleaner, greener steel. And our Prime Minister, you all know, has signed the Paris Protocol in which 1.5% increase se zyada nahi hoga. So my humble appeal is, as Dr. Mukesh Kumar and all others have been so vehemently propagating for pellets, this is one more reason for propagating pellets, is how do you make cleaner steel. The other thing is that everybody knows, it is a lot of figures have been quoted, that the total resources of 33 billion tons, 5.5 billion is hematite. And everybody knows hematite is extremely friable in nature. And when I joined Bhilai Steel Plant, the ratio between lumps and fines was 50-50. Now it is over 70% fines. This is because 99% of the iron ore is hematite. So to use this fines, there is no other way except agglomerate, that to either sinter or pelletization. So I just want to say that the use of pellets is good for sustainable development of the country. And the third thing, very important, which I raised in the first question when Mr. Mukherjee told me, can you ask a question to Sharma ji? And that is that we have something like almost 300 million tons of iron ore fines dumped all across the country. Right now, you'll be surprised, there is such a huge iron ore shortage. I can't tell you all the details. Last 1 month, we have written almost a dozen letters to Chief Secretary Odisha, Chief Secretary, Principal Secretary Odisha, Secretary Mines. We met him on last month, Alok Tandon ji. The only one point agenda, iron ore chahiye. We need iron ore. Now, when we need iron ore, auction process is a very complicated thing. Everybody knows what problems we had, still we are having. Hopefully that will be solved. But the only answer is, can we think of setting up, using the beneficiation plant? Best part is we have already sunk in money in that. So I just want to quickly sum up by saying that somehow this demand-supply gap in iron ore has to be reduced. The demand should meet, the supply should meet with the demand. And you'll be surprised, I'm just reading one paragraph from the finance minister's speech. Somebody mentioned it about 6 years back. The finance minister's speech on March 2012. Pranab Mukherjee says, he said 2 sentences in the budget speech. I am surprised that the budget speech carried 2 paragraphs only on pellets. First sentence was, iron ore is also exported in a value-added form, which is pellets. to encourage enrichment of low-grade iron ore, of which we have plenty, huge reserves. I propose, the finance minister saying, I propose to reduce basic customs duty on plant and machinery to set up pellet plants and beneficiation plants from 7.5% to 2.5%. So this is something which the government had done, and we are just carrying it forward. And I don't want to show you my presentation. I've already sent it to Mr. Mukherjee. If he feels, he can put it on your website. All the figures which you have been talking since morning, since afternoon is there. One last point, I feel bad now that I don't want to name those companies, all of you know. They are both multinationals. They have produced all the pellet plants in the world. But now, with the Prime Minister's vision of a Atmanirbhar Bharat, we must think of building indigenous capability to set up our own pellet plants. This is my humble appeal. Last month, we had a very good presentation from Mekon. Mekon, most of you know, it was a sister concern of Hindustan Steel Limited when I joined as a management trainee. A lot of us batchmates went to Mekon. Now Mekon has set up the biggest pellet plant with a hearth area of 816 square meters at GSW. For those people who feel public sector mein to years lagta hai plant lagne mein. Mekon set up this plant in less than 1 year. So my humble request is, can we think of ways to build up this indigenous capacities? Few speakers had spoken about it, and the best person to help is, of course, structurally wise Mekon, but also we need to have good R&D capabilities. And I'm so glad that Professor, I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name, Professor Basu of IIMT. Amazing. The work which IIMT has done in the last so many years is simply amazing. I have been to your plant, I have been to your lab. Earlier, Dr. Biswal was there. And so we need to collaborate. You see, this sentence I've been hearing when I was in the Ministry of Science and Technology: academia, research, industry, collaboration. But somehow it doesn't happen quite often. Each is in an ivory tower. So the time has come that for a pellets industry also, the people like Mekon, they join hands with IMMT, and some of the suppliers, which I don't want to name because they are all very well-known people. Professor Basu has already transferred the technology. I agree with him because I was in Ministry of Science and Technology. He cannot set up pellet plants, but he can handhold them. And that is his biggest contribution. So thank you very much for a patient hearing. And I hope I have finished in 10 minutes, which I promised. Thank you, sir.
Bhatnagar ji, thank you so much. लेकिन आप मेरा आखिरी काम नहीं किए. You have to invite Dr. Bandyopadhyay anyway. Just before you do that, I will just make two observations. एक आपका iron ore availability का issue जो है, we have this WhatsApp group where Mr. V.R. Sharma, Professor Basu, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, आपको भी अभी add कर लेंगे. So in this WhatsApp group, Mr. V.R. Sharma has been proposing for a long time that this issue of iron ore needs to be sorted out.
Yes.
When we conceived this webinar, I called up the CMD of NMDC, Mr. Sumit Deb, personally. मैंने किसी बंदे को या अपना ऑफिस में किसी को नहीं बोला, मैं खुद फोन उठाया. I called up Mr. Sumit Deb, and he was in Delhi that time. So I told Mr. Sumit Deb, your presence is very important, sir, because you are the largest iron ore miner in this country.
Correct.
Your observation will make a lot of difference. And Mr. Sumit, जैसे normally, an IAS gives an answer, he gave a very diplomatic answer. That मैं देखता हूँ अगर उस दिन we spoke, since we both speak the same language, Bengali, तो मैंने बंगला में ही पूछा था. So he answered that আমি দেখে নিচ্ছি, which means I'll check up. If I'm available, I'll do it. But I knew then and then the blast you would have got from you and the other users of iron ore, blast in the sense that the issues need to be resolved. And, FIMI, Federation of Indian Mineral Industry. एक Mr. Sharma हुआ.
Everybody knows him.
Everyone knows him. I have requested Mr. Sharma umpteen number of times. देखिए मैं तो 2 magazine का editor हूँ. एक magazine है steel का, Steel and Metallurgy. The other magazine which I edit is called Mines and Minerals Reporter. So I create a platform for both the industries, for both mining and steel industry. So तो मैंने रिक्वेस्ट भी किया था कई बार मिस्टर शर्मा को, आप आइए डिबेट में बैठ. Whatever, instead of that, he believes in writing a very strong letter to me that whatever you say is not true. Why should exports be stopped? ये सब बोलते हैं. So I feel as a journalist, as a small journalist, I'm not BBC, I'm not Reuters. लेकिन a small little way, whatever I can contribute towards the region, you should make it a point to at least address these issues. जो भी आपका view हो. You know, I appreciate there are challenges, there are issues which you have to face. You need to earn money, you need to earn your salary as well. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that you're going to neglect the issues of your consumers who are giving you the bread and butter.
Correct.
So that is my point.
NMDC is actually very good. आप बुला लेते. Today morning I heard him in the FICCI seminar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was there in that also.
I was also there. Yeah.
The दिक्कत क्या है? NMDC is on because they are making good profits, and you'll be surprised, Mr. Mukherjee, जब ये अरुणा शर्मा सेक्रेटरी थी, तब हमने उनको एक ही रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आप NMDC sets the price for the entire industry.
Exactly. You're the trendsetter.
100 रुपए बढ़ाता है NMDC, तो सारे सिराजुद्दीन और रूमटाज एंड ऑल वो 150 रुपए बढ़ा देते हैं. तो थोड़ा सा तो कंट्रोल होना पड़ेगा साहब. तो वो
look and you look, Bhatnagar साहब, you look at their balance sheet.
हाँ, सबको पता है वो, everybody.
And you will know मिट्टी से सोना क्या होता है. So anyway,
in a public forum we should not this thing. They are good. They're one of the finest public sector undertakings and all. So that's all right.
Absolutely. But then I feel, you should always call a spade a spade. As a journalist, it is my job to do it. चाहे मेरा दाना पानी बंद कर दे, चाहे मेरा NMDC कल विज्ञापन ना दे, but it is my job to call spade a spade. So that is what I'm doing it. And I've always done it. जब मैंने बोला था कि I will stop taking advertisements from the Chinese suppliers, I did it. मैंने कर दिया. Chinese, because that was the time when India had the worst of relationship with China, and I stopped taking all Chinese equipment suppliers advertisement from anyone, and I placed that on record. So it is my job. I may remain a poor man. I don't mind. I don't want to become rich, but I will do my job.
But I just want to say something for Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay. Because he was your first speaker and he mentioned about me. I'm really grateful. He is the first man, JPC. When I joined Pellet Manufacturers Association of India 6 years back, I saw an issue by JPC. And it is amazing. He collected so much data. Then I wrote to him that we want to update it and I will be your partner, free of cost. We will update your data. And he is always very welcome. And let us hope our partnership, because the problem with my association is I am almost alone. Suddenly the Secretary Steel के यहाँ से एक phone आएगा, last year का production बताओ, ये बताओ, वो बताओ. उसमें हमको थोड़ा help चाहिए होती है JPC के.
So I'm sure Ranjan, you will be able to. और आपको मैं अभी WhatsApp पे ऐड कर लूँगा. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay is also there in my WhatsApp.
Put in a word from my side that I need his help. That's all.
मैं आपको रंजन का नंबर भी आपको मैं भेज
नहीं है मेरे पास सब है, but
yeah, we will coordinate together.
Thank you,
यही
sir.
तो मैं, that is my job, Bhatnagar साहब, to bring everyone together. उसी के लिए तो that is my job to bring everyone together.
Dr. Mukesh Kumar is one person. He's there and he gives us so much knowledge. I really admire.
Exactly.
Originally not from steel, but now he is much better than many steel men.
he is not an aluminium man anymore.
He
used to be an aluminium man, but you see, my first interaction with him was when I had gone to take his interview. Delhi में उनका office में मैं जब गया. At that time, you know, before they moved on to the new office, he was sitting on the sale Ispat Bhavan office. वो director operation का office में था शायद director technical का office में. So that was where I met him first time, and immediately over a cup of tea, we started discussing how we can, you know, move forward together. Till then, whenever I have asked for anything from Dr. Kumar, kabhi na nahi bole hain. He has gone out of his way. जब मैंने construction किया to bring in the director from Central Building Research Institute, Central Road Research Institute, ये सब डॉक्टर मुकेश कुमार ने कर दिया मेरे लिए. He did my job. He went and contacted everyone, got them on board, and that is why I keep telling him, आपके आशीर्वाद के बिना हम तो मुंह ही नहीं कर सकते. I always keep telling him.
Good.
And this gentleman Subrata Mitra, whom you see on your screen, is another person who has helped me right from day one. You know, from day one, he has helped me. That time he was joint managing director in the suit. From those days, then after superannuating, he superannuated in March 2020.
Okay.
And after that, you know, we had, तब तो हम ऐसा करते थे, we used to have committee meetings. उसमें डॉक्टर मुकेश कुमार, सुब्रता मित्रा जी, एक मेरे और एक दोस्त हैं यूएस में, डॉक्टर सब्यसाची बंदोपाध्याय, who सिटी ऑफ बिग रिवर स्टील इन यूएस. तो हम लोग एक साथ बैठ के कमिटी मीटिंग करते थे. How we can you get the best of speakers for a best of answer. Anyway, मैंने बहुत बोल लिया. My wife keeps telling me that you speak more than what you should. The anchor is the one who should speak the least. लेकिन क्या है, आदत से मजबूर है, इसीलिए माफी चाहता हूँ. Anyway, I'll move on to Dr. बंदोपाध्याय.
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर कौन है, आपने बताया, नाम भूल गए.
डॉक्टर अरविंदो बंदोपाध्याय, आप अनाउंस कर दीजिए.
ओके साहब, डॉक्टर बंदोपाध्याय, I was to request you, so now I am requesting you to speak, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, the floor is all yours. Thank you, Bhatnagar sir, once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, everybody. My turn has finally come. To have come at 5:30. It's indeed a very great pleasure that I'm here with the giants of the industry, and and my fellow participants are all equally capable people. So my job has become slightly easier because I was scared that it will be a steel seminar, and now it has been converted to an iron ore seminar. And we are very much involved with iron ore, and our precise capability is with the fines. So we will be sharing our data and discussions with you. Kindly hold. I'll share the screen. I hope it is visible.
Yes, it is.
So we are combating, the title is that we are combating iron ore. We are combating price fluctuations through iron ore. So, through washing technology of our company. A very brief review of my company. It is a multinational whose our main partner is in Ireland, in Cookstown, Northern Ireland. And we look after the Indian operations as well as Southeast Asia. We have 4 verticals, and we are basically into washing of minerals and materials. And we are here in India since 2007. And we are operating in 4 segments: production of manufactured sand, production of sand from construction demolition waste, which is a very, very, very important issue nowadays. And it is a national, it's an issue of national importance, and special regulations have come about to make this happen. We also process industrial minerals, industrial sands like silica sand for glass and the casting industries as well as for petroleum. And also we are very much into minerals. And we started our plant, our business with minerals only. Still, the iron ore scenario was very good till about 2012-13. And we have been having a lot of iron ore washing plants. And so far we have about 30 of those plants. In the meantime, when the iron ore was not happening, we have focused onto sand. And also we have invented and patented various technologies, and which are now patented in all the many countries in the world. These are the patents we hold, and these are a few of the countries where the patents are being honored. And this scope is increasing. And our main unique features are we believe in sustainable technology. We believe in ethical technology. It should be a circular economy, and we should be able to recover from wastes so that resources are saved. And that is how our main focus is on the rejects of the previous industries, like 300 million tons of fines, which you said has been in India. Ours is a zero discharge system. We do not discharge anything to the atmosphere. We recover and reuse water up to 95%. I've said sand is produced with low moisture, but we can produce low moisture mineral products also, maybe 12 to 15% moisture. As Dr. Mukesh was saying, that it should be a dry disposal. So we have our system where we can have a dry disposal, provided it is stacked in a proper fashion. Our energy consumption in our plants are minimal footprint. And we do not require much land for that matter. And our equipments are portable, and it can be not exactly portable, but it is skid mounted so that it can be shifted from one side to another in a very short time. Now, as Mr. Mukherjee was saying that the blast furnace, he only milks whatever the cow eats. So we prepare material for him so that the cow gives better milk. Now, this is some statistics about steel production, which is you can always debate. I have thought that 2017 it was supposed to be 140 million tons, which if not achieved, maybe by 2023-24 we will be achieving to 140 million tons on our way to achieving 300 million tons by 2030. And I expect that the major and main producing routes would be blast furnace BOF route, sponge iron, maybe some of Corex or Midrex and other technologies which have come back. And secondary producers would be EAF and induction furnace, both based on and the source of iron would be either lumps or sinters, calibrated ore or pellets, lumps, and I mean this is the normal particle type which are used now, like lumps and sinters and CLOs and pellets. I'm not very sure how much scrap we will be getting, because sponge iron came in because there was a shortage of scrap. So throughout the world there is a shortage of scrap, and as Dr. Mukesh says that use of iron will go, steel will go down, so scrap will also reduce. So now coming to iron ore, I have made these calculations based on these assumptions, that 60% of the metal production would be through BOF and BOF route, 35% to DRI and 7% to others. Average consumption of ore per ton of hot metal would be about 1.7. It could be debatable, maybe it could be 1.6 would be better. The BOF route is about 30% lumps and 70%. Many blast furnaces could have more sinter, so sinter requirement would be much higher. And DRIs would operate with 5 to 18 millimeter. Maybe presently they are even thinking of going to 18 to 2, which we are helping them to achieve. Blast furnaces can use 15% pellets, and DRI can use up to 50% pellets. And now even thoughts are going on that sponge iron should be used in the BOF process also. So based on these assumptions, I have calculated what would be the iron ore requirement on my estimates that by 2023, when we are expected to produce 140 million tons of steel, we would require 43 million tons of lumps. Fines would be about 100 million tons and DRI would be about 95 million tons. Part of these could be, and back calculating, this total iron ore requirement would be about 225 million tons, which should be possible in our, which should be possible. But beyond that, we will require to have more iron ore mines, more production from the mines. And this iron ore is without considering the slimes. So if you take the output of the mines as such, they should be about 280 million tons. So there is going to be a shortage of iron ore unless new capacities in iron ore mining are built up, and that will shoot up prices. So based on these assumptions, if we have to go in for a sensible steel policy, we will have to have process for development of, for improvement of quality of the fines. And that's where our expertise lies. So the components of processing which we would like to discuss is, first is the process development, and developing an engineering around that process, and the specialty of our engineering, which is our patented technology, which I'll describe in brief details later on. So processing, I mean, say the very fundamental of processing is sizing, crushing and sizing, what we call ore dressing. That requires very high grade ore, so that part is now not so much prevalent. Except a lot of low grade ores are coming, so that require washing. This washing could be with size reduction, without size reduction. It could be various technologies, which I'll come back to you, and there would be slimes to be separated and recovered separately. So the process of washing, I want to describe in slight detail. That, say for example, this is a very, not a so low grade ore, but very available ore, which is neither usable nor rejectable, say 57.61. I've given you particle size wise details. You can see the topmost particles are quite high grade, but the bottommost are low grade with high silica alumina. So if I segregate them, say up to 1 millimeter, then I get 40% of the material with about 62 grade and fairly good level of alumina. And the coarse fraction, from which if I remove the slimes, which is about 30%, then I get a product of about 58, 59. And these two together with a 70% yield, I get a product of 61 grade with 3.1% alumina, 3.54%. This should be good enough for sinter making, as I understand about sinters. So this is the basis on which the whole washing technology is based. And we have supplied various plants based on this concept. Some of these I will share with you, but kindly note that the slimes is about 30%, 51 grade. So as per present regulations, it is not throwable. We have to do something about it. Now, these are the case studies. Say, for example, it's a 130 tons per hour plant with minus 20 millimeter fines for the. This was a typical case where from 50 grade, we straight away could get about to 62. Because there, the liberation of silica was all, I mean, this is an area where there is no, very little alumina in the ore. And by removing all liberated silica, we could get grades up to 62% with a yield of about 50%. This is another plant where it is in Orissa, it is in Rourkela region, where from 59 grade we could get 62 with about 70% yield. I am not mentioning the yield because the yield depends very much on the slime content and it keeps on varying. So normally the yield of these plants are varying between 70 to 80%. So it is very much clear that from 59 I can get 63. From 59 I can, I mean almost 60 plus I'm getting from a grade of about, input grade of about 59, 58, 59 with varying yields. And the alumina levels are also, I mean, reasonably okay, not very high. This is another plant which they did there. It is a DRI plant. They didn't want -3 in the material because of reasons which we have described later. So we only cleaned that ore and separated the fines. They were using 22.5. Now we have brought them to 22.3. So the grade has improved from 64 to 64.51, very marginal because there is hardly any alumina silica to be removed from there. But even then, suppose we scrub the ore, then you can see how much improvement it takes. So normal washing, which takes care of only adhering slimes, adhering alumina silica, when the ore is scrubbed again, you can still improve the quality of material by rejecting alumina silica. So starting from 58, 59 or 57, 58, we can go up to 63 through the process of washing and scrubbing. So, examples which we have given. By scrubbing, improve 1% grade, which means that much of alumina silica has gone out of the system. Now, this is another plant also in Rourkela region in Jharsuguda, where they were having a reject dump of 16 millimeter which was there after crushing. And you can see the grade was 58 with almost 4% alumina. So when we washed it and segregated it between 5 to 16 and 5 to 75 microns, we could get 62, 63 grade with 2.6 to 2.8 alumina. And the first product 5 to 16 was used in the DRI process, and the 5 to -75 micron had gone for the sinter plant. So this plant behaved so well that they put up a second plant after that, and we even washed the slimes, which I am coming to later on. This is another plant in Durgapur, where they had a very low grade ore. You can see 55, 52 also, 52, 51, 52. So this, and also it had a bit of high presence in phosphorus, but alumina silica reduced significantly. So the washing process, you can achieve grade improvements from 2% to 5%, depending on how much is the feed grade. If it is a very high grade ore, naturally the scope of improving grade is less, but we can remove alumina silica even then to some extent. But if it is a low grade ore, then every possibility that you can improve the quality of material by about 2 to 5 units per of Fe. Well, of course, that happens because of reduction in alumina silica. So washing is definitely a technology which could be used to produce sinter fines with great success instead of being dumped or exported or whatever be the way out. This is another plant, a CD technology, where they had a very low grade, I mean good grade material, but very high alumina and silica. You can see they had about 18% silica, 5% alumina, and Fe2, the plus 20 micron material, plus 20 millimeter, plus 6 millimeter had equally high silica. The 75 micron also had high silica, but after washing, it became 62% with 5% silica and 1.5% alumina. So this gentleman put up this plant. It was a private property. He, for the first 3 months, he made money and he paid back the money in 3 months' time. Next 3 months, he ran the plant and bought a chopper. He was living in Bangalore and he was visiting his mines here every week. So it was difficult. So he bought a chopper. And after 3 months, I am told that the mine was seized because it was illegal. So please don't ask me the name because I have a family to look after. So so iron ore washing and scrubbing gives good quality material, but in not all cases. So I am going to discuss one specific case where 55% Fe good enough for normal course of washing, but it had a very high LOI. That means it is not only it is not hematite alone. There is a lot of limonite or low-grade material there. So even if you see the fraction-wise differences, it does not give any indication that by washing you can improve that material. So we had to have some other method. We scrubbed it. Even scrubbing did not improve matters. So we utilized a special equipment, jigs. This is a special jig. You can see it is mechanically driven. It is mechanically driven. It requires a very small space, and it is all available for any type of maintenance. So using this material, we jig that material from up to 1 millimeter, and you can see you have achieved 62% grade. And the fines fraction, we used spiraling technology, and we also achieved 61% grade. So it is not sacrosanct that washing alone will help. So through washing, as well as input of other technologies, we can improve the quality of all type of fines to the extent that it is economical for operations. Now, you may kindly recall that we had some slimes. 30% of the material was slimes and 50% was the grade. So now when you subsize this size, say up to 10 millimeter, 10 microns, 45 microns we had rejected, which is 36% of the material with 51. So this material, when we subsieved it till about 10 microns, you can see the lot of good grade material is there. It may not be the case with all, but in many cases, or rather most cases, you can recover still very good iron from this. Another case, you can see the average grade was 51.57, but still the coarser material, by coarser I mean 45 to 44. So I can recover this part of the material, and this can be directly gone for pelletizing operations. So we have the entire technology of washing along with scrubbing. You can jig, you can recover from slimes. So the overall technological, this is the plant where we recovered the slimes from, and you can see we made it dry enough that it can be directly loaded to the, and without filter that too, it can be directly loaded onto the truck. So now we can have an integrated flow sheet, which is like this. We have a wet screening system. It can give lump and fines. If the grades are good, fine. If it is not, then you can use a log washer to scrub it. Even after that, if it is not good, you can use a jig to produce the good grades. The fines could be hydrocyclone, I mean deslimed, and you can have good grades. And this overflow of the hydrocyclone, which is the slimes as I have shown, could be used again with hydrocyclones, and we can have a magnetic separator if the grade is not good enough, and then a product. And then, of course, we have the water recovery systems. So we are merging slowly washing with beneficiation. And we have no war with pelletization, but we only say that before you do pelletization, kindly go through this process so that the feed to the pellet plant is better. You don't have to have a lot of slimes there. You don't have to have a lot of undesired material feeding to your pellet plant, because grinding and subsequent drying is a very costly process. So this process of washing should precede the process of pelletization. So what are the other benefits of pelletization? I mean washing. If it is used in a DRI kiln, then you can have a better grade of feed material, which would lead to a better metallization. We can have a calibrated lump of extended size up to 2 millimeter. There is a reduction in coal consumption between 5 to 15%. Then kiln campaign life increases by about 30% as per our own customers who have used it. So apart from any benefit in terms of ROI. These are the additional benefits which accrue when you used washed material. Now, so far as technology is concerned, we have been improving our technology. This is one of our earlier plants, where for 80 to 100 tons per hour plant, we used a 46 by 46 meter area. And the connected load was 337 kilowatts, and the water consumption was 30 meter cube per hour. This is the. Now we improved the load. We improved that even further when we, in a 200 tons per hour plant, our connected load was only 200 kilowatt and water consumption was 50. And the area was less, 40 by 20. So now we have further gone to improve upon it to make a very compact plant, which requires a very small area. This is about a 200 tons per hour plant. And the plant area required is only about 70 by 20. It has a low footprint. You can see that it can be mounted without any bolting. That is, it does not require a strong foundation. It can be, that is why it is skid mounted and it can be shifted from place to place. We have 95% water recirculation. Lesser power because of the material movement is much less. We have lesser power. We have every access, I mean, operationally all access are safely given. It is automatic operation, completely PLC controlled, and we have internet operations, Internet of Things installed so that you can even control the plant operations through your handheld mobile phone. And we have a separate sludge handling system, which requires much less space, and we can give a fairly dry, about 80% moist sludge, which can be handled or stockpiled much more easily. So a very quick estimate of a return on investment for a ore, say 55, 56 ore, minus 10 millimeter. So 100 tons per hour, we run for 16 hours, 300 days. So feed tonnage is about 480,000 tons. We can upgrade this to about 59, 60 through the washing scrubbing process with a recovery of 70, 75%. So our operating costs includes loader, electricity, manpower, maintenance, site, water, everything is about 140 rupees per ton. And the raw material cost we have taken as 33,000. So if the annual production is about 3,36,000 and the total revenue based on 5,000 rupees for 59 grade, then this is the total revenue. The plant cost is about 7 to 8 crores. So you pay back in 5 months. So this benefit that you take a lower grade ore at a lower price, wash it, make it better, so that either your sinter plants operates better or you can convert it to a pellet of high grade. And then apart from that, you have the benefits of a DRI kiln, which I have enunciated below. So this is the overall picture. Of course, it will change from operations to operations, plants to plants, situations to situations. That has to be conducted individually. So this is the benefit that you have scope to use up to 2 millimeter, increase in camped life about 30%, reduction in coal 5 to 15%, better metallization, significant reduction in fines losses to the dust losses to back filters, which was one of the benefits, at Jindal Steel, in Nalwa Steel. And the -2, which is a reject, we can further beneficiate that for a better price realization. So we have a very compact technology, which is green technology, and these are the benefits of that. Minimum footprint, 95% water recirculation. We don't discharge anything to the atmosphere. Lower power consumption. These plants operate on a less than 80 dB on no load. Flexibility in operation according various feed characteristics, and minimum direct operating man. Even one single man can operate it through the IoT system. And we have a command center from where we can direct the operations as per the requirement. So it is ideally suited for the fines material, which we are talking about, what to do with the fines. So this, we believe, is an answer to the big problem of handling fines and admitting the shortage of ore that may come because of the lowering of the cutoff grade in the near future. Any questions, please?
So I suppose there are no questions because I can't see any questions. Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. One more example of how low grade ores can be better utilized and save our resources. And big thank you to you. And I wish Dr. Mukesh Kumar and all of us could get together to develop more such technologies available in the country to use the low grade ores to utilize the ores for better metallization. And I think this is the way forward for all of us to see how best we can effectively use these low grade ores. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, do you agree with me that we need to develop more such technologies within the country?
Yeah. Because this is the future.
Exactly.
And so that all slimes and other things can be avoided.
Right. So thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. We will now move on to the next speaker, Mr. Modekutti Ravindranath. Mr. Ravindranath is the Executive Director of Vizag Assets of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. In Vizag, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India has a pellet plant. Of course, during the last storm and the flooding, they had a lot of issues. Water had gone inside the plant. The plant went through a lot of trouble, but with the zeal of the workforce, the Vizag assets are back in shape. And I am sure Mr. Ravindranath will explain how Vizag facility is doing right now. Over to you, Mr. Ravindranath.
Yeah, very good evening to all. And thank you very much, Mr. Nindhu Mukherjee, for giving an opportunity to showcase our our operations and also going forward towards the 300 million ton steel capacity by 2030. So just a few slides on the infographics of the rolled steel. This is what actually in 2020 what we have produced as a steel. Rolled steel is almost like 1878 million tons. Out of that, almost like 1064 was produced by China, and whereas we did 100 million tons. That is almost like 56.7% was by China, and India did almost like 5.4%. This is again in 2020.
Can you do it full screen, please?
It is full screen. It's not visible, is it? Sorry. One minute.
नहीं वो आपका वो थोड़ा उसको
presentation mode. Go to presentation mode.
Right. चलो ठीक है. It's okay.
Come out and go back.
Okay. Please go ahead. I can see. Yeah.
1 minute.
Just very small.
Just trying it. Are you able to see?
And it's fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Only if it is full screen means presentation mode it is called. So if you do slideshow, it will come like a full screen. Like world production in 2020, very small, but it's okay. I can read very close. Don't bother. Oh.
Is it okay now?
It's fine.
Okay. Now the world steel scenario, it is in 2020, we have just discussed. And whereas in 2019 also I just put for our information. So almost like all the countries dipped in 2020, whereas only China has rather produced more than 2019 and 2020. And as per the National Steel Policy 2017, and we are targeting almost to touch 300 million tons by 2030. And just quick 10 years gap, like 2010 and 2020, if you see, the per capita in 2010 is 51.7, and whereas in 2020 we are at 64.2. That is almost like 1.25 times we have done in 10 years, and now we are targeting almost like 2.5 times from 2020 to 2030, from 100 million to almost like 300 million. It's a big challenge in front of the steel makers, and to make this possible, the government of India has recently 3 national landmark policies was released. And in addition to that, one was released recently, yesterday only, that is on the policy, the production linked incentive scheme, wherein it will bring in almost like 40,000 crore investment and an additional capacity of about 25 million. And steel policy, the main objective is 300 million by 2031, 160 kg, what you call it as the per capita consumption by 2031, and the net exporter of steel by 25-26. In addition to that, even the scrap steel policy was also giving a good, thought process for the steel makers to go and put more steel capacity. This is now the Indian ore scenario. Now it is almost like 28 billion tons of iron ore reserves in India. Out of that, it is in Orissa, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh put together almost like 50% of the iron ore reserves up there. And in 2020, if you see that Odisha has produced almost like 55% of the total iron ore production in India. And next, Chhattisgarh about 15% and 14% by Karnataka and Jharkhand, another 12%. And now, how beneficiation and agglomeration can contribute. If you see in the last 9 years, the iron ore, lump to iron ore reserves, now it has come down over a period of 9 years. The iron ore finds has increased from 60% to 70%, whereas the lump has come down to 40 to 30%. So this is very clearly indicating the quantity of the iron ore finds is increasing in the mine heads, and in addition to that, the quality also is depleting. That is between 55 to 62% and 62 to 65%. This is where the concentration is there of the iron ore finds which are there, and we have what we have produced over a period of last 9 years. Above data clearly depicts now the increase in the fine ratio and reduction in the ore grade. Hence, almost to 490 million tons of iron ore requirement will be there by 2030. So the beneficiation and agglomeration are going to play a crucial role. The iron ore beneficiation, the future, if you see the depletion of iron ore grade ore, stringent environmental regulations involved in opening the new mines, problems involved in huge deposits of washed ore, and utilizing the iron ore of 45% cutoff fixed by Indian Bureau of Mines. It is a need of the hour to effectively beneficiate the low-grade ores. However, the technology has its own limitations with respect to the tailing management. Current technological limits beneficiating capabilities of only 58 to 60%. However, future developments to happen to even beneficiate of iron ore above 45%. Location requirement to be closer to the mines for facilitating the ore receipts to hydro transportation. This is one of the main important points. And coming to the tailing management, all these years, the major industries with beneficiation setup were adapted with a conventional tail discharge. That is with the 45% of solid and 55% of water content. And after Vale, Brazil's tailing dam incident in 2019, now all the industries globally are looking for an alternative solutions of the tail disposal. Paste thickener and the tailing filtration, that's the dry filtration, are alternatives available now and are widely accepted across the globe. We at AMNS have already adopted the paste thickener. We are now commissioned and operating it at our beneficiation plant at Kerandol and also as well as at Dabuna in Odisha. And the tail filtration, now we are going towards that. We have already done the test work, and in the next 2 years' time, we are coming up with the tails filtration also and completely stopping the conventional discharge of the tails. Not only ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, but across the globe, all our ArcelorMittal plants are now going towards this dry filtration technology from the conventional technology. And even the government of India also encouraging these technologies. And now industries coming up with new technologies should be encouraged by government for environmentally sustainable approach and giving a suitable land and clearances to immediately adopt these new technologies of the tail filtration and the paste thickness. The hydro transportation, this is one of the important things for the sustainable and economic solution. Today, what we are facing is the railways are at the capacity and there are no additional capacity available. Trucking by road is limited due to the poor quality of roads, inadequate networks, and government is discouraging the trucking due to the pollution issues. And ore resources in India are located in environmentally fragile zones. The solution is this slurry pipeline. Today, there are about 3 long-distance slurry pipelines in India. 2 of them are operated by AMNS, and another 7 slurry pipeline projects are at various stages of implementation. This includes the JSW, JSPL, and Tata, and many other plants are coming up with this slurry pipeline option. The Indian Steel Ministry has been emphasizing the development of and usage of the slurry pipelines for the iron ore transportation. If you see the cycle from the mine to the beneficiation plant, the conventional routing is to take the iron ore fines by trucks or by railways. Now, because of the logistics and also the infrastructure bottlenecks, we are not able to move the iron ore fines to the requirement. Now, in the current scenario is such, now towards the 2030, we have to move more and more iron ore fines to the beneficiation plant. It's going to be a big challenge. Now, alternative is from the mines itself to move to the beneficiation plant through a slurry pipeline. That's called satellite grinding. By incorporating the grinding machines at the mine's head and do the primary grinding, bringing it down to 350 microns or 500 microns, pumping it to the beneficiation plant, and then do the beneficiation there and further regrinding, and then pump it through a slurry pipeline to the pelletization plant. Generally, the pelletization plants always are rather nearer to the ports, whereas the beneficiation plants cannot be put in the port area. So it has to be put in the mine area or nearer to the mine. So from the mines to the beneficiation plant, there are about 50 to 70 kilometers. The pipelines are feasible, or even higher than that also is under active study of the R&D. Now, currently what we are operating is from the mines to beneficiation plant, we are taking the iron ore fines at Kerandul in Chhattisgarh by the conveyor system, and whereas in Dabuna in our Odisha, we are taking the iron ore fines through trucks. So once this particular technology is now being implemented, the slurry pipeline of moving the iron ore fines after the primary grinding from mines to beneficiation, it is definitely going to be big, what you call relief for the logistics and the infrastructure bottleneck. This slurry pipeline is one of the conditions for expansion of the larger mines under the NERI, National Environment Engineering Research Institute, and it is accepted by the state and the central government. So hydro transportation of iron ore through pipeline is economically effective and eco-friendly. This is going to be a large extent to reduce the logistics and the infrastructure bottlenecks. So agglomeration in earlier days, people used to use the cold briquetting. Slowly, when the quality started coming down and all, so slowly the cold briquetting has been moved towards the sinter. And now from the sinter, people are moving towards the pellet. The conservation of mineral by use of fines and ultra fines to agglomerate, making it usable in the steel industry. And iron ore pellets have its own advantages and over the other, and the virtue of shape and the strength. This has not only made it possible in utilization of iron ore fines, but also transportation to a larger distances. It has got a good, what you call it as, it has got a good porosity, better reducibility, and also utilization of waste ores and lean ores as a cheaper and abundant raw material. And these are the advantages of the pelletization, which can be used even going forward towards the 300 million tons of steel capacities in future. And if you see the pellet acceptancy in different iron ore making processes, we at ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, we have the gas-based DRI plant, and we have Forex, and also the blast furnace, where it's used for the pellet as the feed material. In earlier days, even in the DRI modules, we used to use about 30 to 40% of CLO and balanced iron ore pellets. Now we have changed completely to the iron ore pellets. To 80 to 100% we are using iron ore pellets, and only 20% as the CLO we are using it. And in the blast furnace, we are almost using 60 to 70% and remaining as sinter or CLO. This was earlier only 20 to 30%. Now we have increased iron ore pellets in the blast furnace to 70%. And in the Corex, almost we are using 80 to 100%, and remaining 10 to 20% is only CLO. The advantages is that metallization in the module are as high as 94%, and the metallic Fe in the mid-rex modules are 80 to 84%, whereas in blast furnace and the Corex, we are getting as high as 94.5% with 63.5% of iron content. Not only these iron making units, but also coal-based DRI have also adopted the iron ore pellets as their feed burden and comfortably converted 100% usage of the feedstock. So now the future is moving towards the pellet through iron ore fines to the beneficiation route to the pelletization is the only method. I will not say the only, rather this requires, this is very important for achieving our 300 million tons of steel capacity by 2030. Support needed in achieving rather agglomeration and beneficiation. In promoting the agglomeration and beneficiation, or the government mandate for installation of beneficiation plants for all integrated steel plants. Support for necessitating the tailing storage. We are finding it very difficult to get these tailing storage spaces now, even in our current operating plants. And going forward, if the more and more beneficiation plants come, this is going to be one of the big bottlenecks for getting the land for the tailing storage. Encourage new technologies in improving beneficiation process, and considering the volume of fines required in future and its storage usage in steel making, beneficiation process with downstream processes like slurry pipeline and the pelletization process is going to be vital. Single window clearances for all the projects. This is one of the important process. Now, even for getting the faster ROW clearance is one of the important things for the slurry pipeline technology. Otherwise, even to get the forest clearance and ROW, now currently we are taking almost like 1 to 2 years. And the slurry pipelines are environmental friendly and safe process. The government also is encouraging these slurry pipelines now going forward. So at the same time, the single window clearance for all the projects and also the ROW clearances definitely will increase the capacity, and also by adopting the slurry pipeline technology from mines to the beneficiation process will overcome the bottlenecks in the logistics and infrastructure problems. So definitely we can achieve not the 2030, by at least by 2035 should be able to achieve the 300 million tons target set by the government of India under the National Steel Policy 2017. This is all from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravindranath. It was definitely what the knowledge that you shared with us with regard to the support required and the state of affairs at the Vizag plant, and and the total supply chain involved in the pelletization process. I'm really grateful to you and also to my good friend, Mr. Dilip Oman. The moment I sent a WhatsApp message to Dilip asking for someone who would be able to address this. So the two names which he sent to me was your name, and he wrote also Mr. Chinnam Swamy for covering the iron ore segment. So my special thanks to ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. And we all know ArcelorMittal is not just the largest steelmaker on planet Earth, but it is also one of the largest miners. So I think you have covered the entire pelletization process very well. And before I put on Mr. Chinnam Shetty, if you remember, we had missed out on the JSW presentation, which we could not connect. So being a good friend, Mr. Chinnam Shetty, you have to give me the leverage of allowing, the R&D head of JSW, Mr. Shah, to give his presentation before we move on to you. My apologies for the same, but Mr. Ramesh Shah has been waiting to give the presentation of JSW. So Mr. Ramesh Shah will actually give the presentation which Mr. Murugan was supposed to present. Mr. Ramesh Shah is the R&D head of JSW, and he will be presenting on the presentation which Mr. Murugan was supposed to give. So the floor is yours, Mr. Ramesh Shah.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Sir, maybe because of certainly, you can say engagement, Mr. P.K. Murugan could not attend. So on his behalf, I would like to present the JSW presentation. Before I start, basically, I would like to just mention that the topic is really very relevant in the present context to the Indian steel industry, who has, you can say the backward integration, this iron ore beneficiation, pelletization, and the DRI, all three making the backbone for any, you can say, Indian steel industry. I will quickly touch upon the whole presentation is divided into 4 segments. I'll just touch upon what is the Indian steel scenario and then challenges of iron ore, pelletization, and DRI. So here, if you look at the last 5 years, we found that the steel, you can say, production has increased over the years at the rate of, you can say, 5 to 6% or so. And maybe in 2020, there is slight, you can say, downfall, which is due to the pandemic. The reason is best known to all of us. But the projected and ambitious, you can say, the figure of India to produce 300 million tons of steel by year 2030 and 31. And that time, maybe the demand could be around 230 million tons, but we have the ambitious target of producing 300 million tons. By that time, for all the primary steel makers, as well as those who are the secondary steel makers, having the, you can say, route of the, you can say, DRI electric arc furnaces, we will need 500 million tons of iron ore. So what basically this trend shows that you can say there is a great demand of this, you can say pellets and this feed material for, you can say, the prepared agglomerates for the blast furnaces. What we look at the right side, that is the what is the demographical, you can say, the distribution of the steel production and the iron ore production in India. In the northeast side, you look at, though we have the steel production capacity of 6.5 million ton, but the iron ore is only 3 million ton. What in the, you can say, the west side, we have the steel making capacity of 31 million ton, though still we have the iron ore production hardly 4 million ton. And in this, you can say, so southern part of India, we have the steel making capacity presently of 29 million ton, but the iron ore that is being produced is 30 million ton. Except that the, you can say, east part, where we have the steel making capacity is 69 million ton, but the iron ore production is almost threefold. What we are trying to say, in all 3 parts except the east part, the iron ore is less in requirement, which is, you can say, a kind of moderation maybe for the steel makers. So in this region, basically the iron ore beneficiation and making the pellets, which is a basic the feed material for the steel makers, that is very much required. Now coming to the, you can say, iron ore part, what we find, though India is blessed with, you can say, the good quality of iron ore, good results of iron ore, but the quality of iron ore may not be good. What we see, we have, you can say, the proven reserves of hematite, which is around 8 billion ton. And you can say the total prospective, but the total, you can say, including hematite and magnetite, the resources is 28.52 million ton. But out of all these reserves, almost 90% of the hematite ores, it is confined to only 4 states, precisely you can say 91%. And the magnetite, which is available in the eco-fragile region of the Western Ghat, that is basically banned. And here basically, even you can say, look at the total iron ore availability, only the 28.43% of the total iron ore reserves, these are the proven. And from there also, we are probably mining most of the, you can say, the high grade iron ores, which we may term as the selective or you can say preferential mine. What we come to see here that, particularly in Karnataka, we found that there is, you can say, more number of this, you can say, leachage of the iron ore against, you can say, what is the allotted the maximum permissible limit of the production. But what we found that always there is a production of the iron ore has been less than what is the maximum, you can say, permissible production limits. So this shortfall is always, you can say, having a, you can say, concern for the steel makers here. But now with, you can say, all the ban that have gone, you can say all the C-grade mining activities have started. Now gradually you can say iron makers, particularly or steel makers in the state of Karnataka, they are, you can say, now making, you can say, the better use of the iron ore that is being produced. JSW Steel particularly here having a very, you can say, hardly, you can say, our 20% of the iron ore is coming from our captive mines that we can say acquired in hardly, you can say, last 3 to 4 years. Rest we have been very much dependent on, you can say, the merchant minings, and that has always been a concern for the JSW. Here, before we go for, you can say, the major concern for the iron ore vendors, we would like to here inform that JSW Steel is operating the largest iron ore beneficent plant in the Asia, you can say, which is having 20 million ton processing capacity. And you can say right now annually we are processing around 12 million ton of iron ore every year. What through this, you can say, graph, what we like to show, in India, whatever the iron ore that we have the reserves, the high grade, which call it more than 62%, is only 19% of the total reserves. And over the years, we will look at the figure of 2016 onwards, we have been mining more, you can say, around 65 to 70% of the high grade iron ores. So this we can say now basically the, you can say, government or the IBM others have the, you can say, very proper exercise and they are having the control. All this, you can say, mining, you can say rules and norms they are giving. But so far we have been mining more of, you can say, the high grade iron ores. So if we go with this rate of mining the high grade iron ores, maybe another 25 to 30 years we will be completely exhausted. And we will be left out with only the low and medium grade iron ore. Here the point, you can say, what is, you can say, is concerned is that the beneficiation of the low and medium grade iron ore needs to be, you can say, emphasized, and for that it needs to be incentivized by the government of India or maybe the state also. Now, coming to the next slide, what are the challenges of the iron ore? The one of the foremost challenge concern is the inconsistency in the quality, maybe in terms of the, you can say, chemistry of the iron ore, maybe the supply or the, you can say, availability. Nowadays, as we go for, you can say, exhausting the high grade iron ore, more and more, you can say, this low grade or medium grade iron ore, which calls for the beneficiation. If you do not do, then this high silica, high alumina, all these are going to be a, you can say, a precursor for the agglomeration, which is the pellets and you can say sinters. So there basically we need to have a very optimum combination of how best we can, you can say, prolong our resources of iron ore and how best a combination of the medium and low grade iron ore we can use. The third party, there is a faster, you can say, depletion of the high grade iron ore that is known, but here how we can, you can say, mitigate it, that could be done only by, you can say, meeting, you can say, more and more, you can say, the low and medium grade iron ore. Here also one major question is the, you can say, infrastructure and you can say logistic needs to be matched with the mining growth, because those particularly the plants we are landlocked. There you can say we have been totally dependent on, you can say, either you can say the railway on other freights. So that basically cost for a steel, if a steel makers a lot of cost on the productions. You can say environmental issue, what we are talking about. Once we go for the more and more beneficiaries on the iron ores, we basically need to have, you can say, tailing ponds. And now as the tailing pond in past, whatever the Brazil that have happened, and you can say Dr. Mukesh Kumar sir has also raised the concern. Now this tailing pond and others, that should not be, you can say, encouraged. So what we basically need to do, we need to have either, you can say, certain technology to be evolved, which is the paste makers, and more of the, you can say, the dried and the solid, you can say, the waste to be, you can say, put after the beneficiaries. Now coming to this, the use of the subgrade iron ores. So a lot of, you can say, mining in past have been done, and less than, you can say, 55% of the Fe. They are all at the mines oversight as, you can say, overburden material. These needs to be, you can say, utilized through a very suitable, you can say, beneficent technology. Whatever you can say, this utilization of the slime is concerned, these are very, you can say, it is one of the biggest challenge, where it is all the less than, you can say, ultra fine particles, which is less than 150 micron or so, are having, you can say, less than 35 or 40% Fe. These materials needs to be, you can say, utilized either through some newer technology, which maybe, you can say, this is like a reduction, you can say, fluidized reduction technology, or many other, you can say, the new technology that is, we can get into the, you can say, beneficial area. Now the cutoff size of this mining that has been brought down from earlier 45 to 35%. This will be a big challenge for the beneficiation or all the, you can say, the steel makers, those who you can say, like to utilize the low grade and medium grade iron ores. Now coming to this, the strategy how to encounter the challenges of, you can say, the iron ore. I will not speak much on the, you can say, policy reviews and others, but the one of the points that maybe at you can say the, you can say, ministry level, or you can say government level, there must be, you can say, incentivizing the use of the low and medium grade iron ores. So for the technology is concerned, now a lot of, you can say, the new technology that has come up in the area of beneficiation that we need to utilize. So for the R&D initiative is concerned, particularly for, you can say, having the utilization of the low grades, there, other than that, people may now think of what could be the alternative source of the iron ore materials. There may be plenty of red mud, which is basically a byproduct of the aluminum industry, which are lying maybe in Orissa or maybe Rajasthan, that can be utilized. Ilmenite could be one of these, you can say, overburden material where the titanium is released, but a lot of Fe content is there. Lot of laterite ores are there, those can be beneficiated, which could be one of the source of the iron, and that will be towards, you can say, the, you can say, conservation of the natural, you can say, resource and prolonging it for a longer period. And this is the call of the day for, you can say, sustainable steel making. Now, so far this optimization of the burden ratio of the concern, every 1% of the agglomerated, you can say, the product that we use in the blast furnace, 1.5 kg of the coke that we can reduce. So the prepared burdens use, you can see, if you maximize the use of the prepared burden, this is going to reduce our fuel content. And so far India is having, you can say, a country where we do not have the, you can say, metallurgical, you can say, coal. So it is a scarce quantity coke. If that we can reduce, you can say, it will be a great help, and we will have a lesser dependency of the import of the coal. Moving on to, you can say, how basically this beneficiation, and we are going to connect to the, you can say, pelletization. So what we can summarize this, there is a growing demand of the steel in the coming years. So more of the iron ore requirement will be there. That is going to increase the use of, you can say, more and more low and medium grade iron ores. That could be done through the blending and, you can say, beneficiation. Whatever this product, once we go for the beneficiation, the more of the product will be suitable for the pellets. Once these pellets that we produce, that can be used either for DRI or the blast furnaces, and subsequently we make the DRI, it can be used for EF and induction furnaces. So in future, as we, lot of carbon footprint issues are there, there is always, you can say, in future, this, you can say, DRI EF route will be, you can say, more, you can say, of, you can say, the requirement, or you can say it will become the necessity than the BF and BF route. So that could be our, you can say, approach, where we can go for more towards the agglomeration, something like products like pellets, and making the use of the DRI and electric arc furnace. Now coming to the, you can say, pelletization part, what we see over, you can say, last 5 years, this pelletization capacity has increased. That is, if you summarize this, it is only by 11%. But the pellet production has increased by 48%. I would like to mention here a figure at, you can say, JSW. 10 years back, JSW was having only 4.2 million ton capacity of one pellet plant. Now at JSW Vijayanagar itself, we have around 15.4 million tons of pellet making capacity. We have 3, you can say, pellet plant here. And our Dolvi plant is having 1, you can say, pellet plant already operational, that is since last 7-8 years, which is 4.2 million ton. And the second, you can say, pellet plant that is coming up will be of 7 million ton. So combinedly, the JSW Steel itself will have a production of around, you can say, 26 million ton of the pellets. So this itself is one of the, you can say, indicative that in future more and more, you can say, pellets is going to be used in making, you can say, the iron making and subsequently making the steels. Moving on to, you can say, what are the benefits of the pellets? I think earlier speakers have told a lot. I'm not going to, you can say, repeat all those things. But this is, pellet is one of the, you can say, prepared burden, which has very much consistency in chemistry and the size uniformity. Even the composition of the pellets can be adjusted very well for the requirement of the blast furnaces or any iron making units. It has relatively a high Fe content. So if you compare with the another, you can say, agglomerate, that is the sinter. Sinter is having on an average, whatever India, any steel plants are producing, 53-54% of the Fe, which you can say basically is much lower. The same capacity of the blast furnace, if we increase the pellet to the extent of, you can say, 40 to 50% or so, they are going to give more than 10 to 15% of the hot metal production. So every 1% increase in the prepared burden is going to increase around 1.5% of your productivity. What through this table, what you like to say, in the blast furnace productivity, which is normally in India varies 1.5 to 2.8 ton per, you can say, cubic meter per day. This needs to be go as a global standard more than 3 or so. The agglomerates presently used in blast furnace is hardly 60 to 80%. That we need to go to 80 to 100%. And for that to increase the agglomerate, you can say, percentage into the blast furnaces, pellet is probably the best and the right kind of agglomerate, which is currently on an Indian average, whether Tata Steel has gone maximum up to 40%, JSW is currently operating to the level of 30% in their blast furnaces. We need to at least go 50 to 60% level. So, and this pellets, when once you used either, you can say, coal-based or DRI plants, what you can say, you can say, present we are using 70% of the more on an average figure and 30% pellets. If you go for the reverse ratio, only hardly 30% of which is normally used in coal-based plants, and you go for more and more, you can say, 100% to the, you can say, gas-based plant. This is going to give, you can say, a big boost to the, you can say, DRI plants. So this will help basically, and here I'd like to mention that as we go for more and more, you get the natural gas uses, and people are talking about the green hydrogen, or even the cocoa and gases combinedly we are using our you can say, Dolvi plant. These are helping, you can say, all these, you can say, the byproduct gases for making the pellets. The pellets cost of production will be very low. Those who may be using the solid fuels and other fuels, then maybe the pellet cost will be higher. But if you use the plant gases, that could be a very well, you can say, a product which can be made at a much, you can say, lower cost. So why the demand of the pellet is going up? These are some of the reasons. I would like to say there is always a short quality of, you can say, quality lump ore. Once you can say do the mining, hardly 30% of this lump ore are being produced rest either during the mechanized mining as well as, you can say, their subsequent beneficiaries or operations. It all becoming fines. So more and more fines are there. If you go to beneficiate of that, it is going to produce the ultra low fines, or you can say powders. That can be a right kind of feed for making the pellets. So this is one of the, you can say, the best way that we can utilize beneficiation of the low grade iron ore for making the pellets. Now next, moving on to the DRI part, what we see, DRI is basically one area. India has been, since you can say last 18-20 years, the largest producer of DRI, and we probably are going to continue with that. So India produces almost, you can say here, there is the highest you can say DRI production has been the 37.14 million in 2019-20. And though we are slightly going down because of this pandemic, but this, so you can say other gas-based plants are now you can say coming up. What we see basically here, there is a very consistent rise in the production of the you can say DRI. And here the gas-based processes, though it is you can say less, but now it is going to pick up. As the gas-based processes, the DRI quality is superior, and that can be best utilized for making through the EF. Now moving on to the reason for the development of the DRI industry. If you look at the last 50 years of the steel making history, you find that the steel making capacity have increased only 3 times globally. Whatever the DRI, you can say capacity, the production has gone phenomenal 110 times. This you can say Indian DRI plants have been very successfully stabilized their product for the blast furnace uses, as well as you can say their steel making electric arc furnace usage. You can say DRI is primarily used as a substitute of the scrap in steel making. It doesn't require coking coal. This is one of the biggest advantages. Either the non-coking coal, which is the highest coal, also can be utilized for making this DRI. And this gas-based DRI plant that is, you can say, making this, you can say, clean, you can say, product, that will always, you can say, a welcome addition, because there will be less, you can say, CO2 emission. Almost half of the, you can say, emission in the, you can say, electric arc furnace and DRI route than the BABF route. Here I'd like to say the JSW plants operates 3 DRI plants, which have combinedly a capacity of 4 million ton. Where the you can say Vijayanagar plant is operating 1.2 million ton, our you can say Salah plant is 0.9 million ton, and our Dolly plant is making 1.2 million ton. Here we are using all you can say gases which are basically as one or other way like a waste gases. We are using the Corex gas as at the Dolly plant we are using both combinedly. You can say one this cocoa and gas we are mixing with our you can say natural gases. And Salavi is completely using the natural gases. So there is definitely a big future, you can say, and big, you can say, demand for that, you can say, DRI. And for making the, you can say, DRI, it is totally, you can say, now hardly there is use of the iron ore. The best, you can say, feed for making the DRI is pellets. So what we find through that, the connects, if the iron ore challenges are met, making this, you can say, a good feed for the pellets. And those pellets can be used for making the good quality of, you can say, DRI. You can say a better, you can say, product through the steel making, which is having less, you can say, environmental impacting product we can be able to make. So this, in short, I would say this is the route, and there is the demand for this, you can say, the pellet are all growing. So this could be, I think, the next, you can say, the requirement for the Indian steel industry. And we all means we should work on that. So these are the challenges that are basically there, I think, which are already discussed by different speakers. We will not go into that. But only thing is that if you can say, if you look at the demography of that, this natural gases are all, you can say, restricted in the coastal region. So there is a need to make, you can say, the network of gas pipeline through which we can supply the gases to the different, you can say, units. And I think the GAIL is also working on that, and Government of India has taken a lot of initiative into that. So once this gas network is, you can say, ready, and you can say the pricing mechanism will also be, you can say, very favorable once these things are there. Then this, all things will definitely help to make, you can say, the steel makers, you can say, right kind of, you can say, the product and for their utilization. And that will help in the growth of the Indian steel industry. This is all what we have to say. If any question is there, we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for a very elaborate presentation of JSW. And frankly, I was not aware that there is so much of pelletization happening within the JSW group. So it's a very, I would say, a very rosy picture that we have of the growth for pelletization in India. Let's assume that in the next 3 or 4 years, we will have a huge pellet requirement within JSW itself. So it's, thank you so much, Mr. Shah. And for the next webinar we have on BF BOF versus DRI EAF steelmaking, which is in August. I want you to basically give a comparison on how JSW stands.
Sir, here I would like to mention one point. JSW steel is having all combination of route for making the steels.
Exactly.
We have the blast furnace, we have the Corex, we have the DRI, we have the Venice plant, everything within a complex. So even if we have a very good comparatives of making the steel either through you can say BFBOF as well as you can say our DRI and EF. And we have recently installed ZPF, which is called Zero Power Electric Arc Furnace. So that is already operational since last 2 months, and that is already you can say established here.
Great. And you know, I remember Sajanji told me, "Have you been to Dolvi?" I said no, because the last time I was in Dolvi was in late 90s when the Mittals were building that plant. So since then I have not been to Dolvi. I've been to Vijayanagar, in fact, but I think Dolvi was a price catch for Sajanji, because Dolvi is a very flexible plant, and it was the first Konark which I, you know, as a very young person in the industry. I was in early 20s when I first visited the Dolvi plant, which was then with PKM and became Vinod and Pramod plant which was being built. It was the Konark, which is the combination of the arc furnace and the converter together, and which had the flexibility of charging anything between 100% DRI to 100% hot metal. So it is a very, very flexible plant, and it was ahead of time. So really, I admire the vision of JSW and Sajanji's vision, which has made JSW what it is today. So,
You can say just to inform this forum, sir, Dolvi is soon going to become from 5 million ton to 10 million ton plant, maybe next 2 to 3 months.
Right. And JSW combined will be the largest steel maker in India in the next 2 to 3 years. If you put Bhushan, I mean the entire acquisition joint ventures all together, it will be beyond, I suppose, beyond 30 million tons.
Yes, right.
So that's a great achievement, the largest steel maker in India in such a short time. So salute to Team JSW for all the efforts that you have put in to make this, to make JSW what it is today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And with that, we will move on to our.
Mr. Nirmal, I have a question to Mr. Shah.
Yeah, please.
The beneficiation process which you are doing there, what is the FE level you are going from? What FE to what FE?
Sir, I'd like to say you can say average feed FE to our beneficiation plant is 58%. That we are upgrading to 62.5 to 63%.
And the tail FE?
Tail FE is 21% average. And we have subsequently a slime recovery plant, which is tailing recovery. From there, we used to get 5 to 6%. So the final tailing, you can say it is around 13 to 14%. 14%.
Okay. Is there any flotation in your process?
What's it, please, sir? Just pardon.
Flotation process? Flotation.
No, sir. Flotation we do not have. We have basically, you can say the cyclone, then we have this spiral, and you can say magnetic separation. These are the three major routes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rameshwarji. Thank you so much. With that, we'll move on to the next speaker from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, which is Mr. Ramakrishna Chinnamchetty, whom I had to keep waiting. Mr. Chinnamchetty, I hope you will excuse me, but then you have now longer time to give your presentation. And I think after this, Ankit, can you tell me if Andrin is there or Andrin has left?
No, he's here.
I am here. Why should I?
No, because you asked me a question on WhatsApp, that's why I was surprised.
No.
Okay. So I think just after Chinnamchetty, it is Dr. Andrin Bhattacharya. So Ankit, please call Anrin just after Mr. Chinam Shetty is over. And
No
then
problem.
Dr.
took my video off because I was just moving around a little bit. So I'm always here.
No problem. It's still early evening in Austria. It's not late. Yeah. So Ankit, please manage for the next two presentations, which is Dr. Anrin Bhattacharya followed by Dr. P.K. Jain. So over to you, Mr. Chiram Shetty.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee and team. So, already eminent speakers already spoke about iron ore and pelletization, DRI and other technologies already. But just to refresh this iron ore supply and demand assessment. So here we can see that actually the crude steel capacity to increasing to 275 million ton by FY31 with the production of 219 million ton. So here we are at FY21, 107 million ton of crude steel production capacity with a demand of 183 million ton of the iron ore. And it's going forward in the optimistic case by FY25-26. So it will be a 260 million ton. And then the FY30, it will be a 384 million ton, which is expected based on the current scenario and the ramp-up plans for the various industries. And the national steel policy, we all talk about the 300 million ton capacity, installed crude steel capacity. And also the 65 to 67, the capita present to take it to 158 kg by FY 30. So that is also one of the key agenda for the iron ore requirement across the India. And the drivers for the steel demand in India, we all know that housing, real estate, public infra, and industrialization, so which is happening the aggressive mode. So there is a lot of demand, steel demand, which is expected, and this is going to be grow in the coming years. An evolving technology mix that we all know that actually what are the technologies we generally use, the BOF, EAF, and IF. So the percentage wise, if you see that actually presently that 56% is BOF and EF is 31%, and then the induction furnace route is 14%. But which is going to be changed in near future, that EAF percentage is going to increase by almost the IF induction furnace route is going to be increased by 30%. So, and also the scrap feed also to increase in the near future because of the present scrap requirement of 10 million ton. It is going to be increased by 30 million ton, 3x by FY30. So that is also in line with the steel policy. And then production of iron ore expected to grow. The actually what is the present last for a couple of years, if you go back, that 129 million ton in FY15, and now presently we are at 207. So last year there was a 246 record production of iron ore in India, so which is now actually a bit dropped down. Primarily it is because of the Odisha. So Odisha, there was a lot of last year it was 147 million ton production, but this year 111. Because of the transition phase, which the lot of iron ore mines have been auctioned, and but all the mines not been in operation due to various reasons. So that's the reason the production has been come down from 246 to 2727. But however, in the coming year, next the current financial year, and also going forward, this iron ore the production will going to be increased, and it touches to 423. But optimistic case, if you see that actually 350 million ton by FY26, and also by FY30, 360 around it reaches. That is the expectation. These are the projection based on the present capacity of the steel mills, and also the supply demand. Key drivers for iron ore supplies, that is 2.6 billion ton. That is already 43 mineral blocks have already auctioned. And consist of the 2.6 billion ton of iron ore reserves. And also the greenfield iron ore blocks, already 1.2 billion ton of iron ore greenfield blocks also already auctioned, and which are expected to come also. So these are also key drivers for the to meet the demand of iron ore in the country. And also the expansion plans of various the companies, public sector companies, particularly NMDC, OMC, and other Steel Authority of India. These are all the mines expansions. So the 400 million ton capacity of iron ore production, which is in the next decade, seems to be ambitious and also the achievable targets. Expansion plans of NMDC, OMC already on the track. And also the captive players like all the steel players are in the expansion mode of even steel in also iron ore. So both are going to be actually the 40 drivers for the achieving this demand of the growing demand of iron ore for the local supplies, the Indian steel mills requirements. And the NMDC, primarily the production capacity is now 34 million ton. They have the capacity of 45 million ton, but still they are not reached the 45 million ton of the achieved capacity. Because this is primarily because of the Karnataka, the mine was not operating in the recent past, and now I think the 14 million ton is what is planned, the current capacity that is going to be achieved. And then the 45 million ton capacity is going to be increased by 67 million ton in near future. So this is basically in the Chhattisgarh region, both the expansion plans from 31 to 38 million ton from the Bailadila sector, and also the Chhattisgarh, the joint venture NMDC and CMDC, that is also 15 million ton greenfield mine to come. So these the NMDC is the key, the producer, and also the expansion mode of 45 million to 67 million ton, which is also part of the requirement of the iron ore for the Indian steel mills. And also the OMC is presently is at 26 million ton of the production capacity which they have, but the actual production level is around 13 million ton to various regions. And also this 26 million ton also, they have also ramp up mode for 60 million ton in the near future. These all mines are located in Odisha. And this is also the recently, some of the mines are the Odisha government has reserved. So both those mines are also added to the capacity primarily, these two mines, which is now operating around 10 million ton, but in the near future, it's under expansion mode to 30 million ton. So this is the major chunk of OMC is to increase the production capacity. And iron ore production meet domestic demand going forward. So there is a shortage is expected due to war, the primarily supply of iron ore. Production reflects that planned expansions and ramp up plans. Actual supply is to be influenced by demand, and then there is demand and the exports. Exports have grown up by 57% in the FY21. So this is basically the market, and also a lot of the low grade ore is being exported, that is minus 58, where the export duty is not attracted. So that is also one of the reasons that actually the low grade ore, if you see that low grade ores of 55 to 58 and 58 to 60, there is a hardly difference of the sale IBM sale price. So it is in the same range. So that's why the low grade ore minus 55, 58 is all going for export. And international iron ore prices also, we have seen the recent past surge in the international the iron ore prices. Almost in FY 21, 29% of production has been the exported because of the market. And also the quantum of the scrap, which I already talked about, that is going to be achieved. The consumption of the scrap from 10 million to 30 million in the near future. And then iron ore, if you see that FY21, there is a demand and supply. So iron ore, the demand is 183 million ton. The production is 207 million ton. But still, in the state of Odisha and some other states, there is a lot of the gap in the demand and supply because of the transition phase, which is there in the on account of the leases which has lapsed on 31st March 2020, and then it's going to be again soon off. Though the mines have been auctioned, but still the production rate need to be picked up through those mines. And some of the mines were reallocating again, rebidding, re-auctioning by the governments. And the key driver, now the number of slurry pipelines, because we all talk about the slurry pipeline, what is the importance. So there are many slurry pipelines in across, particularly in Odisha. It has been planned. There are specific policies already, as the NEERI is already, and it says that actually there is a clear recommendation from the NEERI to evacuate the minerals from the Odisha mines through slurry pipeline or belt conveyor or rail transportation. So though the guidelines have been issued 2 years back, but none of the project has commissioned so far. But there is a big concern, though so many the slurry pipelines have been planned, and the Government of India under the National Infrastructure Pipeline Project Scheme, the Ministry of Steel is actively pursuing these projects, and the review meetings are all being conducted time to time by under the chairmanship of the Secretary of Steel. But there are some policy changes. There are some the issues with regard to the right of way, and also the forest clearance, and also the connected departments like the MOEF, and then National Highway Authority of India, Railways. There are many concerns which the government is already facilitating the by coordinating with the respective departments and the government companies. So hopefully the policies will be placed soon for this execution of this project. So we can see that actually a lot of projects earmarked already capex plans, but on account of the delays in getting the clearances, so it is actually delaying many projects. So hopefully the clearances under the intervention of the Ministry of Steel and also the various the respective state governments. It's expected that the slurry pipelines will be the near future. It will be the hub of the transportation in the Odisha primarily, and in other states also will follow definitely, because of this transportation is the sustainable mode of transportation, and also at a cheaper the logistics flight. Presently there are 4 already there, and remaining 9 are planned as far as now their information is concerned. So the 9 projects are to come, then the various stages. All projects, as far as we know, that actually all are due for the various clearances, except one NMDC pipeline in Chhattisgarh. And then changing the supply side dynamics. So there is a clear indication that the recent auctions post 2020 and the pre-2020. So after auctions, we can see that actually before auction it was 100% the auctions in the Odisha, all the merchants. But now after auctions, 83% has been acquired by the captives and 17% only by the merchants. And in Karnataka, if you see that after auction is 100% captive, before auctions 100% merchant. So there is a clear transition phase which we can see the last 1.5 years which is happening. So which is also is a good move for the industry, and also the achieving the sustainable mode of transportation for the iron ore from the mines to the various plants, beneficiation or the grinding or pelletization or whatever plants which is available in the nearby surroundings. So and the changing the supply dynamics is all we all talk about the Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Odisha, how this is changing and evolving. And this is also already spoke about this IBM prices, how it was the moving, particularly in the recent past. There is a surge in the IBM Odisha RSI prices, particularly in Odisha. Due to this, there is a gap in the supply and demand side. And this is the same how Odisha with respect to other states, how this IBM trend is going. So Odisha is the highest at peak so far in the last 11 years. And recent development in the mining and mineral sector, there are many amendments which are happening. So the 2022, now 2021, almost every the quarter there is an amendment, and So ministry is working towards the framing the policies and also the bringing up a new amendments which are really facilitating, like the captive miners. Recently, there was a big reform. Captive miners also allowed to sell 50% of their production capacity, so which is being utilized by the captive plant. So that is also good move, and the many players like Steel Authority of India is allowed to sell Tata Steel and other the captive miners. So this is various reforms which are coming in. But at the certain point of time when we interact with the ministry and other the government organizations, but there is the common consensus by the industry is expected by the government. So which is a bit the lagging on the common consensus part. But however, Government of India is working hard, very hard to provide the various reforms in the form of amendments. So which is happening and is expected to happen in the near future also. And also there is the opportunities wise, if you see that recently there is an amendment in the auction rules also. It's an opportunity. We can see that last auction rules, the net worth criteria, if some of the blocks which are auctioned last recent past, there was a net worth requirement, even 5 to 6,000, 7,000 crores of net worth requirement for the company to be technically eligible. Now that has been reduced to 200 crores. So which is also a greatest reform to allow all the even small companies also to be participating in the auction. So this is also a good move, and the various the amendments are also made in the mineral auction rules. So which facilitating to participate everyone to secure their the captive requirement and also the merchant mining. So, but so far the auction is not fully successful because of the aggressive bidding and all. But expected that actually this will be consolidated and at a certain point of time definitely it will reach to a sustainable model of the business through auction. And the industry wise, if you see that actually we already speaking the many times, many forums we have spoke about the utilization of the low grade, but still nothing is moving in the government front. We have almost 120 million ton of beneficiation capacity across India. But off of the 50%, around 60 million ton of the beneficiation plant doesn't have captive plants. And also the royalty, and there is no, Mr. Bhatnagar already spoke that it should be the 0% royalty for the low grade ores which used to be utilized, and the successfully beneficiated with this the available capacity of the beneficiation plants across India. And also the tailing ponds and other the issues, the technology is evolving. Even ArcelorMittal Group is already in advanced stage of utilizing the technology dry tailings, which has been already successfully in R&D of AMS. ArcelorMittal already experienced and also the successfully implemented across our mining projects. And all in India, the most of the mining, the Odisha particularly, there are certain beneficiation plants which are close to the mining region, but there are the mines which are after the evacuation of this, after extracting the mineral. So the space which is created on account of the extract of mineral, which can be filled through these tailings, but none of the, except 1 or 2 cases like SAIL and other the captive miner. So none of them are not using because of this policy, the changes, the requirements. So which is also, I think, the Government of India is considering to bring that actually how this tailing management can be done using these mined out areas, particularly close to the mining region, and which will be the great benefit to the industry across. So, Mr. Mukherjee, thank you very much. So already it's too late, and other speakers are already waiting. So I don't want to take much time. So thank you very much for patient hearing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chinam Shetty. So Moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Onrin Bhattacharya, CEO of Resiron. So I would request Dr. Bhattacharya to give his presentation.
Thank you very much, Ankit. So we are almost at the fag end of the webinar. The few people who are still here, I believe they're the utmost connoisseurs of metallurgy. So that's why they're still here. So it will be really good to speak something a little bit different than the other aspects that today have been discussed here. Now, most of you who have seen me and our company Resiron before, you all know that we are mostly active in the area of waste recycling in the iron and steel industry, also tailings recycling and etc. But today I will not talk about those issues because those we have been discussed so far, and also we are having several negotiations in the meanwhile. So, but respective to the subject, iron ore, DRI, HBI, pelletization, after the pandemic breakout, our company has been also active in the area of sourcing and arbitrage of these materials. Now, based on this, I would like to share some aspects which I have analyzed in this area. First of all, going to the iron ore trade from India. You know that even the whole problem related to export of natural resources and stopping and ban, etc. You all know about that over 58% fines cannot be exported from India, and until 2020, it was quite an okay market for Indian smaller and medium scale miners to export this material, especially to China, because no other country used to take this material. But if you see at the export statistics, starting from the January 2021, you will see that the export and the demand of 58 lower grade iron ore is really at the bottom level. Now there are several reasons of this disinterest for this material. The first of all, of course, the steel making efficiency, and that's why they're not taking it. And even the worst thing is there have been in several ports in China, there have been a stockpile of Indian iron ore, less than 58%, which is still unsold, more than 40 million tons in altogether, without no buyers. And if you talk to the exporters of iron ore of this grade, they will say that they are giving the customers, they're offering a customers 30% of a discount on Platts index price after adjustment for iron 58%, but still there is no taker. So I believe this is completely a lose-lose situation on the side of the buyer and on the side of the seller. So first of all, there is no need of, theoretically, there is no need of selling bad grade raw material or lower grade raw material at a cheaper price. And even if there is no taker, then it comes out of the question. However, all the debates are there. If India would have allowed exporting of high grade iron ore at a price, completely at the price of Platts index, I believe government would have earned enough revenue, and also the miners, the buyers, we could have an established market. So this is an area I believe is something has to be looked at, because this 58% iron ores before beneficiation, there is no market of that for making pellets even. This is one point I'd like to bring into your attention, because this is, we have been working with Southeast Asian customers quite long, and this is something which we have come to a conclusion. And this is actually an alarming situation, because I know in the middle of June, of 75,000 ton ship from Vizag took 57% iron ore, and that ship has deposited that 75,000 iron ore in Rizhao port, and still today no one is taking that ore. So there's a complete devaluation of natural resources. So coming to the next point is related to HBI. Now we all know that India is mostly a scrap importer, especially on HMS. And also HBI have been imported into HEA in India before, but this material is not very popular with the IF operated smaller Indian plants, or the secondaries plants that we like to call them. Now, the price mechanism of HBI is a disadvantage for both the buyer and the seller. Because if you look at the price mechanism of HBI, it is always correlated directly to the scrap index. In my opinion, this is something is not to be done because HBI is a product from virgin ore, virgin iron ore. So the price of HBI should be governed by the price of iron ore Platts index price and not by the scrap index. And this will create a lot of flexibility in using HBI among smaller IF or electric arc furnace operators, and they can get it even at a cheaper price and at lesser fluctuations. Because the iron ore fluctuation, the iron ore price fluctuation is more or less in a controlled way, but in scrap, there is no well-defined manner. There are several indexes and everything is depending on the Turkish import of scrap. So that's how the scrap index is maintained. So this is another point related to HBI. We are also going into a plant in the Middle Eastern region, which will start one of its Midrex modules to produce HBI, and they are able to produce at least 50,000 tons of HBI per month. So they did it because they found enough demand in Southeast Asia, which is quite interesting. And of course, I believe this is a new way of making HBI as a much more acceptable commodity in the market rather than scrap, because HBI is a virgin iron material and there are grades which could not be made by scrap but could be made by from 100% HBI and pig iron mixture. And finally, related to coming to the briquetting and pelletization issue, you all know that there used to be a very good Midrex plant in the Caribbean region, and which got closed in 2013 or 14. It was operated by ArcelorMittal, the plant in Point Lisas in Trinidad. We are in negotiation with the new owners to give them a solution so that they can use very small size pellets or slightly larger than briquettes, which has more or less the same equivalent properties of iron ore pellets for their Midrex shaft. Now, in this way, their main goal was to avoid the capex for the pelletization plant, and they have decided more or less, not negotiated completely yet, to go for partly fractional pellet feed and fractional briquette feed. So this is something, an alternative option for Midrex shafts, which could also be operated with little bit higher grade iron ore, but without the need of pelletizing, saving you a lot of capex and opex. So this is something, since time has come to an end, a lot of people are not here, so I will stop here. But if you need more information about these projects or our other activities, you can always contact Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee so that we can get into details. And of course, the aspects of iron ore, DRI and pellet, so-called the raw materials, is very, very important. And something else which I really like to point out, the people in the sales and marketing, they know that in the last 2 or 3 months, the prices of bulk and container carriers have really gone through roof. So previously the container price that was under $1,500 for a route is almost $6,500 now. So it's more than a 4-fold increase. So I am saying that the ship operators, the ship brokers and the carriers, they are behaving like pirates. They are going for absurd routes, and especially for bulk commodities like DRI, like HBI, pellets, scraps, etc. Also for iron ore, also for iron ore. Now this price hike is more visible for Handymax ships, which have the capacity of 30 to 35,000. Now, so far, the iron ore industry globally or in India, with the exception of some very big conglomerates like Vale or other companies like Glencore, they have always operated with chartered ships instead of their own ships. But I believe that this price trending, this unfair price trending of the shipping industry will at least carry on over the next years because of the high consumer goods demand as an after effect of COVID. And maybe for the export to finding a grip over the export pricing, the bigger steel plants can also find an alternative way of acquiring a couple of Handymax vessels for their own use, which will give them a complete control on the price. This is something is not very usual, but if you say that today morning I received a price of $80 from Holdia to Manila in Philippines per ton of an Handymax, which is almost 3 times which used to be in January. So this is an insane pricing. So these are the challenges, of course, the raw materials plus logistics. Without logistics, the raw materials network will also fail. So these are the points that I'd like to bring into your attention today. And thank you very much for hearing me and being here until so late. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya. So I would like to move on now to our next speaker, who is Dr. P.K. Jain, ex-Chief Mineral Economist, Indian Bureau of Mines. Dr. P.K. Jain, are you there?
I am here, sir.
Okay, so over to you, Dr. Jain.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody who is left out. And as the topic we have chosen that demand supply of the iron ore, and a lot of has been already discussed that what are the total resources of the iron ore, what is the production is there, what are the grade-wise production, how much of the iron ore is produced by the Odisha and other governments, and what are the stocks available, and subsequently the requirement of the iron ore for the 300 million ton of the steel. So though I have prepared a slides, but I feel like that majority things have, just I will share my screen. As the topic I have chosen, that is the demand supply of the iron ore. So yes, I will put up a no issue. As this already has been discussed, that the 33 billion ton of the total hematite and magnetite is there. Out of that, about 22 million is a hematite, rest is the magnetite. And important point I want to share it that the resources and reserve ratio is 20:80. So that 80% of the resources has to be converted to the reserve. Then only we can see the bright future in the coming days. Otherwise, whatever the mining we are going on, and if the exploration has not been carried out, whether it is a greenfield and the brownfield area, subsequently days going to come and we have to depend on the import. So that's why that is alarming, and we have to see that the exploration has to be carried out both in the greenfield and the brownfield areas. And as we know that the under that total resources of the iron ore, that is a reserve in the leasehold area, and the remaining resources in the remaining resources, and if you see the percentage wise, they are about 80% are the remaining resources, whether it is the remaining resources of the leasehold area or whether the resources in the freehold area. So that is a 44% leasehold area, that is a eye-catching, that has to be converted to the reserves. And as our inventory is a dynamic, so obviously whatever the 33 billion or 32 billion we are telling near future, when we make an inventorization of the 2020, obviously our figure may be different. Though we have already made the lot of production in each year, to the average of the 200 or 210 million tons. And one more aspect of this exploration is depth parameter. So depth persistency also has to be looked into, because whatever the superficial deposit we have done it, iron is a bulk mineral. So then days is going to come where we have to go for the deeper deposits, or where just like in a magnetite in the Kudrmukh, there is now the time has come, we should have a technology where without disturbing the surface, we can able to mine the subsurface deposits. And these are the figure I have shown, that is what are our production is there, this blue line, and these are where our export and the import. So this is a zigzag, but the production is gradually increasing. And if you compare the production of this year, means 2021, it is about 204 or 205 million ton compared to the last year. So that is what, because of the pandemic, there is gradually decreasing the little bit of the production, but the export is also gradually increasing. So this is a grade-wise production has been given, that is a mixed grade. If you compare the feed grade plus 60%, that is about 80%. That is again the grade-wise production has been given. So it is a 246 million ton in the 1920. That has decreased to 203 or 204 million ton in the 2021. The stock is also alarming because when we are talking of the beneficiation, we are talking of the pelletization centers. So what are the stocks is available? That stock, if we further analyze, it is not only with the merchant miner. The stock is available with the captive miner also. So they too have to think seriously to convert these low-grade stock to the beneficiation and then subsequently to the pellets and centers. So this is what is the mining head stock is there. That is wherever the stock is less than 60% or 58%, where the feed grade is not can be made, that has to be converted judiciously to making the pellets or the centers after beneficiation. As we know that the export of the iron ore, the all grade has been exported. Total export is there about 57 or 58 million tons in the 2021. So in this export also, that is including the pellets and centers. So when we are talking of the one way that the sufficient availability of the raw material is not there, or we are looking for the some drastic measures has to be made by the government of India. So in that way, we have to look into it that why that export is going on increasing and why we cannot able to make it value addition within the country. And this one way I have tried to make a projection of the compound annual growth rate of the availability of the production. Then similarly, I try to envisage the vis-a-vis the total demand of the steel. So in 2030, about 436 million ton of the feed grade iron ore is required. And this is what are the reserves is available. Though presently, theoretically, looks to be we are self-sufficient, but time is going to come that we have to go for the more of the exploration and more of the beneficiation. So to summarize it, that about iron ore 60% from indigenous sources feed grade is available. About 80 to 85% percentage we have exported in the 5-year production. Then India is net exporter of the all grade about 58 million tons, and the reserve resource ratio is about 29%. That has to be increased to make the more of the reserves category. And they are the way forward to have a deep exploration, making the assessment of the resources after the threshold value has been notified by the government of India, because that whatever the resources we are talking of, that is when the threshold value was the higher ups. Modern beneficiation technology has to be utilized for utilization of the low grade, our plus 45% of the, whether it is a hematite. And increase usage of the pellets, which has been already discussed in details. And what are the magnetite is locked up in the Karnataka, that has to be also looked into how we can able to eco-friendly mine these resources. And when we know that it is a circular economy where if the sufficient raw material is available, then only we can think of the steel, we can think of the availability of the sufficient steel for our futuristic. But there are the other issues also when we have seen that the auctioning has been discussed in this forum. And recently morning also there was one webinar. So particularly the some state government like Odisha, they were telling that after this auctioning, though whether it's a boon or the curse, sometimes the great dilution has been started. Sometimes the under-reporting of the price to the IBM has been started. So these are the issues that seriously has to be looked by all the industries or all the sectors pertaining to whether it's iron or steel. And we have to see that the true spirit of the Atmanirbhar Bharat can be fulfilled in the near future. And we have to see that the intergeneration equity, whatever has been envisaged in our National Mineral Policy 2019, that can be not only in words, but in the spirit also has to be followed. So thank you very much. Though I was the last speaker, but who were there on the panel or who were there on the board, so having a patience hearing, and I thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share my views. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Jain, एक बात आप गलत बोल दिए. You are not the last speaker. Your good friend Dr. Bhima Rao is the last speaker.
Okay, sorry, sir. Because I was thinking you have announced that Dr. Jain, then subsequently.
So because for the two speakers, I had taken a break. I thought of taking a little break.
Okay.
So to make life easier, I told my son to announce the two names. That is why he announced Andrin and your name. But we have my Guruji, Dr. Raghupatani Bhima Rao, Dr. R. Bhima Rao. He is my Guruji. And when the guru is there, he can neither be first nor the last. He is always on top. So Dr. R. Bhima Rao, can you hear me? Dr. Bhima Rao, I can see him.
And today is the Guru Purnima also, so you can say Guru Purnima.
Yeah, Guru Purnima, Guruji Namaskar. Dr. Bhima Rao, can you hear me? Ankit, can you just do one thing? Can you ask Pradipta to check with Dr. Bhima Rao?
Yes, I will.
Or I can call him. I can call him. He is there, I can see him. Maybe he is. Let me just try and call him. But you have to say at least, yes, when I'm calling Guruji, Guruji is not there. Okay. No, you're not muted. Just try 1 second. He is joining, he's there. So can you hear me now, Dr. Bhima Rao?
I think he's connected.
Is he muted or?
No, he's not muted, but audio is not connected properly.
I can see him on the screen. Dr. Jain, when you were connecting from office, I told you, I feel bad that you have to stay back in office till 8:39. अभी तो आप घर से बोल रहे हैं, इसीलिए मैंने इसका फायदा उठा लिया.
नहीं ठीक है ना सर, अभी तो ऑफिस वाले भी भगा देते थे ना सर.
ऑफिस वाले भगाते नहीं है. You have a long innings ahead. Also, अभी घर से comfortably दुनिया भर के लोग अभी घर से ही काम करते हैं. That is why the terminology came WFH, work from home.
Correct.
इसमें दो फायदे हैं. एक तो you are working from home, FROM from home, और दूसरी बात ये है you are working for home, FOR home. मतलब दोनों कर सकते हैं एक साथ. You can work for home and from home together. So that's a great thing. Family is happy and your work is also being done. Dr. Bhima Rao is asking, any problem? Dr. Bhima Rao, if you can hear me, can you reconnect again? Ankit, can you just write on the chat section to reconnect again? I think he's having a problem. Dr. Bhima Rao, can you hear me? If you can hear me, can you just use the raise hand option? Can you click on the raise hand if you can hear me? I don't think he is having the connectivity. Was it? I think he is having a problem. Ankit, what do we do? Shall we drop for the day? It's trying. Anyway, in the meantime, Subrata, are you there?
Yes.
You know, my wife just gave me a warning. My wife gave me a warning mentioning that you have put Subrata waiting for such a long time today. At the age of 70, no one can take it at 70 plus. So the dictate from my wife is the dictate
briefly sum up. I'll briefly sum up.
Yeah, no, that is what my wife told me. He said, summing up for you is another pain because you have to individually take the name of each speaker. So instead of that, to make life little easier for you, because Otherwise, I'm carrying already a lot of sin with me by keeping you waiting from 3:30 to almost 9 o'clock. So 5.5 hours I have kept you waiting. So to undo that damage, what I would request you, Subrotoda, is if you can just in a few lines you make your concluding remarks, after which Ankit will propose a vote. Instead of individually reading out each and every name and taking another pain on your shoulders, the best thing is you can just sum up with a few words.
Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Mukhopadhyay.
Yes.
Anyway,
If I don't do that, Subrotoda, my wife will throw me out of the house.
Now,
I
basically,
Yeah,
as usual, it was a wonderful webinar. The main points of interest was not that hydrogen use is not so easy, and India has to rely on the coal as fuel, which is a right path. Utilize the Indian natural resource for everything, for steel making, for power generation. This was the main takeaway from this meeting, and pelletization is going to stay in the country, and it will increase for better environmental control. Sintering will go away and giving place for pelletization for the growth of steel. Mining techniques need to be improved for mining magnetite ore in Karnataka, which will further improve the pelletization, because magnetite is better suited for pelletization. And the goal is future electric arc furnace operation, migration of induction furnace to electric furnaces for better control and environmental control. These were the main issues. Iron ore scenarios were explained by all the speakers, where we stand in iron ore, how much we are exporting, how much we should keep back. This was in all short a wonderful webinar. Is it okay, Nirmal?
Yeah, absolutely okay, Suprabhat. I think Dr. Bhimarao has finally joined. Guruji, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Guruji? And my pranam on Guru Purnima. Today is Guru Purnima. Can you hear us, Dr. Bhimarao? I think Ankit, he cannot hear us. Can you hear us, Dr. Bhimarao? If you can hear us.
I think his audio is not connected. There is some issue with
the audio.
Video is connected, but the audio is not.
If you can hear us, Dr. Bhimarao, just click the raise hand option.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Now we can hear.
Finally, I can hear. We can all hear you.
Yeah. So, where the slides are there or not?
Slides are there with Ankit.
Let him present.
Ankit, you have the slides, right?
I have the slides. Just give me one moment.
Please.
Yeah. So now
So
you
my
have
presentation is totally.
Yeah, you have a very big job, because after concluding remarks of session chairman, you have to add the conclusion part plus your part. So you have a double job.
Conclusion part also to give.
Yeah. So how is everything, Dr. Bhimarao? Everything is fine in Bhubaneswar?
Everything fine. I'm happy to see you also.
I'm always, I feel younger when I see you.
Naturally. So, it's a very great opportunity. What Nirmal Mukherjee is giving me opportunity, even at the age of 69 years.
Nirmal, you are Nirmalia Mukherjee's guru. So guru doesn't give up. For a guru, you don't need to take opportunities. You have every right to use every opportunity that we all have together. So I am no one to give my guru an opportunity.
I think that today in the panel, I am the only privileged person, I think.
Dr. Bhimarao, I can't hear you.
Today's panel,
yeah,
I'm the only privileged person.
You are always the most privileged person.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, you can start now.
Today's presentation is totally different from the today's most of the presentations of iron ores and other things. Beneficial studies of Dolamalli iron ores, fines and slimes, and the grindability behavior of its concentrates. Most of the industries, they use more energy for pelletation of their iron ore fines and iron ore slimes. This present paper is mostly for grindability studies who are given more emphasis. Next slide, please. Next, please. Next slide. The main object of the project is to recover 3 grades of concentrates from low-grade fines and slimes of normally iron ore, and also determine the work index of the composite concentrate. We prepare a concentrate, the concentrate which goes for a pelletation grinding size. That is the how much energy required. We should not use excessive energies. What energy is sufficient, that much energy only we'll use that one. Next. This is the only one slide I'm giving. How are the slimes and fines, the grade and the concentrate we got. Say first is the screening, then it's the coarse and fines we divided. In the coarse itself 64% iron we got. From the fine we have gone to screening, again coarse and fines we divided. Coarse we have gone to tabling, there we got 66% iron we got. And fines we have gone to magnetic, non-magnetic. Magnetic we got 67% iron we got. By doing that 64% iron, we brought it to very high grade concentrate from the sample B and sample C. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the screening. Screening we are done. Coursing and fines we are done. 59% iron. 50% iron we gone to fines. Hydrocyclone we are done. Overflow, underflow got. Overflow got 50%. Underflow got 64% iron. That has gone to Wim's suppression, multi-intensity magnet suppression, which has come to 67% iron with 58% recovery we got from 59% iron. These are the 2 types of iron ores were taken. Both we got up to 67% iron. This all concentrate, we mix it for pelletisation for grinding studies. Next. This is the ball mill we use for the grinding studies. Next. This is the grindability studies we use for that to determine how much energy required. This is the normally grinding studies we use for the 6 mesh. That means around 6 mesh means around 600 to 3 mm particle size, maximum minimum 3 maximum particle size we use for grinding for determining the work index. So here what we use as per the balls size we have chosen as per our media particle size. Particle size is very less, so ball size we have to determine first what the ball size required. Next, please. See, this is the ball size. Once the ball size is find out, ball distribution we have to find out. Y is equal to x by b to the power of 3.8. This way, we have to composition, media composition we have to prepare to determine the work index, not as per the bond work index, we should not go. We have to go media, separate media we have to prepare for the grindability index. Based on you have to calculate energy calculation to determine, and accordingly you have to put up the energy cost determination. You have to do that one. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the actual feed what the concentrate to prepared. 64 grade and plus is 64, minus is 61, and once grounded we made a plus 500 minus 100, 64, we get the final composition of the feed sample we prepared for grindability studies. Next. This is a fine sample. Next. This is slime sample. Slime plus 1000 micron contains 64 and minus and 300 is 63 and minus 359. Overall is 59.45%. This we brought to 67%. Next. So this is the total composition, chemical composition. Iron is 94, Fe2O3 is 94.6%, FeO is 0.58, total iron is 66.64% iron, and silica is 1.93, TiO2 is negligible. This is the composition we are taken for the work index. work index is the to determine how much energy is required to grind your pellet feed. Next. Next. This is the grindability studies we have done. Work index we have taken standard balls 53, the test microns we have taken for standard balls. And for the calculator balls, that is what we are, our IMT, what we are, new invention is, use the work index calculated ball size, 45 microns we have taken. So what we got, work index we got 16.3 for the original. When we use the calculated ball, we have come 13.5. That means 3 units has come down. And work index kilowatt per ton, 17.9 as per the standard bond work index. As per our method, 14.9 is a kilowatt hour per ton we achieved. That means you can use less energy for grinding the pellet feed. Don't use excess of energy. Less energy is sufficient. You can save that 4 units of energy you can save. Next one. Next one, please. This is the following conclusions. The combined concentrate YPP is 67, 167, B is 26 kgs, C 10 kgs, which is referring to 67% iron. The work index is found 16.3 kilowatt per hour, that is 17.9 kilowatt per hour ton, as per the standard bond 1 work index method evaluated 53 micron test sieve. Accordingly, the energy required to grind 80% passing size 250 micron, 80% passing product size 40 micron estimated 15.5 kilowatts hour per ton is required, energy required to calculate that one. Next. Next. Say the work index, the 15.5 is required, where I calculated our method, the work index concentrated 13.5 kilowatt per ton, that is 14 kilowatt per ton. As per bond calculated selection, the calculated 45 micron test sieve is divided that like that. And accordingly, the energy required to grind the product 80% passing side 250 micron, 80% product 40 microns is estimated 12.6 kilowatt per short ton, whereas 15 kilowatt per short ton is required only 12.6 kilowatt per short ton is required. That means 3 kilowatt per hour per short ton we are reduced by using our methods of calculation. Next. Next, thank you, I think. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you.
You want me to skip this slide or?
Next slide, thank you. This is already only, this is what it is observed. It is a bond work index, what we have distributed distribution calculation we have done. 15.5 to we have come to 12.3. That means 3 kilowatt work index were reduced by using the calculated ball size. So you don't use the larger ball size as per the given ball size media what we calculated. Use it, your grinding efficiency good, grinding performance good, energy calculation will come down. Is it okay? And the result returns are literally reliable to the industries. And this work we have done along with the Hindustan DRI works, NMDC, and with that Bangalore firm, the 3 people are with us who have proved our results to them. How it is very greatly the energy reduced. The energy, that much energy is not required to grind pellet grade material. This is our invention of our work. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Dr. Bhimara, was this work done during your tenure in IIMT or after that?
During tenure only, we have taken up this work. Hindustan or Oliver has come, Session Group has come, and Meccan has come, and all people have come because they want to give less energy. Their problem was there. Then I given an idea that you are using higher ball size, which is a very fine size material. You choose as per the ball calculations, go to lower size media, and that calculation size we are given like that. Then the work index was calculated. The energy has come down 3 units of kilowatts hour per short ton has come down. That much energy has come down. So the energy required from the state government is very less for grinding of the pellet units. These are what we achieved and given the results to the industries, and they are doing now.
Thank you, Dr. Bhima Rao. Thank you so much. This was again one of the work which was done at IIMT. Dr. Bhima Rao, if you know, was the head of mineral beneficiation at IIMT. And after that, he was the director of Aryan Institute of Technology. And right now, he is our honorary editor. He's the editor of our magazine, Mines and Minerals Reporter. And someone whom I call Guruji because he has guided me for the last almost 30 years that I have been in this industry right from day one. Dr. Bhima Rao has helped a lot. On a lighter vein, Dr. Bhima Rao, when every time you were asking my son to change the slides, he sent me a small note. Why is Bhima Rao uncle sending next 3 times? He's saying, so I told him there is no direct flight from Bhubaneswar to Germany. So that is why it was taking longer to reach from Bhubaneswar to Calcutta, Calcutta to Delhi, and Delhi to Magdeburg. So that is why.
I think there was some latency issue because of which it was getting relayed a little late.
Yeah, but Bhubaneswar, because there is no international flight from Bhubaneswar. That's why the voice was not traveling fast enough. Anyway, it was, I would say, a very rich day's session.
Now we have to give on-call dinner.
Yeah, online dinner.
Alcohol
dinner. But you are a teetotaler.
That is different.
Didi will shoot me.
I'll shoot.
The better solution is you ask Didi to prepare some idlis and dosas for us. We will go to Bhubaneswar, have Jagannath darshan, and then go to your house for some idlis and bread dosas.
Most welcome.
Yeah, you can tell Didi we will be there. I'm coming with because my son also in Germany. I don't think he gets dosas. So when he comes to India, we will go straight to Bhubaneswar to your house, and then. Ankit, all you need to know is Kalinga Stadium. If you know Kalinga Stadium, you will reach Bhima Rao uncle's house. And there is no dearth of idlis and dosas in his house. Anytime you go, you can get the idlis and the dosas. So with that, Dr. Bhima Rao, Dr. Mukesh Kumar was listening to you all this while, so you can understand the kind of interest because he is very passionate on this subject. The next time we meet, I'm going to take you to Dr. Mukesh Kumar. And as you know, today your present director, Professor Basu, mentioned clearly that a lot of areas, SRTMI, Steel Research and Technology Mission of India, is working closely with IIMT. And this is something we can take forward to ensure that we have more result-oriented projects. And this work will go on. So what IIMT has done is really wonders. So with that, let me thank also Mr. Ravindranath, who has spent a long day, and in spite of that, he is still there. Mr. Ravindranath is from Vizag, ArcelorMittal Steel Pellet Plant. And the next time, Dr. Bhima Rao, you visit your brother-in-law in Vizag, we will go to the pellet plant. We will go and see that because we will go next time you are there. You can drive from Bhubaneswar to Vizag. How long is your drive?
Vizag is no flight now, only train.
Only train, okay. So it is what, 6-7 hours drive?
6 hours.
6 hours, not bad. So we can drive together. I will drive together with you and having idli dosa on the way.
Yeah, no problem.
So with that, Dr. Bhima Rao, let's call it a day. It's been a very, very long day. Subratoda, special thanks to you. Dr. P.K. Jain, you remember Dr. Bhima Rao?
I remember P.K. Jain.
Yeah, because your student Bhagwan introduced me to Dr. P.K. Jain. So Dr. Jain, this is Dr. Bhima Rao. I don't know if you know him. but he knows you. Dr. Jain, can you hear me? Okay, I think he has gone for dinner.
Amitabh, Bandapati also, I know him.
You know him. I saw that in the WhatsApp group.
Where at Tishira's students were both.
Right, right.
Also, Tishira students were PhD students.
You are a famous man, Dr. Bhima Rao. Everyone knows you. So I am fortunate that I know you. It is my fortune that, but you are not giving me recycling articles. I am still waiting for it. You promised to send me the recycling. Don't forget to send me the recycling article. Lead.
I forget. I'll do that. I'll forget.
Yeah, lead recycling.
I sent a mail actually. I'll telephone them.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks everyone, and we really feel we are grateful that in spite of having a 5.5 hour long session, you could spend so much time with us. So let's call it a day. And our next seminar is on Ankit is on August. What date? 13th August, I think, right?
Yeah, 13th of August.
13th of August, which is on BF, BOF versus DRI, EAF. So that is what we are going to do on the 13th of August. Till then, Shabba Khair, good night, and take care. All the best, Mr. Rabindranath, Subratoda, Dr. Jain, and Dr. Bhima Rao. Good night, and take care. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Nirmalji. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rabindranath. Thank you. Bye-bye.